True, that's true.
We can look out the window every once in a while.
You know, I had to do it from home because I had an appointment today that I had to get to. So I'm in my basement, so I don't have a window.
Oh.
Thank you. Just let me know when you need me. I'm ready to go.
Okay, we are now live on YouTube. Okay.
All right, good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order the Judiciary Committee public hearing for March 10th, 2021. By way of introduction, we have an aggressive agenda today, and we have a lot of interest in it. We have 100 people signed up to testify today. So I will again implore members to be as concise with the questioning as is practicable so that we can get to all the members of the public who want to testify at some reasonable hour of the evening, hopefully. With that, any remarks from my co-chair or ranking members?
No, good morning.
All right. If not, then we will start with Chief State's Attorney Colangelo. Attorney Colangelo, good to see you.
Thank you, sir. Good to see you. Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, and the members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for allowing me to address you this morning. The Division of Criminal Justice submitted testimony on House Bill 6594, Senate Bill 978, Senate Bill 1018, and Senate Bill 1019. I'd like to focus my testimony today on House Bill 6594 and Senate Bill 1018, but can answer any questions you may have on the other pieces of legislation. House Bill 6594 is a result of cooperation and collaboration by the Division of Criminal Justice and the Office of Chief Public Defender. I'd like to thank them for their willingness to listen to our issues and the things that we discussed with them, and as we did with them on the issues that they brought to the table. The Judicial Department, Sentencing Commission, the Attorney General's Office, and the Board of Pardons and Paroles are also involved in those discussions. So I urge the Division of Criminal Justice supports all the sections of this bill and urges a joint favorable report from this committee. Senate Bill 1018, an act concerning prosecutorial accountability. That's where I'd like to focus the majority of my testimony. I had the opportunity to discuss this proposal with the advocates that supported the bill and asked them one question that still has not been answered. What is the issue or issues that we're looking to fix with this type of legislation? As you all know, in 2019, this body unanimously passed the Prosecutorial Transparency Bill, which the division supported. We moved heaven and earth to get our case management system up and running and everyone trained by January 1st. And I'm happy to report that as of January 1st, for the first time in the history of the division, we are capturing data of what prosecutors do live throughout the cases that we're handling day to day in the system. This data can be used to inform us what issues need to be addressed. But as I said, we just started capturing it at the beginning of this year. I think a lot of the portions of this bill might be premature, and those are the things that I would like to talk about today. Senate Bill 1018 has sections addressing policies, training, performance appraisals, and the terms of state's attorneys. All of these sections are going to change the criminal justice system as we know it. Policies, it seems to be that they're looking to legislate prosecutors out of our discretion. There's really no one-size-fits-all criminal justice system. Someone committing offense in Tolland might be treated differently than the same person committing that same type of offense in Stanford or Norwalk, just based on the needs of the community, the issues that that state's attorney particularly is trying to address, or the particular facts about that particular case. When you look at the training portion of the bill, I'm happy to report that the Division of Criminal Justice wasn't standing by when we were looking at implicit bias training. We had 2 years ago, probably 3 years ago now, Chief Justice Robinson and Justice Kahn present implicit bias training to all of our prosecutors. And we have training set up to do implicit bias training for every jurisdiction as soon as we're safely able to get there. Performance appraisals, It looks like they're looking to hold state's attorneys accountable for things that we have no control over, like the number of diversionary programs that are granted in our jurisdiction and the number of people that successfully complete those programs. Lastly, as far as terms go, as you know, the division was set up by constitutional amendment and to insulate prosecutors from politics. 8-year terms were there to outlast a sitting governor so that the governor couldn't stack the commission to maybe not reappoint a prosecutor. And we need that time to be able to address the needs and assess what our jurisdictions would like us to do. Lastly, I'd just like to highlight some of the things the division has been doing. We're not
Chief,
yes, sir.
Chief State Attorney Colangelo, we're past the 3 minutes. I gave you a little bit of leeway, but I know there's going to be some questions for you, and I know you submitted written testimony as well. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney Colangelo. Was there any other points in your introductory remarks that you wanted to make that are not addressed in your written testimony? Because we do all have that. I just wanted to get that out.
No, sir. The last thing that I wanted to highlight was just the policies and procedures that we put in place. We're not sitting idly by. ESI, we're looking to expand that. I know that you, all of the members know what that is. The fact that we are proposing a conviction integrity unit. And lastly, we heard loud and clear the advocates and the legislature with respect to state's attorneys not being evaluated, but for that during that 8-year term. So the state's attorneys, we established a policy to allow for a 360-degree evaluation process of each state's attorney every 2 years. It'll be done by a panel, including the chief state's attorney, the deputy chief for administration, and another sitting state's attorney, and include contact or conversations with employees, judicial branch members, law enforcement, advocates, defense attorneys, public defenders, and the like.
Thank you for that. I want to bring you into 1018, and specifically, do you have the bill in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Lines 174 through 175. And that says uniform prosecutorial ethics standards in addition to the ethical standards pertaining to all attorneys. Now, what does that propose within the context of this bill? To have a new set of rules?
I think so, sir. We do have, the practice book does have particular sections that are applicable to prosecutors. We do have ethics, an ethics policy and ethical guidelines that we establish in the division that are also in place. I don't know if it's in addition to those, we're trying to establish a new set of rules. I'm not sure.
Okay, so because all lawyers have a set of ethics that they're supposed to abide by. My takeaway, please correct me if I'm wrong from this, is that there would be different or additional ethics standards that would fall upon prosecutors. Is that what this contemplates?
It seems to me, yes, sir. And there are already standards for us along those lines in the practice book on top of the rules that all lawyers have to follow.
And is there any part of this bill or anything that's before us that would have the same sort of standards for defense attorneys or public defenders?
No, sir, not that I've seen.
Now, in line 176, it has to do with employing a grand jury system in Connecticut, which is my understanding we don't have for state cases.
We do in a limited access. It's if we want to impanel a grand jury in Connecticut, we have to apply to a 3-judge panel. We have to show that we've exhausted all of our investigative means that we have, and that there are individuals out there that have information, but they're not forthcoming with it. We do have the ability to do that, but it is very limited and it's strictly controlled.
Can you recall the last time it was utilized in Connecticut?
Yes, sir. There was one. I know that when I was state attorney in Stamford, Norwalk, the cold case unit had a grand jury that we're able to do for gun violence and homicide cases that were occurring in the city of Norwalk. They were able to arrest 2 individuals on homicide charges, and in cases that were just stalled by the Norwalk police couldn't get any of their information.
And how
That's
long
the
ago
most
was that?
recent one. Sorry, Rep. Fisher, probably at least 3 or 4 years ago, sir.
Okay. And is it your understanding that this, what is shown at line 176, would be an expansion or a contraction of that process? Because this is new language.
I do not know. And there have been other grand juries that the cold case unit has done since that one that I highlighted, but I can't remember the specific date, sir.
Okay. Then staying with 1018, I want to bring you to line 293, and this has to do with the review of prosecutors. In line 293, what in Connecticut is a non-judicial sanction?
A non-judicial sanction, Representative Fishbein, are going to be the type of things that prosecutors do in cases that aren't accelerated rehabilitation or programs. You know, somebody comes in and I say, look, if you do community service, I'll drop your charges. If you apologize, I'll drop the charges, those type of things. A lot of what we do in the early screening and intervention cases would be considered non-judicial sanctions.
Okay, so the sanction is not upon the prosecutor, it's how the prosecutor addresses the case.
That's the way we've been looking at that language. Yes, sir.
Okay, I couldn't glean that from this language. It just says 2 words, non-judicial sanctions. It doesn't say, you know, in employing the case, but I know, I thank you for that. One of the things also in 1018 at line 299 is the sentence lengths. How is it possible for one to be reviewed based upon sentence lengths for various cases? Because every case is different. How would you see that being employed?
I honestly don't know, because if you look at what we do in the criminal justice system, 90+% of the cases that we handle are plea bargained. Majority of those individuals are represented by attorneys. So it's an agreement that we come to with their attorney, and ultimately that sentence is approved by a judge. So I don't know how you could evaluate prosecutors on sentence lengths when so much goes into that we have no control over. A judge could say, no, we don't agree with the sentence. I want it shorter. I want it longer. A judge could turn around and again, defense lawyers are agreeing to these sentences also if it's a plea bargain.
And certainly different criminal courts have different scale of cases. New Haven has Part A, Meriden does not, you know, so prosecutors in New Haven, Part A at least, handle different or more severe cases.
The more serious cases are handled in Part A. Yes, sir. Absolutely. You'll get more significant sentences for a murder case than you would for a case that's going to stay in the geographical area GA court like Meriden. Absolutely right.
And one last thing before I turn it over to my colleagues, shifting to 6594.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at lines 215 through 232, which has to do with electronic stalking. And I know one of the bills before us today also has to do with something similar of the GPS tracking situation. Can you just explain what the difference is between the two? They seem to overlap or have elements of each other.
They do. The online harassment bill is just focusing on that one particular instance of harassment. So you could charge that based on one instance. But looking at the stalking bill, we're looking at repeated instances would be the first the first difference that I would point out, sir. They do
Okay.
cover the same type of conduct. We do not have a statute right now that treats that conduct as a felony. We are seeing it in more and more of our cases, unfortunately. and people are getting bolder and bolder. So we believe that this is something that would help us deter that. And if we can't deter it, at least punish the individuals in a way that's appropriate or commensurate with what they're doing. In our testimony, we highlighted a case that I was involved in before I became chief state's attorney.
I recognize that. Now, one of those things that would allow for a charge of electronic stalking is the intent to kill, which I think we all can agree is a very bad thing. It would appear to me that there would be other laws that that individual would violate if one could prove intent to kill. Why would you need that here? Because obviously there's others. There's injure, harass, intimidate, which are certainly lower bar, also of concern. Why is intent to kill in there?
To cover the situations where someone was talking about that in the conversations with or the tormenting of the individual. I understand your concern. Not wedded to that intent to kill, but there are situations where it could come up in a statute. That's why or in a crime. That's why we included it.
Understood. And then my last thing is, you are proposing that this be not a class B misdemeanor, but a felony. Why?
To be able to punish the individual commensurate to their conduct and the torment that they put the victims through. That case that I highlighted in our testimony, had a woman go out on a few dates with someone, basically stop seeing that person. He then took it upon himself to follow her around, was texting her about being at the gym, going out to dinner with friends. Oh, you wore this to work today. He would use different VPNs to mask himself so that she wouldn't know who it is, different accounts. Ultimately, we were able to determine who that person was. And in trying to charge this person, all we could charge him with were the misdemeanors.
In your experience, though, well, at least in my experience, when I see a very high penalty, I see judges many times are more apt to not convict or to issue that penalty because it is a very high charge. Your example is certainly an egregious example of this bad conduct, but we also would have bad conduct that is not as severe that would fall within this. So, rising it up to a felony, I think the natural is that less people would be convicted under this.
Well, I think it gives us the ability to, and as you know, the D felony is up to 5 years. In no way am I saying that person deserves 5 years, but having the ability to, felonies also have a longer period of probation so that we could ensure that the victim is safe, even if the person doesn't go to jail for a period of time. And jail might not be the answer in this case. The victim just wanted to be left alone and not to be scared of and looking over his shoulder. And so often are we seeing cases like this in the system where we have victims that are not taken care of by these type of offenses or in these type of offenses, sir.
Well, isn't that concern addressable if the individual is convicted of, let's say, a Class B misdemeanor, for the court to issue a long-term protective order? Isn't it? Then probation doesn't have to get involved unless it's a violation. There's protection for the victim. Why doesn't it seem?
A standard criminal protective order might not fit all of the situations that this occurs in. She didn't have a long relationship with this individual. She, it was a very short dating relationship. Like I said, less than two or less dates. So it might not fit. It would be harder to convince a judge that it was appropriate in that situation to do. So that's why we thought adding increasing the penalty, allowing for increased probation supervision, to give the victims that peace of mind was appropriate.
Because I can tell you that I've had a case almost the same thing, and that's what the judge did. He issued it's a non-ending criminal protective order on a conviction of a Class B felony, Class B misdemeanor. It just seems like that would be more expedient and everybody would be get to where you want it to be. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney Colangelo, for the discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Colangelo.
Good morning, sir.
Regarding, I'm really focusing on 1018 on some of the provisions that are being proposed for the state's attorney's office. When it comes to pretrial programs, those are all the eligibility and supervision is usually kicked over to probation, correct?
Absolutely. Eligibility is determined by CCSD now, and supervision is either done by probation or CCSD. Absolutely.
It's CSSD is Court Support Services Division for
Yes,
those
sir.
on the panel who might not know. And when it comes to the supervision of the pretrial programs, and as you know, there's numerous pretrial programs, from accelerated rehabilitation to supervised diversionary program to KDAC to alcohol education program. Actually, someone could probably get arrested in Connecticut up to how many times? 7 times or more without a conviction?
Easily, sir. Yes, sir.
And when it comes to the successful or unsuccessful dismissal of those programs, is that ultimately up to you or the judge?
Well, it's up to the individual if they comply with all of the conditions. If they do,
Right.
then probation will recommend that, show that it's successful and recommend the dismissal, and the judge usually dismisses it.
But if it's someone having, and as some on the panel know, I spent almost 30 years with probation as a supervisor for almost 20, and we got numerous pretrial programs referred to our offices. If the person is non-compliant with a pretrial program, probation, in your experience, sir, do not send these cases back to court for spitting on the sidewalk. There are usually numerous issues of non-compliance.
People are given multiple opportunities to participate in the program and get the help that they need. Absolutely. As they should be.
And I agree totally, because it's probation's job to rehabilitate and keep people out of jail. When they do get sent back to court, on a negative report. Is it up to you or the judge whether that program gets revoked?
The judge, sir. That's their decision.
So, but it seems to me in reading 1018, they're almost trying to hang that moniker on your office.
Well, it seems like they want to hold us accountable for things that we don't have control over. Absolutely right.
And then if you'll indulge me, Mr. Chairman, I just want to make one more point. I know we have a long day. When it comes to prosecutorial discretion, there are many different GAs around the state. And you've got a place like I worked in Danbury and Stanford, or you've got New Haven, Bridgeport, that have very, very different and busy dockets. You would agree?
Absolutely. And based on looking at our high volume courts, Bridgeport, Hartford, New Haven, they might value something differently than one of the smaller courts, because the smaller courts can take more time with it. The larger courts have, anywhere from 300 to 400 cases down a day in a GA. Stanford might have 200. The smaller courts might have less than 100, sir.
So my reason for that question is, isn't it, from my experience, isn't it sometimes, most of the time, true that you get a better deal in the bigger courts because they have bigger dockets and they're trying to move more cases? And it almost seems to me like the advocacy here, they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot, because you're already the cities are getting better deals than some of the outlying GAs, in my opinion. Am I correct?
That could be an assessment of the system. Absolutely. The larger courts are in the cities, more volume. So they are moving cases quicker than the smaller courts and doing things differently, giving people more breaks, if you will.
And thank you. And just one more question, Mr. Chairman, and I think it's important. During the process of deciding how to sentence someone, I assume you've seen, as I've seen, hundreds or thousands of pre-sentence investigations.
Absolutely.
And when probation gives you and the judge and the defense attorney a pre-sentence investigation, that sometimes sheds different light, and perhaps the result is a different sentence for someone. And I will tell you a quick story is you have a burglary situation two different burglary situations that I dealt with and did pre-sentence investigations on. One gentleman broke into someone's condo, smashed through their sliding glass door, and took a TV. He was a heroin addict. He had a lot of remorse. He made restitution before the pre-sentence investigation even got ordered. He offered to help fix the door, didn't damage anything else in the house, and sent a letter of apology. The other case was a burglary in a different town in our GA, where it was younger kids broke in, took condoms out of the refrigerator, sprayed them all over the house, did all kinds of damage to the house, smashed family pictures, refused to make restitution, and refused to write apology letters. Is that possible that those two similar crimes could get different sentences?
Well, they should be treated differently, and that's one of the things that discretion allows us to do. But if these policies are put into place with strict limits on what we can do, and we're going to be held, again, part of the performance appraisal is going to be how we comply with the policies that are put in place. I don't think those people would be able to be treated differently under this new law.
Thank you, Mr. Colangelo, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make those points. I appreciate your indulgence.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Colangelo, I wanted to ask you, and it's along the lines of what Rep. Callahan was speaking, but so in my town, we just had a big rally about isolation kills too. And that is about how strict regulations at senior homes, really did not assess people as people. And there were, a lot of heartbreak and real consequences for human lives. And I wonder if you could speak more about how this one size fits all that you're saying is not the right approach. What could be the unintended consequences or the real human harm that is done when prosecutors aren't allowed to assess the unique, human situation of each person that comes before you?
If we have to follow, thank you for the question, Rep. Phil. If we have to follow specific guidelines and make sure that we, check, well, and this is the case here, this is where the person fits, this is where they fit, and here's going to be the sentence, we're not going to be able to, a lot of plea bargaining, if I could back up a second, is really a defense attorney coming in, trying to humanize their client, let the prosecutor understand that they might not be a bad person, but they were involved in a bad thing. So if we aren't able to utilize that process and give somebody a break for something with these strict policies, I don't believe we'll be able to do that.
Okay, thank you for that clarity.
Thank you. Senator Champagne.
Thank you. My apologies. I'm running more than one meeting. Attorney, thank you for coming in today. I have some questions regarding basically your job. Can you tell me how hard is it for someone to go to jail in the state of Connecticut?
Senator, there's, as Representative Callahan said, there's multiple diversionary programs that people are eligible for first-time offenses, and a lot of times you could stack those programs, so you could get charged with an operating under suspension, operating under the influence, use a program for that. A larceny, use a program for that. Commit a larceny because you have a mental health issue, or have a breakdown or another crime, and use a program for that. So usually it's the prosecutors don't start at jail. I mean, we just don't. I mean, and that's kind of a misnomer in the system. And I have people throughout the state every day. If you look at the number of cases that we have in the system and the number of cases that are nollied or dropped by prosecutors, it's a huge percentage of cases.
Yeah. When I first became a policeman, I came across some guy who had 17 arrests on his record. And I thought, wow, that's a lot. When I left and retired, I was seeing people with 60, 70, 80 arrests on their record. How often do you see somebody with that many arrests? Unfortunately, it happens in every jurisdiction across the state.
I'm hoping that if we were able to explain the early screening and intervention, that we'll be able to provide support for individuals to get them out of that cycle. But sometimes there's nothing that we can do to stop them. And, you know, their lawyers are just as frustrated as the judge and the prosecutor are in those type of cases, because people keep coming back. And, you know, what is the answer when somebody keeps doing the same thing over and over and over again?
But isn't there a certain group that it doesn't matter what intervention, they're just going to keep going? You know, I think of this one case that I had, and it was quite the case. I mean, this gentleman, one of his original crimes was a bank robbery, and he didn't want to share the money, so he shot the guy he was that robbed the bank with him, and you know, he did his small jail sentence. Then he went on and, you know, estimated at hundreds of house burglaries, larcenies. He then gets sentenced to something like 2 or 3 years, and he gets his 2-week leave from the judge to get his stuff in order. And one day he jumps in his car, he drives from Vernon to Colchester, running over every street sign, or it was a pickup truck, every street sign, every mailbox, all the way down. He rammed in front of a package store, moving it 2 inches off its foundation, and went to court. And all those crimes from that night were just folded right into the original case. So there really wasn't a consequence for that. And I'm seeing a lot of cases that throughout my time where there really isn't a consequence. How often do you see that? How many people go before the court and never actually get a penalty for the crimes they committed? I think it's quite, with your caseload, take a guess, what percentage wise?
I did pull some statistics, if you just indulge me for 1 second. I'm sorry.
Oh, please. Thank you.
In 2019, and that's probably the last year that we have solid data, right before the pandemic, there were a total of 70,795 criminal cases disposed of. 40% of those cases were nollied, 19% were dismissed. So nollie is something the prosecutor does. The dismissals are probably judicial programs that people got granted.
What was the percentage on dismissed?
19%, sir.
19%. Okay.
And 40% nollied. In that same year, same time frame, there were 53,698 motor vehicle cases. 52% of them were nollied. 7% were dismissed. But if you add in the nollie and dismissals for mixed verdicts, that's another 6%. So about 13% were nollied or dismissed. Those are why I added in the nollie and dismissals, because dismissals are going to be the judicial programs. So if somebody gets it operating under the influence, they have an infraction. Most times prosecutors they'll get the program, that charge will get dismissed, the prosecutor will nollie the infraction. So those are just strictly cases that were nollied or dismissed alone, or a mixed verdict for motor vehicle cases with a nollie or dismissal.
Out of the 70,000 criminal cases, do you have the percentage on who went to prison?
I don't, but I mean, the proponents, the advocates talk about mass incarceration.
Mhm.
In Connecticut, as you all know, that we have at a maximum, our population was at 19,884.
Yep.
In January, we hit 9,083. So we've reduced our prison population from 2008 to this year by 54%.
Okay.
Which is huge.
It is huge. I mean, and when you look at it, 70,000 criminal arrests, and you have only 19,000, 59% of those are just gone. And so that basically leaves you with, 41%. And out of the 41% of those, we still only have 19,000. So the number is really small. And we keep, this talk of mass incarceration, this doesn't make sense. And one of the points I want to make as well is that, I as a police officer, I never looked at what happened to my cases, because I know most of them are just going to go away. And, when you're talking about a breach piece, could be a small fine, and that wouldn't be a nollie or a dismissal, right? A small fine, that would be
a conviction. That's correct, sir.
Right. So, when you're talking about that, I wish we had the percentage of the ones that just had a fine. I think that would be, do you have that?
I'm sorry, I do not have that number, sir.
Okay. Well, you know, I'm looking at, when I look at this, concerning prosecutorial accountability. When I look at that, all I say is, well, I guess you guys are the next ones in the site. You know, the police were the first ones. Now it's this. Where the fact is, you know, as you know, even with your numbers that you gave, it's hard to go to prison. So, how many? You may not know the answer, but how many arrests does it take to actually go to prison? And I'm not talking, you know, obviously murder. Hopefully, you're going to prison. But for misdemeanors, it's pretty hard, isn't it?
The last resort for us as prosecutors is to send someone to jail. Absolutely right. I mean, you have to either commit a very serious offense or, you know, have a history of, you know, not complying with probation or the diversionary programs or, you know, repeat offenses to get to jail.
Right. It's just this continuation. So for drug rehabilitation, alcohol rehabilitation, how many programs are available for you to send people for long-term? Do you have any idea? Are you guys able to use that?
We do. There's a community service labor program, a drug education program, the alcohol education program, accelerated rehabilitation. KDAC is still there. It doesn't get used a lot. So alcohol and drug treatment program, that is. So those are the four that jump out at me off the top of my head.
First time offender, that is one as well, isn't it?
Or you know, for operating under the influence, you could use the program and you could, you know, use it, and 10 years later use it again. So
Wow.
some you use multiple times.
Okay. So I'm trying to see what brought this about, you know, and I don't understand it. You know, you guys are doing the best you can. When you have 300 cases in front of you on any given day in the city of Hartford or Bridgeport, those are staggering numbers. And you know, when you tell me that 59% of all the cases are just gone by dismissal or nullity, I mean, that I still don't see the problem. I'm not seeing a problem. I think it's a problem being created that they're trying to address with this.
On the data, I could try and get you those numbers. I know the Senate Commission completed a report on the diversionary programs that I could make sure that we get to the committee, and also the number of, as far as arrests go. See, I hesitate because our case management system is just up and running. If this was 2 years from now, I could pull that data from, you know, our numbers and be able to tell you that, you know, it took, on the average, you know, 5 arrests before somebody was sentenced to prison. And that's something that we should be able to do, and we'll be able to do with the system, sir.
That would be great. And can you just get me the amount out of those 70+ thousand from 2019 that actually went to prison? I'd be interested in that number if you could figure that out somehow.
I will make sure. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. And you have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Colangelo, just a brief follow-up on that. Of the 70,000 number you just gave, are those defendants in the system or charges in the system?
These were dockets, and a docket is described as a particular file. So as you know, and it's a great question, Chairman Shastrom, someone could have multiple dockets. So the numbers that I gave you on the 70,000, those were the disposed of cases, number of dockets. It could be, I could get you the number of distinct people that it was, but it was just, the nollie number is just dockets that were nollied on all charges in each of those cases. And the dismissal is also the same thing, just everything was dismissed in a file. I didn't give you the combined numbers at all.
I guess what I'm getting at is whether those numbers take into account the situation where someone is charged with 4 offenses and 3 of them are nollied and the person pleads to the 4th offense.
In that case, sir, where you have a guilty verdict and nollies of other charges, that was 19% of those disposed of cases. where you have a guilty and all of the other charges were dropped. That was 7% of the cases. So that's how I have it broken down to get to those combined charges in a particular docket, sir.
Okay. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Chief State's Attorney Colangelo. It's good to see you. So I just wanted to touch base on House Bill 6594. I appreciate your support for sections 2 and 3. I think it's important that we change that language from patronizing a prostitute to soliciting sexual acts. And then with section 11, the severe cyber stalking, this is a huge positive as I see it, because far too often, having done the work I do, I've heard from women who have experienced this type of behavior, but because there has been no threat, there's not much law enforcement can do. And we know that these behaviors that are included in severe cyber stalking are risk factors for violence to take place. And so it's always seemed very odd to me that we have to wait until there is that threat. So I appreciate this. My question has to do with Senate Bill 989, the second degree harassment. The language in the bill says electronically sent messages via digital media account. Would that include social media posts and comments, such as a Facebook post and a Facebook comment?
It should. I believe it's what's contemplated.
Okay.
And so actually, that's something that I think should be included in the bill. I mean, in society today, we're looking at situations where people are getting bolder and bolder on, whipping up people to act against someone or some group. So those things absolutely should be included.
And having worked with law enforcement on a situation like this, I know for them, it seemed the only charge they could use was breach of peace. And not knowing enough about how that plays out, this does seem a step in the right direction, considering, unfortunately, this behavior is happening more and more.
That's true. That's what we're seeing. That's why we wanted to increase the penalties and capture what we're seeing in the cases. It really is a gap in not only supervision for people, but for victims in the way they're being treated and the psychological torment they're going through in these type of cases.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Colangelo, just a few follow-up questions. First, I want to publicly thank you, as well as I will the Office of the Chief Public Defender. As folks on this committee know, we get a number of requests for proposal every year for bills, and we can only take up a small fraction of those. As usual, both the State's Attorney's Office and the Public Defender's Office came to us with a number of worthwhile proposals. And the chairs of the committee asked those two offices to work collaboratively to pare down their requests this year, given the pandemic, and try to come to a degree of compromise. And I frankly am blown away by the work they did in putting together the consensus proposal of 6594 and also reaching out to other interest groups and stakeholders as well. So I want to again begin by thanking you, Attorney Colangelo, and your office for your work on that bill. I want to just ask a brief question on 1018 and the issue of some sort of code of ethics for prosecutors. I think in your dialogue with Representative Fishbein, you mentioned some practice book provisions that already cover this. And I just want to make sure I'm not mischaracterizing that, but is it your position that there already is a prosecutorial code of ethics embodied in the practice book someplace, or did I mishear you on
No,
that?
sir, I'm sorry that if I misspoke. There is the additional practice book sections that apply specifically to prosecutors, but we also have an ethics policy that the division enacted, and ethical guidelines that we enacted for our employees. So on top of the practice book, we have policies already in place. And if I could just thank the chairs for focusing the public defender's office and the division this year. I'm hoping that we can continue that collaboration. It was great working with them, kind of getting insight into what they were looking at for their proposals and being able to explain what we were looking at and being able to come to this consensus for the committee. So thank you for focusing us.
Sure. So I'm aware that the American Bar Association has promulgated kind of model standards for prosecutorial functions. Are the key provisions of that policy already incorporated into the practice book or your internal policies someplace?
They are, and if you look at the ABA model,
they are or are not?
No, they most of them are. And the issue that we had with and we use that to form our policy, but a lot of the ABA policy revolves around elected prosecutors and having elected officials and what they can or shouldn't do ethically. We picked out the policies, or we kind of worked around those because we're not elected in Connecticut, as you know, and used the policies from the ABA model policy to craft our ethics policy, sir.
Okay. So my understanding is the ABA policy has certain sections in it on dealing with victims. Is that incorporated into your policies or into the practice book someplace?
As far as victims go, with the constitutional amendment in Connecticut, we're required to, if victims reach out to us, we're required to follow the law and make sure that they're kept abreast of everything that's going on in the case, giving them an opportunity to address the judge. I don't have the ethical policies. I believe we have a section on victims, and that we closely covered that. We use the ABA, and we also use the National District Attorneys Association ethical policies and guidelines to craft ours.
Okay. At the risk of belaboring this, or in trying not
I'll get you the policy.
Yeah, would you be able to get me both the internal policies for the division, certainly citations to the practice book provisions, and then if you could, maybe just a comparison of that versus the ABA and the National District Attorneys Association policies, and I just think it would be helpful to the committee to know kind of if there's gaps and where those gaps are between what is already on the books and what some of the national standards recommend.
Of course.
Thank you. Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to start off in the exchange with Representative Gilchrist. There was a question about the language and what it meant. And I worked on that language. So the answer is yes, that's what the intention is. I was going to jump in at the time, but I figured I would just go later.
I'm glad I got it right here.
It's pretty easy to fall in the right direction on that one. So in an exchange with Representative Fishbein, there was a conversation about the increase in penalty to a D felony. And you said, in no way are you saying that the person deserves 5 years. And I just want to be clear about what it is you are saying, right? Because that is, in supporting the policy, that's what you would be potentially allowing for. So what are you saying there?
In these type of situations, Senator Winfield, the victim most of the time just wants to be left alone and they want the tormenting to stop. So a lot of times that could be accomplished with a period of probation. And with a felony, we could do up to 5 years probation. So that guarantees the victim 5 years of safety and sanity. If the person doesn't have a criminal record and they're just using an electronic means to torment someone, it's going to be really hard for me to argue that they should be incarcerated for almost any period of time if it's their first offense. And I don't know if a judge would do that, but allowing for the extended period of probation would accomplish a lot of what we want to have happen in these situations.
There's no requirement that period is probation. That's correct, right?
Correct. It's not a mandatory sentence at all. No, it's just a D felony comes with a maximum of up to 5 years. And, maybe making that portion suspended, it'll be a big enough stick, if you will, to make sure the person stops bothering someone.
Yeah, but I guess my question is, there exists a possibility that someone could have a 5-year sentence.
Absolutely.
Okay. And so that's your perspective on this, the way that it should be. And look, I'm supportive of the policy, right? But I just want to be clear about what it is we are actually saying. And so what is it beyond the fact that probably most of us think that 5-year sentence is not what should apply in that circumstance? What governs that? How is that?
Ultimately, it's the checks and balances in the system. I mean, if I'm being unreasonable as a prosecutor and I think the person should go to jail for 5 years, their defense lawyer is going to say, hey, Rich, you're being crazy. That's not something that should happen. And, we go to have a pretrial with a judge and the judge will say, Rich, you're crazy. It's a first offender. That's never going to happen. I'll give him probation. I mean, that's the way the plea bargain process works. And those are the checks and balances built into the system that will, put a check on prosecutors if they are being overly aggressive.
And I'll come back to the question that I thought was a follow-up to that. I want to skip a little bit. So there was a question about how difficult is it to go to prison. I think it was framed as go to jail, but I think we're really getting at prison. It's not that difficult to go to jail, actually. I guess I would flip that question on its head so that I'm sure what your answer is. How easy should it be to go to prison or jail?
It should be difficult. As I said, I mean, jail is not the first place prosecutors start unless you're dealing with a very serious offense, the Part A offenses that we talked about.
And part of the reason I asked that question is because there was conversation about what's happened since 2008 or so to now. And, I've been a part of that, right? It's clear that I've been a part of changing the system that we have. And my perspective is that people should find themselves in prisons when it's appropriate. And that my belief was that prison was used more than it should have been. We can discuss potentially what that means, but that was my belief. And so I've endeavored to change the system. I think many people in these discussions have changed or at least nuanced their position on that. And so I guess my question is, the division hasn't always shared my perspective, but you represent that it should not be exceedingly easy to go to prison. And so the division has done things itself to increase the opportunities for people to not find themselves in prison easily, right? ESI is actually a part of that, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and the reason I'm asking that and trying to get clarity is because it seemed from the questioning and the answers that would follow on from that questioning that the system we now have is a problem itself, right? And I think that since the division itself recently, not at the beginning of this change, but recently came and talked about ESI, that it is not the problem that it would seem if you just listen to the questions and answers as they laid out. I want to give you an opportunity to respond because I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, Senator, I actually agree with that. And I've been a prosecutor going on 28 years now. Looking back at my early career, I agree with your assessment of the things that I was doing. I sent people to prison 25 years ago that if I was looking at that case today, I probably wouldn't. It's a change in mindset. It's a change in philosophy. It's a change in what we're doing as prosecutors. A lot of it has to do with the era that we were in back then. Some of it had to do with my supervisors and policies that were in place in the office. And those are things that, we are changing in the division to make sure that we are looking at each case and treating each individual as an individual.
Okay. And I also, just for understanding where we have been and where we are, want to go back before I go too far into the transparency bill we have to the prior one. The division initially was not very keen on that bill. And in
Right.
fact, the division had opposition to the bill. Once the division, and you can stop me at any time, I won't take it as an interruption. Once the division moved off that position, the division still made attempts to stop the bill by adding a fiscal note that was very difficult to overcome to the bill.
Well, I want to push back a little bit in that
Sure.
the fiscal note was done by the Office of Fiscal Analysis, and they connected those paralegal positions that we were talking to you about to the bill. Once we talked, and this is before I became Chief State's Attorney, but I was part of the discussions. I remember them clearly. Once we figured out what happened, we explained to them that no, that one wasn't connected to the other, and we weren't trying to do that. It wasn't intentional on our part to try and kill the bill with a fiscal note. You're right. Initially, we were worried, and there were prosecutors worried about data. I wasn't one of them. I embraced the data because it's going to be able to let us show what we're doing. And that was kind of my voice in the system, but I was only one of 13 at the time. But we did come around, and I'm telling you, we're embracing it now. I know it took us a while to get there. But I don't want you to be of the opinion that we were trying to kill the bill with the fiscal note. That wasn't our intention, sir.
So for accuracy's sake, because that kind of fell in my lap to deal with, partially because I'm also the subcommittee chair on appropriations that deals with your budget. The division, and I don't believe you were in this conversation. The division did have a meeting wherein there was a discussion about those positions, and the division wanted to deal with that. And I remember the way that the division position changed slightly differently than is currently represented, but I won't go deeply into that. My point is that what the division now represents as a positive, it represented not very long ago as not a positive.
You're absolutely right. We, initially when we talked about data, people were worried about what it could do or show. I think we've changed the culture with regard to that. And I'm really happy to be able to say that we do.
Okay. And just for clarification, that was a 2019 bill, if I remember correctly.
You're absolutely correct, sir.
Right. So we're really not talking very long ago. So in the bill that is of concern to you today, and I know that all of the bills on the agenda are, but in 1018, are you in opposition to the bill in whole?
Senator, I have to say that I am. I mean, I still haven't gotten an answer to the question, what are you trying to fix with this? The proponents of the bill were big proponents of the transparency bill that you just talked about. And in their testimony and advocacy for that bill, they said, we need the data. Well, I'm going to kind of turn it around to them and say, look, we need the data. We don't have the data. Let's figure out what the issue is. If you're talking about mass incarceration being the issue, well, Connecticut has done a lot to address mass incarceration. And the prosecutor, the Chief State's Attorney's Office and the state's attorneys are working to actually put policies in place and units in place to also address that and continue to address it. So I think we're being part of the solution. If you give me an issue, tell me, hey, Rich, this is what we're trying to fix. Let's look at the data. Yeah, that's an issue. What's the problem? Let's fix it. We're ready, willing, and able to be part of that solution, sir. But I haven't gotten the answer. I haven't gotten the answer to that question from anyone yet.
Are you? I don't want to cut you off. Are you finished?
I'm sorry.
No, I'm very cognizant of the fact that sometimes I jump in too quickly. So let's think about it as connected to mass incarceration. We just had a discussion wherein we talked about the period of time in which we dropped the numbers of people in our prisons. We've established that, at least in part, I've been significantly connected to that. And we've established that the division has come around, but initially it's always, maybe I shouldn't say this, right? Because I don't think you said it in these words, but my recollection and understanding has initially been reticent to do the things that many of the people involved in this policy that is in front of us were willing to do. Yeah, and I'll give you an opportunity to respond because I don't want to put those words in your mouth.
Well, can I just, again, if you look back 25 years ago when I was a prosecutor, the laws that I was prosecuting, the people I was sending to jail were based on statutes that the legislature passed. They were mandatory minimums the legislature passed. They indicated that this was important. These are things we should be looking at. So as a prosecutor, I was enforcing those laws that the legislature passed at the time. Looking back, I'd say, hey, geez, you know what? I probably shouldn't have done that. I wouldn't do it today. And priorities have changed. But to kind of tag the division with, following the policies that the legislature put in place 2 years ago and making us the driver of mass incarceration based on that, I don't think is fair.
And I don't think that's what I'm saying. What I'm suggesting is that—
No, not you, but others are, sir. I'm sorry.
What I'm suggesting is that in the policy sphere where we currently are sitting, my experience with the division has been that when I put forward something that would change the system we have, the division's initial response was to oppose it. I don't think that's inaccurate, and I would give you an opportunity to respond. I also suggested that the division has come around, whether it was something the division wholeheartedly endorsed or not.
As you know, I've been chief state attorney for a little more than a year. I was sworn in, January 31st of last year. I had a really great February, and then the pandemic hit, like it affected all of you. I'd like to think that moving the division forward, and we have been. What happened in the past, look, I was part of it. I was state attorney for 5 years. I was a prosecutor for 22 years before that. So yes, I'm part of it. I have to own it. But I'd like to think that we are more willing to be part of the solution now. To that end, we sat down with the advocacy group before they even proposed this bill this year. I talked to you about it when I knew it was happening, and wanted to try and come to an agreement, but there was nothing that we could come to an agreement on. Part of it is because we, they never answered the question, what are we trying to fix?
And I guess that's part of the reason why I'm asking you if you're opposed in whole to the bill, right? I would assume that if you were part of the discussions, even if you couldn't come to an agreement, there's something in the bill that you might actually agree with. But it seems that despite those discussions, there's nothing in this bill that you agree with.
Senator, I am all for the training component, and the training portions of that bill. I could get behind and agree with. The rest of it, I would say that the policy are going to legislate us out of our discretion. They used to be merit and performance appraisals. So now they're just going to rate state's attorneys on performance appraisals based on strict data. And a lot of those data points we don't have control over or any influence on. So those are two that I'd say, and reduction in the terms. I think that's just going to politicize the positions more than I think anybody would want.
And I guess that's a good point to ask you about. I believe you said, and I'm going by memory here, so correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you said that 8-year terms were established to outlast a sitting governor. Is that correct?
That was part of what was the discussion at the time in the legislature when the constitutional amendment was being debated, sir. Yes.
Mm-hmm. A 5-year term would accomplish that as well, right? Correct.
Well, if I was appointed in the middle of a term and then the governor got reelected, it probably, and they wanted to change the commission so that I couldn't get reappointed, there's less of a chance of that happening. So strict number wise, you're absolutely right. But in reality, the 8-year term insulates the state's attorneys more from that than the commission changing during their term.
Is there a limit on the number of terms a governor can serve?
They're not, right? They're not, no.
Okay. So the sections of the bill, section 3 and 5, I think are where a lot of the discussion has centered. And I guess, well, let me not ask the question that way. Let me just ask the question this way. You suggested that this bill would take away your discretion. What about the bill removes the discretion from the prosecutors?
A lot of the mandatory statewide policies, if we need, I just wanted to get to the section, sir. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
While I'm looking for it, could I just correct or add something to Representative Staffstrom's question?
You certainly may.
the ethical policy that we have, sir, is on our website. We have a desk book for prosecutors that also covers a whole section on victims that I could also make sure we provide to you. And the responsibilities of victims is covered in our ethical guidelines. Somebody fact checked me on that in the office and sent me, so I wanted to make sure that I had that covered. Senator, charging decisions, the initial charges, charging juveniles as adults, standard of proof requiring initiating maintaining charges, pretrial release.
Attorney Colangelo, if you could just orient me where you actually are.
I'm so sorry, sir. Yes, I just jumped to page 150, line 115 and forward, just looking at all of these policies. Review of pretrial release by supervisory staff within each judicial district. So as a supervisor, any bond agreement or bond argument that a deputy assistant has to make, I would have to review. Putting strict policies around, the charging decisions, or now jumping to line 142, plea agreements, including all of the different factors that have to be looked at or considered. Sentencing recommendations on line 148, factors that have to be considered. These are all things that would restrict our ability to use our discretion. So if we have to follow, sorry.
I was going to ask you if you could pause there for a second so I could ask you a clarifying question. As I read the section that you're referencing, what we're talking about is the development of written policies, and what those follow-on pieces are about are what the policy should include in terms of standards, right? And
Correct.
so are you suggesting that to have standards that are written, which I don't see as limiting your discretion, but creating a standard that the discretion is judged by, right? Are you suggesting that creating the standard is the problem?
I'm saying that the standard is, if it's connected. So if you are going to review me on my people's adherence to these policies, and that's going to be tied to my performance review or appraisal, and then ultimately my reappointment as a state's attorney, then I'm going to make sure that they're strictly following these guidelines, and I'm not going to have them veer from it. So if they want to give someone a break that's contrary to the policy, and I'm going to be the one that's going to be graded against me on, I'm saying that's going to have a detrimental effect, sir. Absolutely.
So are there standards by which you operate currently?
There are, and there policies in these areas as far as charging goes. I mean, ultimately, we're going to make sure that ethically we can't charge an offense that we can't prove. Ethically, so it'd be an ethical violation if we charge somebody with murder and they only punch somebody in the nose, right? So that'd be an issue. So that's the guiding principle that we look at. But it's very hard to get policies in place that are going to cover every situation. So we do have policies, and I know the state's attorney, we have a management committee and an operations committee. And again, we heard loud and clear what everybody wants from us. So we are efforting to make policies in these areas, or create the policies that we can in these areas, to offer additional guidance to our employees. We have supervisors in place to do that. When somebody does something that's an outlier, I know the supervisors talk to them about it, and the state's attorneys talk to them about it.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear here, because I feel like I'm a little confused by your response and answer to my question. So you have policies and standards, and those don't limit your discretion. But the creation of standards pursuant to policies in this bill would limit your discretion. What is the difference?
The extent, or the difference is the lengths at what the bill is proposing to do. The number of, you want specific factors that are going to be considered in a charging decision. They're too numerous to count. I mean, I can't have a policy that is all inclusive in that situation. The factors in a sentencing decision or sentencing recommendation. Again, it's hard to, individuals are going to be different. So it's hard to craft a policy that's going to cover every situation. So therefore, do we have a specific policy on that? No, we have things that, you want to make sure that you're within the realm of reason. And that's another thing that the data is going to be able to show us, that if there are outliers in the system, either specific courts, or you want to get down granularly specific prosecutors, those are things that we can address by looking at the data. We just don't have the data yet. And I'd be happy to come back to this committee in 2 years with the data and have you say, Senator, that, hey, Rich, there's a problem here. And if the data shows it, I'm going to be the first one to agree with it and hopefully address it before you recognize this as a problem. Because I'm going to be seeing the data in real time. So I could have the conversation with the state's attorney to deal with that issue. And that's the hope and plan.
And I thank you for that. I guess we just have a different perspective on that. I recognize your perspective. I also recognize that this is not, I don't think, given the way that it's written about including but not limited to, I don't think it's meant to incorporate every instance that could exist. But I'm willing to let that go. There's one more question that I want to make sure I understand your perspective on. So I don't remember who the conversation was, but there was a conversation about the different values that might exist from district to district. And in the context of dealing with the justice system, I wonder what you mean by the different values.
Couple of examples. My inner city, Hartford, New Haven, even Norwalk, when I was in Stanford, Norwalk, we would get complaints and the police would enforce narcotic sales around housing projects because families would argue and make hey, my kids can't go outside and play because they have to step over needles or they have to walk by guys selling drugs. So we would enforce those areas and understand that that's a concern or a value that was important to that community at the time. In Stanford, we'd have, individuals that were homeless and they might, relieve themselves on the sidewalk next to a business or in an alley. And, somebody would file a complaint about that and we'd look at that and, okay, let's try and get services for this person. They'd get treated, in that case, would have a different value than a college kid urinating on a lawn up at UConn, that somebody lives next to the frat house or the apartments that they're living in. They have a party, the people are relieving themselves on the neighbor's lawn. Those cases are treated differently because, the value, the neighborhood or the community values that differently. So that's what I was talking about, where, values.
But I guess, and maybe I'm paying attention a little too deeply to this. Maybe it's not as important as I think it is, but those are in fact different sets of circumstances. It's not just that there's a different value set, they're different sets of circumstances. And in the former, you talked about if a homeless person relieved themselves, and in the latter, you talked about a college kid who would be drunk, or even a college kid who lived near neighbors, completely different sets. And so I guess my question is that really a difference in values? Or if those same circumstances were transported to a different district, would you not expect a similar, maybe not exact outcome?
Well, I'm saying that, and maybe value is the wrong word, but I'm saying that knowing as a state's attorney, knowing my community, knowing what's important to them is important to what I prosecute and how I look at those cases. So if we have a particular policy that somebody charged with this offense is going to get that outcome, we wouldn't be able to address the UConn example differently than the Stanford example. We would be, charged with following that policy. So it's, looking at and understanding what our communities want. And to that end, I mean, all state's attorneys, if they don't have, I know they're forming community engagement boards. And I'm also forming, and I have the first meeting with my statewide community engagement board on this Thursday, I believe, to get in that perspective, to give community members the voice to the system, to be able to address policy to what are concerning the people that live in the different jurisdictions and have different roles or functions in those jurisdictions, sir.
Thank you. And Attorney Colangelo, I don't know if you ever watched myself and your predecessor. This is not going to go on as long as those did. So that's a good thing for both of us. And I know you have other things to do today. I want to thank you for spending some time, for being open to conversation. I think we have at least a slight disagreement on this, but I value your opinion on it. Thank you.
Senator, I appreciate the questions, and you know, they forced me to think about what we're doing, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. Representative Fishbein, briefly for the second time.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in review of the system, it doesn't appear that anyone other than somebody from the judicial branch is here in support of or opposition to 989 that's on our list here today. And I just wanted to ask some brief questions about that. I know that the questions have been centered on 1018 and 6594.
Please proceed, Representative.
Thank you. Attorney Colangelo, am I to understand that you are in favor of 989 that's before us here today?
Senator, I am in favor of anything that allows us to protect victims in these type of situations. And this bill gives us the ability to do that, sir.
Okay, so I just want to bring you to lines 74 and 75, which are part of the criteria by which one can be charged and convicted with this felony. It has to be shown that this disclosure would cause a reasonable person, so that's someone perhaps other than the victim in this case, may suffer emotional distress. How procedurally is that to happen?
Representative Fishbein, it's in looking at the investigation, in looking at what is said, and in looking at the statement of the victims, it's pretty easy for a prosecutor to make that assessment, or at least make that argument that what this person was put through based on the actions of the defendant, a reasonable person would, either suffer from emotional distress, or on line 75, a serious inconvenience. The example that I gave of the woman from Wilton, she would every day walk out of her house and wonder whether somebody was watching her. She would every day take a different route to work because she didn't want to know where this person was going to be and where they might be lying in wait to follow them, and what the text message or email would be about where she went and what she was wearing. So I'd make the argument that that's a serious inconvenience, and that also placed her under that emotional distress.
And that was subjective to her, and I'm certainly sympathetic to her perception, but the standard here is not necessarily what that person suffered. It's what a reasonable person, which brings the victim's ability to properly discern the threat, really is being examined as part of that. Is the victim, or their reaction, reasonable and appropriate to reach to that level of standard of the general public, I guess, which.
Or would a reasonable person in their situation have the same reaction? And that's kind of the way that I was looking at it, in the way I answered your question, sir. That's the way, we deal with that a lot as prosecutors. What would a reasonable person in this situation understand or feel? And I'd be comfortable making that argument to a jury or a judge that, giving these facts and these circumstances, a reasonable person would have that reaction.
Certainly in an egregious case, that would be, easier to prove, but certainly every case is different. But moving on to line 76 through 78 has to do with where these cases can be prosecuted. And it gives an option. And I run into this, sometimes where there's different jurisdictions, especially electronically. The electronic message emanates in one place, it's perhaps received in another place, and neither department wants to do anything because it's the other guy, right? So this language says that a violation shall be deemed to have been committed either at the place where the communication originated or at the place where it was received. So the question is, received by whom? Because this is dissemination to the public. So if John Smith sends Craig Fishbein Jane Smith's social security number, does jurisdiction lie where John Smith sent it, where me as third party received it, or where the victim resides?
In looking at this language, sure, it would be where it was sent from or where it was received. Because I'm the victim of that crime, I could always, looking at, you're talking about personal information, so identity theft, the identity theft statutes also allow for that to happen where the person resides. So it could be all three. A lot of times we find that these situations occur, the sharing of the information occurs by or from someone that's out of our jurisdiction. So this will allow us to do that investigation. And if we could identify who they are and ultimately make a decision, if we have a case to, and we want to extradite them back into Connecticut to face charges here, we'll be able to do that. Similar languages and other statutes that we have already in place, as you pointed out, the harassment, that comes to mind right away.
So if one disseminated over Facebook, let's say, jurisdiction would lie everywhere in the state of Connecticut. How do I resolve that issue of, it's their role or responsibility? Why wouldn't you just have, the person whose information it is, their locus, or perhaps where it emanated from if it's within the state? Why have all of this gobbledygook?
Well, it's going to allow for, depending on where the complaint's made, and it might be, okay, we're going to make, somebody makes a complaint in Westport about it, but we're going to find that it's better, these type of investigations are usually handled by the State Police Computer Crime Unit, because they can, delve into and they have the experience with these type of electronic offenses. Some local jurisdictions do, absolutely, but that might be part of what the thinking was behind it.
Okay, I'm just concerned of that handoff that I see all too often. And the last thing was in line 118, the bar for bringing something like this appears to be raised because you're removing annoy and you're changing it to terrorize, which is not defined, at least in this language. Why increase the bar, and what is terrorization under this concept?
If we're looking at the reasonable person language, anybody could be annoyed. I would think terrorize would be there to have, that reasonable person be able to understand this, to be able to get to the hump that we were discussing previously. So that would be my understanding. Terrorize is going to be harder to reach. And again, it's just one of the subsections, somebody you intend to harass, terrorize or alarm another person. And I see the terrorizing happening in a lot of the language, a lot of the threats that are going on.
But why
in
have,
these type of situations.
sorry.
No, sorry.
It can be any of the three under this language. One could harass, one could alarm, which are very low bars, and then you have terrorize. So in order to prove that this crime has been committed, you could merely prove harassment. You don't have to prove terrorization or alarm. Why even have it? If you're going to remove annoy, why not just default to harass or alarm?
I think terrorize covers what a lot of the victims are feeling in these situations and a lot of the cases that we have. This wasn't a division proposal, but we do support it because of the ability it will allow us to deal with the victims in these cases. That, again, there's a gap, as I had identified before.
Okay, I still don't understand why. I mean, because harass or alarm would fall into, it's a subset of terrorize, quite frankly. You terrorize somebody, you're harassing. So anyway, I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Attorney Colangelo.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions? Seeing none. Attorney Colangelo, I want to thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Next up will be the Chief Public Defender, Christine Rapillo. And I believe joining her will be Deborah Delpret Sullivan.
It's actually going to just be me, Mr. Chairman. Deborah was my backup. I had some personal issues, and I thank the chairs and your aides for accommodating us and allowing Attorney Sullivan to be on standby for us. Members of the Judiciary Committee, I'm Christine Rapillo. I'm the Chief Public Defender for the state of Connecticut. The Office of the Chief Public Defender has submitted testimony on 4 bills, 978, 1018, 1019, and 6594. In the interest of time, I'm only going to give a brief comment on 6594 and then allow the committee to ask questions. I know from the questioning of my counterpart that people have read the bills and may have questions. So Raise Bill 6494, an act concerning criminal justice process, contains proposals from both the Division of Criminal Justice, the Office of the Chief Public Defender, and the Sentencing Commission. And as Attorney Colangelo pointed out, we worked very hard together to find common ground and to come up with proposals that we all think will move the criminal justice system to be more fair and just for everyone. And I want to thank Attorney Colangelo and also our partners at Judicial and the Sentencing Commission for all the collaboration on this. Sections 13 through 25 were our agency's contribution to this bill. These are targeted changes that are designed to address laws that our field staff have reported to us disproportionately impact people of color and the poor, who are predominantly our clients. I was going to run through the sections. I think in the interest of time, knowing that you have a lot of people to talk to, I will not do that. As I indicated, we have also submitted testimony on those 3 other bills, and I am open to taking questions from any members of the committee.
Thank you, Attorney Rapillo. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Fine, thank you.
So just want to focus on 1018 for a bit. Would this bill, if it were to become law, make your job easier or harder?
So as I indicated in my testimony, Representative, we do have concerns about this bill. I think our concern is that while establishing standards may make things more uniform, we are concerned that it won't make it uniformly better for our clients that come before the court. There's been a lot of work done to move towards collecting more data. I think Attorney Colangelo spoke about that. And a past chairman of this committee once told me when I was arguing with him about something that sunlight is the best disinfectant. So our position on this is that collecting data and having that data publicized and transparent and available to everyone will help to move the system to be more consistent and to be more fair, and that standards may be needed, but that perhaps we need a little more time to pinpoint where there needs to be changes. I mean, there's no question that justice is different in different parts of the state, and people ought to be able to walk into court in New Haven and be pretty sure they're going to be treated equivalently to somebody walking into court in Danbury or another place. And we agree with that. I'm just concerned that the sort of level of detail in the standards that are in there would result in penalties being harsher and not result, and maybe more uniform, but maybe harsher, and wouldn't necessarily result in an overall benefit to our clients. I did send that bill out to all of our public defenders, who are the judicial district equivalent of the state's attorneys. And although people think that data collection and oversight and transparency is critically important, they shared my concerns.
Well, I thank you for that. Now, part of 1018 contains criteria by which state's attorneys would be reviewed. Would you be in favor of some sort of system similar to reviewing public defenders?
So our agencies were set up to be not mirror images of each other, but to reflect each other. And I think that, performance standards do need to exist. We have them within our agencies. I do a performance review on people at least every other year, and those go into the HR file. They're not currently reviewed by our commission until somebody is up for reappointment, and then that would be accessible to them. So we do have a review. We have a mechanism to do that now, and we would certainly be open to relooking at that, and again, having sunlight on us as well.
And the reappointment of public defenders, on what term does that happen?
Every 4 years.
And so under 1018, I believe there would be a biennial review of the state's attorneys. Is that the way you read the language as well?
Yes.
And you're telling us that, at least with regard to the public defenders, they're only reviewed possibly every 4 years, because if they don't come up for reappointment or they retire, that review doesn't happen at all.
So they would be given an HR review either every year or every other year. So internally, we do performance evaluations consistent with our HR policies. Our union staff are evaluated, so we do evaluations on everyone. They come up for reappointment before the Public Defender Services Commission every 4 years. So at that point, the commission would inquire, I would, as chief, would make a recommendation as to whether they should be reappointed, and the commission could inquire about those reviews, and I believe would be entitled to look at them if they wanted to.
But that's an internal process that was created by your department, not by the legislature.
The legislative term is the 4-year term being reviewed by the Public Defender Services Commission. The more frequent one is an internal policy, yes.
Yeah, that criteria and all of that, the HR review is based upon what HR determines to be the role, what a public defender should be doing.
Yes, and I will say it doesn't involve, it involves compliance with division policies. It at this point not involved us looking at individual case data. We do have a case management system, but we have not done that at this point. We use that management system at this point to look at some general demographic information and to assess caseloads.
Thank you. And with regard to 6594, I know that portions are yours, portions are the state's attorney's office. Are you in favor of the entirety of 6594 or just the portions that you submitted?
No, we support the entire thing. This, as I said, this was the result of conversations mainly between us and the Division of Criminal Justice. Not everything we wanted went into the bill, not everything they wanted went into the bill. So it reflects something where we can support it in its entirety.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Are there comments or questions from others? Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Would you concur that I believe in 1018, that some of the results of some of the pretrial programs, or all the pretrial programs, it seems this bill reads that those results, if they're negative, would be a negative reflection on the state's attorney's office. Doesn't seem fair to me, since they don't make the ultimate call. Would you agree?
I would agree that the judge is ultimately the person that makes the call as to whether somebody gets exited from the program based on a violation. Yes.
Thank you. And I do want, everyone should be held accountable for the jobs they do, but I just don't want to see anyone see a bill that's going to make people accountable for portions of their job that they can't control. And when it comes to, at the beginning of your testimony, ma'am, you said that in different GAs across the state, there's different sentences for some of the same crimes. Would you agree?
That's true.
And it also, as I mentioned in my earlier statements, it almost seems that bringing this forward would have a detrimental effect to those courthouses and the defendants that come through the courthouses with the larger dockets.
I think we're concerned about that. I believe that collecting data and ensuring that the Division of Criminal Justice is collecting data and analyzing their data and publicizing their data will help figure out whether there's inherent unfairness in this. So, you know, it shouldn't be that you could, as I said earlier, it shouldn't really be that you could go into Torrington and get a sentence that's very dramatically different from what you get in New Haven. I get that different courts move faster and different communities have different value sets, but there should be some degree of uniformity, but again, every case also is very different. Cases have lots of different factors. So I think that by looking at the data, we would be able to make changes that would be more impactful, perhaps, than by having standards that, as you said, would then require people to perhaps treat all of a different type of case, all of a certain type of case one way, that could eventually end up with more harsh sentences to some of our clients. That is our concern about this bill.
And ma'am, you obviously have a lot of experience in this field, and to me, having as Mr. Colangelo stated, we started about the same time, so I had about 28 years experience in the criminal justice system in Connecticut, and it seems to me that this would impact the large courthouses, the cities, with tougher sentences, which is not the goal of this bill, I believe.
I agree that I don't think it's the goal of the bill, and as I indicated, that is a concern that we have.
And one more question. When it comes to, in listening to Senator Winfield earlier, very eloquently talk about the differences in many of the changes you brought about, sir. When I started, if someone was on probation and they were positive urines for marijuana, that was a big deal 25, 30 years ago. Now, nobody's being reincarcerated or going to jail. I can confidently say just about nobody is going to having probation violated or going to jail for marijuana. So things have evolved, and the criminal justice system has numerous safeguards and numerous graduated sanction standards that all the departments in our judicial system, I believe, are utilizing, and therefore we've been able to close so many jails, and there's so many more treatment programs. Connecticut's very fortunate to have very low recidivism rates based on everyone in the system working together. Would you concur?
The recidivism rates have been going down. That is true.
Okay. And thank you so much for coming in today and helping us understand. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. Are there comments or questions from other members? I just want to check, Representative Fishbein, is your hand still up, or do you have a follow-up?
It was still up. Sorry, sir.
Okay.
I'll take it down.
No problem. Comments or questions from other members of the committee? I do not see any. Attorney Rapillo, thank you for joining us today. That's one of the faster times you've been with us. I hope you have a great day.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you for the opportunity.
Have a great. We'll next hear from Carlton Giles from the Board of Pardons and Parole. Is Mr. Giles in? I see his name in the list. Carlton Giles. There you are.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
No problem. You may begin. We're going to give you 3 minutes or so, and we will then ask you questions.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and the honorable members of the Joint Committee on Judiciary. I'm Carlton Giles, and I'm chairperson of the Board of Pardons and Paroles. I'm here today to provide testimony regarding Senate Bill 1019, and that concerning the Board of Pardons and Paroles erasure of criminal records for certain misdemeanor and felony offenses, prohibiting discrimination based on erased criminal history record information, and concerning the recommendations of the Connecticut Sentencing Commission with respect to misdemeanor sentences. The board supports the intent of SB 1019 as recognizing rehabilitation and removing barriers to reintegration are at the core of the board's work. We also recognize and are grateful that several of our more significant concerns from previous sessions have been addressed in this bill. However, we still have concerns with the bill as proposed. To summarize my testimony for the sake of time, the board only supports automatic erasure for low-level misdemeanors and believes that changes are necessary to certain provisions which impact the pardon power. Should the committee act favorably on this bill, the board respectfully requests that the committee address the issues we have flagged and limit automatic erasures to low-level misdemeanors. Thank you very much for your time and attention to this matter. We stand willing, as always, to work with the proponents to eliminate drafting issues and strengthen the bill's protections for individuals with erased criminal records. We're happy to provide any additional information for you at this time.
Is that the totality of your
Yes,
testimony?
we submitted the testimony. We're trying to acquiesce to your time constraints, Senator.
I just want to make sure, I don't want to cut you off. Representative
you.
Fishbein.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Giles. Nice to see you again.
You too, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. I miss sitting next to you on our committee. So anyway, I just want to. You have 1019 before you. I would expect.
I do.
Okay, and lines 65 through 68. I just want to thank you for that language. I hope that I had something to do with that language being in there, and repeatedly expressing my frustration of hearings before your board. So
Yes, as did the chairman.
yeah, thank you. Moving on from there, though, the if I bring you to lines 208 through 211. You know, I read that language a few times, and can you explain to me what's that intending to do?
I think we are concerned here, Representative Fishbein, about some of the things falling off when there are several things there, and particularly if someone were still incarcerated, and then to have these things automatically falling off when there was a controlling offense that couldn't fall off. I think that was our concern.
Okay, it totally makes sense now in that context. Okay, thank you for that. On lines 343 through 349, and I know in looking at our list, I don't see Undersecretary Pelka on our list to testify today. So I'm going to have to ask you, you know, this has to do with waivers, possible waivers for fees for the criminal history check to apply for a pardon, and that's another initiative that I had asked for. But my question, sir, is what is your understanding of this language when someone is denied that fee waiver? Is there a due process procedure for having a hearing, and who would that be before?
Representative, I do not know. You know, we don't charge, of course, but we supported this because it was brought up as a possible barrier for persons. So that would be the desk, you know. We just supported the waiver. We didn't have the details about if it were denied and that kind of thing.
Okay, yeah, I understand there's no fee to file for a pardon, but there is a $75 fee to get your fingerprints done for the purpose of the criminal background check so that you can file for a pardon. And I do run into this in court. You know, one can file a fee waiver, and when that's denied, they're entitled to a hearing, go before a judge, and
Right.
a lot of times those are overturned, and that is a concern here, that there would be no due process. So I thank you for, and I'll reach out to Undersecretary Pelka with regard to that. Now, I know that, well, you've already expressed your opposition to the erasure, so I don't need to go into where I was going next. Just want to wrap up this. Now, thank you, sir, for your testimony, and your testimony calls out some of the other questions I was going to ask, and I thank you for your position. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Representative. Other comments or questions from other members of the committee for Mr. Giles? Okay. Mr. Giles, I do have a question about your opposition to the erasure of the low-level misdemeanors. Could you explain that position? I just want to, I think it may be related to an exchange we had last year, but I just want clarity on that.
Yeah, that's all, Senator. It is really, we take the same position we took last year. We do support the low-level misdemeanor automatic erasures, but we do have some concerns about these other cases because, of course, they are so individual, as Representative Callahan, with his background in law enforcement, Senator Champagne knows, and you yourself being on the ground, you know, as a community activist and organizer, that so many of these things are nuanced and in the details. So, you know, as an example, we had one of these manslaughter twos that's on this list recently. And, you know, it was a driving question, but victims came and, you know, they need to be heard and they need to know that we're listening. And so that was our general feel about that because they're so individualized, we think they should have a set of eyes on them.
Okay, thank you. And I'll come back. I see Representative Callahan does have a question, so I'm going to allow him to pose his question or make his comment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in, Mr. Giles. I do have done over the years met with many people who are applying for pardons. And do you see the pardon process as being difficult for many defendants?
So the truth is, no, and I'm often, you know, with Senator Winfield and I have talked about this for years and others. You know, we've gone to an electronic system. There are 12 tabs to put in information that we will need to assess, you know, the readiness for the pardon. I do not see it as onerous as many have said it was. We thought we sort of streamlined it a couple of times as we begun these discussions, 2015, and then the electronic process. So I have staff here who I will, you know, petitioners can talk to directly to walk them through. So we are not at the same place about the, you know, how arduous it is.
Sir, do they have to do, these people who are applying for pardons, do many of them hire attorneys to go through the process?
Some do, but it's not necessary. And when people ask us at the outset, we tell them that attorneys are not necessary to do it, but some do for their own comfort level.
I know that when I was on the front lines working probation, many of my old probation clients would come back and I'd sit down and walk them through the process because they had so much trouble with it. It didn't seem that onerous to me, but sir, if there's any way you can make it easier for them, it would be helpful, because we do want to help these people get their pardons, but it is very difficult and many of them cannot afford attorneys, and they do want to, we want to make them employable and to put this portion of their life behind them.
Indeed, yeah, we are on the same page on that, Representative Callahan. And as I said, we've streamlined this thing, looked at it a couple of times. Representative, now Senator Billy Miller and I talked about this at some great length, and we've really been, I've been dealing with Representative McGee, members of the Black and Puerto Rican caucus, because many of their constituents are keenly affected. You know, I come from a law enforcement background, so I'm seeing some of these same names and I know what it is. And we want to, as you say, Representative Callahan, we're not trying to stand in the way of people succeeding. We want them to do that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. And as I'm sure Mr. Giles will suggest to you, that he hears it all the time. So that is a concern that we've expressed. And as someone who used to help people do these, I recognize the gap between what I could do and what some of the people who are filling them out can do. So we're in constant conversation about that. Is there a comment or question from others? Rep. Fiorello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is kind of a strange question, but I was wondering, Chairman Giles, since you're in this field and you have these kinds of conversations, have you ever come across community leaders who do have, you know, a felony record? So like they're an X something, but they are leaders. They've turned their lives around. They work with young people. And have folks like that come to you and ask for erasure of their records?
Yes, Representative Fiorello, some aspiring politicians and community activists as well, who are doing wonderful work with groups who are advocating for others, have done that. And they've gotten pardons and they're doing very good work. So yes, it runs the gamut, ma'am, of folks who have in college or when in younger years or some addiction trouble, then they ran into some criminal problem, but they can get these erasures and move on with their lives.
So in that instance, I think you're saying they have received pardons, but do any of the folks who they are living examples of a redemption story, are they asking for the erasures? Like, I'm just wondering if erasing it would have an impact on, sort of I guess like the human story of turning yourself around. I mean, it's a funny question, so I don't know if you can put some words around what I'm saying.
I think I know what you mean, Representative Fiorello. And in answer to that question, if I'm interpreting it correctly, many people are very successful without a pardon, but for personal reasons, as you've described. Some older Connecticut residents simply come to get pardoned because they say, I don't want to die with this on my record. So, but they have lived very productive lives. They've owned their own companies. They've worked. Because as you probably know, this business about record checking used to be only when you were trying to enter a field. And it's only since maybe 9/11 incident where persons who are on jobs for a long time and want to get promotions or move, then they have to get this record check again. And then all of a sudden, here it is.
Thank you. Thank you for educating me some more. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there comments or questions from other members? So, Mr. Giles, back to what I was asking about the opposition to the low-level misdemeanors, and you suggested that it was very much in line with your position from last year. So, to that end, I guess I would ask you again the question I asked last year. Does your opposition also mean the same thing it meant last year? And let me restate what you said so that I'm not putting words into your mouth. Last year, you indicated that there were some crimes that you just thought should not be, some classes of crimes you thought should not be a part of the scheme that we were looking at.
That's true, Senator. I think that some of those level crimes should have an individual look as we're doing now.
I guess, and you know this because you were there, I took issue with that because to my mind, I think a lot about what we've learned over many years about the likelihood of people repeating a crime depending on the time that has elapsed and how that position doesn't take that into account. So I guess my question to you is, knowing the position that I've held and the exchange we had and me restating it here, what do you have to say about the information that we know about the likelihood of recommission after certain periods of time and your position?
Sure. Well, I read some of what the academicians have to say about desistance. I'm not certain that there's a lot of information upon which we can rely about that. My chief concern, sir, is when there are victims involved, and often in the plea process, the crimes that finally get on the record, the details of the incident are more noteworthy for what we're trying to accomplish here. So that's my concern. It's Senator, that all of these things are so different and it's always in the details.
I'm not sure, and maybe I just wasn't paying enough attention. I'm not sure what you just told me. So if you could break that down a little bit more.
So here again, automatic erasure is going to preclude, it seems, input from victims of crimes. And then also, very often, I just reviewed a case as an example for one of your colleagues, and it had been a plea bargain situation, which didn't require a registry and so forth. But the details of the offense warranted that a future employer or others needed to know that that had occurred. And so it's that kind of thing that maybe trying to articulate in a setting like this is hard to do, but it's the details that I'm concerned with.
And I guess that's the place where there's a sticking point between my position and your position, because what I hold out is that oftentimes, and I thank you for reading the literature on people changing themselves over a period of time and being less likely. I've read a lot, so I'm not sure that it's accurate to say that there isn't a significant amount of information on this, but that's what you've read. But I guess what I'm trying to get to is, and I brought up several instances the last time we had this conversation, of people who, to Representative Fiorello's point, despite the fact that, and I will admit that you all are, from my perspective, as someone who's been pushing on you, doing a better job, that there are people who are 20 years out of the system, who are doing things that I've never done, that help communities and have not gotten pardons. And I don't think you would disagree that exists, right? And they've been through the system. And I think maybe the way we do things now, that's going to exist less, but it exists. And, you know, yes, there are individual circumstances, but I don't know what you know 15, 20 years down the road is what you think the record is telling you. And you may have had this experience as well. I've had to intervene where people have read a record, and you and I both know people don't necessarily know how to read these things, and think they understand the record to say one thing when it doesn't. And I just guess particularly after extended periods of time, I wonder what it is we think we actually know about the person who's in front of us, because I don't think we know anything at all about who the person is in front of us when we look at that record. And so I guess that's where this doesn't hold up for me. And so I guess I'll frame the question this way. Maybe the bill for you is too short a period of time. Do you think there's a period of time at which, for those crimes you think should be excluded, that you could have a system like we're creating here potentially?
So, Senator, I just think, again, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I just think that these things are so individualized that even talking about time frames, there could be a case where that impacted the community different, victims differently, crime committed in a different way that would require from independent decision makers, you know, more time or some other thing that wouldn't grant the pardon at that particular time.
Okay, I'm going to leave that there. We're just going to have to continue to disagree. I thank you for your opinion. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the second time. Chairman Giles, I agree with you. Every case is different at a certain level, and certainly, you know, victims should have that right. I wanted to ask you, sir, since the pandemic, how has your ability, or how has one's ability to be able to apply for pardon changed, if at all? Where are you with hearings?
It hasn't changed at all, sir. We pivoted like every other entity, organization, and state. We pivoted to an online process. We have Zoom platforms now. It's really made it easier because heretofore, before the pandemic, persons had to appear in person around the state at various courthouses. Now they can join us from wherever they are on Zoom. So we never stopped working here. We had, in the early days, we had 2 hearings a month to make up for that turnaround time, and we're still doing it. I think I have had one 2 weeks ago, and I have another one 1st of April.
So how have you been able to deal with the fact that from March 17 through at least June, a prospective applicant could not get their fingerprint background check done from the state police, and that presently it's taking about 4 months to get that done? How is that affecting your department?
Yeah, we still wait for them to have all the information. So once it's here, we're then processing out, and our time frame here is about, I think we're up to about 3 months once we get everything and ready to go before they come to a hearing.
But I would think that during that period of time, you had a significant decrease in applications because nobody could get their background checks done.
No, we didn't. You know, ours are a rolling process, Representative. So we had work here to do, and that's what we were doing. And as I said, in that lag time, those that backed up, then we went to double hearings in order to accommodate what we were doing.
Okay, I'll just tell you that I had a gentleman attempt that process in November, and he just got heard back from the state police last week.
Mhm.
So he has been precluded from at least my review on whether or not I thought he could possibly get a pardon. So I just want to bring that to your attention because that's a little concerning to me, but I totally appreciate the discussion here today. So
Thank you, sir. Mhm.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein, and I have the same set of circumstances, so that's interesting. Comments or questions from other members of committees of the committee? Comments or questions? I do not see any. That being the case, Mr. Giles, thank you for joining us this morning, afternoon now. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Senator. Likewise.
All right. Next, we'll hear from Kelly Moore, followed by Walter Paul. Is Kelly Moore here?
I'm here, Senator.
Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Kelly Moore. I'm the Interim Senior Policy Counsel for the ACLU of Connecticut. I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 1018. The ACLU of Connecticut has submitted testimony on a number of bills before the committee today. My colleagues are testifying later on Senate Bills 1019 and 987. Questions on those bills would best be directed to my colleagues a little later on. I'm happy to take questions on Senate Bill 1018 or any other bill on which we submitted written testimony. Chief State's Attorney Colangelo asked what the problems this bill, Senate Bill 1018, seeks to solve are. I'm happy to answer that. There are several structural barriers to making prosecution fair and proportionate in Connecticut. The first barrier is one that the legislature has actually worked to reduce, a lack of prosecutorial transparency. Thank you for that good work. When the General Assembly enacted a bill requiring tracking and public reporting of data in 2019, it signaled its understanding that prosecution plays a key role in mass incarceration and the need to diagnose the problem. The second barrier is that state's attorneys are not answerable to the public and are rarely answerable to an oversight body. They're up for reappointment every 8 years right now, longer than the chief state's attorney, deputy chief state's attorneys, public defender, and head prosecutors in 47 states. And the third big barrier is that judicial districts can and do operate independently of one another, meaning that outcomes for crime victims and defendants vary depending on people's zip codes. Earlier, the chief state's attorney explicitly admitted that outcomes are actually different from district to district, and you heard the same from the chief public defender. What I've heard today about the bill demonstrates exactly what we always say. Prosecutors are some of the most powerful people in the criminal legal system and some of the least accountable. It makes sense that prosecutors would fight efforts to bring their power within a system of checks and balances. But one thing I want to make really clear about the policy section of this bill is that it doesn't actually create policies. It directs the state's attorneys to get together and make policies. It doesn't create a one-size-fits-all approach. It also doesn't suggest that state's attorneys do that. The bill that sits before you today identifies areas where prosecution needs guidelines and directs prosecutorial leadership to make policies in those areas. There's no rigidity built into this bill. To the extent that it ever exists, it's because those are the policies that the state's attorneys would end up making. The people of Connecticut do not support the kind of disparity that we see from district to district right now. 81% of voters polled believe that standard policies should be in place to ensure that outcomes are fairer statewide. One other thing I just want to highlight is that the reduction in incarceration that has occurred in Connecticut. We did hit a 30-year low during the pandemic. It's true. That drop over the last year was overwhelmingly the result of fewer people entering the system. COVID-19 sort of created a laboratory in the Connecticut legal system, and the finding was that reducing the numbers of people coming into the criminal legal system can significantly reduce incarceration overall. Prosecution plays a pivotal role in who is in Connecticut's prisons. Under this bill, these powerful people would be evaluated more frequently and required to make policies so that their power isn't widely disparate across the state. Finally, I just want to mention that prosecutors in Connecticut are already significantly insulated from political pressure by design, since they're not elected, and they have constitutional independence. Thanks, Senator. I will wrap up super quickly. And this bill doesn't change that fundamental character. We see this as a bill that helps everybody: prosecutors, state's attorneys, victims, defendants, the entire system. I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Kelly. The first change in 1018 is this removal of the commission from the Division of Criminal Justice to the Executive Department. And why is that necessary?
Right now, the Criminal Justice Commission is housed within the Division of Criminal Justice, which is the very agency it oversees. When it wants to have hearings, it's staffed by Division of Criminal Justice staff members. We see that as inconsistent with providing full accountability and oversight. And so moving it within the auspices of the executive branch would create greater independence and less interdependence between the oversight body and the people they're supposed to be overseeing.
And, have you been here for the testimony this morning?
Yes, sir.
So, I brought up about public defenders falling under the same sort of process. Is there a similar process with regard to the public defenders in line with the commission?
So for reappointment, my understanding is that there is a similar process for public defenders and the state's attorneys. Right now, the processes happen at very different times, every 4 years for reappointment for public defenders and every 8 for state's attorneys. I think as they stand right here today, they're roughly similar processes. And based on what I heard Attorney Rapillo saying, it sounds like both groups of attorneys are operating under somewhat similar internal processes, because right now we don't dispute that there are some level of HR kind of evaluations happening within the Division of Criminal Justice. That is indeed occurring. It is not occurring by the body that actually is meant to be the oversight and appointing body. And it sounds like there are also internal reviews happening at the Public Defender's Office.
And what oversight body is there for the Public Defender's Office, similar to this commission?
They have an appointing body as well. It's separate and apart from the Criminal Justice Commission.
Okay, and that's within their own. It's not part of OPM or anything like that, correct?
My understanding is that it's a freestanding body. It is not housed within the Public Defender's Office, but I'm not 100% positive on that and would be happy to find more information and get back to you.
Yeah, I mean, because certainly we want fairness in the justice system. It should be all around, but do you have the bill in front of you?
Sir, I do.
And I just want to bring your attention to line 253 through 254. And that has to do with the formal training program. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And I'm trying to figure out why would it be important for the state's attorney to be trained on the systemic collateral consequences of arrest, charging, and incarceration, when like judges, I don't believe, are trained on that. Why is that part of this bill?
Well, because state's attorneys and the prosecutors that work under them literally hold people's lives in their hands every day. Even when they're prosecuting cases that don't carry a life sentence, they're actually prosecuting cases that carry a life sentence because of the 550 plus barriers to full civic participation that exist in Connecticut law today. And we think it's really important that prosecutors understand that. There are certainly circumstances that may merit those consequences accruing to a person, but I think it's really important for state's attorneys to understand that when they're sentencing a person right now under the state of Connecticut law, they're not sentencing them to a term of years in prison. They're sentencing them to a number of collateral consequences as well. I'm sorry, and I'm saying sentencing, but I mean charging and prosecuting.
Yes, because state's attorneys don't sentence.
They make sentencing recommendations that carry a lot of weight with the court.
Okay, but juries are part of that process as well.
Sure.
And is there a proposal to, this just seems to me like a guilt thing. these are the collateral consequences if you hold this person to the term that the legislature has determined to be appropriate for the crime. I mean, is there another function for that? Because I think we all recognize that there are collateral consequences, but it seems to me like a guilt sort of thing.
Well, I mean, I think making a fully informed decision about the charges that you proceed with is a really important piece that is not guilt, but instead takes a holistic view of what the role of a prosecutor is in the system and in a person's life.
Well, understood. But is there a proposal to, when a jury comes in, they watch a video about the process and all of that stuff? I mean, juries sometimes find people guilty, and then they're sentenced based upon that finding.
Yes, they're sentenced based upon the charges that are brought to them and presented in the court, the charges that the prosecutor is in charge of carrying forward and determining which ones will proceed.
And ultimately, which ones they can prove.
Ultimately, yes. In, about the 7% of cases that go to trial and aren't settled by plea bargain.
Agreed. Plea bargain where, two people on either sides of the table, many, because in these cases, you're entitled to representation appointed by the taxpayers, as opposed to a civil case. Two willing parties enter into an agreement. But, moving on to line 356 through 357, this has to do with the review of the state's attorneys, correct?
Yes, that's right, sir.
Okay. And how is victim satisfaction supposed to be employed in this? So first of all, I can't find what that victim satisfaction scale is when I look at 51-279A. So if we could start with that, what is the victim satisfaction components?
So there is a piece of victim satisfaction that is one of the policies that's addressed in Section 3 of this bill. One of the things that the bill proposes that state's attorneys and the chief state's attorney set final policies around. So that is the reference to as amended by this act, is the way that should and could be measured across the judicial districts after the state's attorneys and chief state's attorney have made policies.
Okay, so is there a particular portion of Section 3 where the legislature under this language would give that direction? Because that's the intent of the legislation. So Section 3 starts on line 103. Is there a particular, I didn't find where that direction was given. Do you know where it is?
Looking at it right now, I see metrics around victim engagement starting at line 167, but you're correct that I don't see that in there.
Okay. And how, assuming that that is developed, how is line 356 through 357 supposed to be employed here? Is it good victim satisfaction that is used against the state's attorney? Is it bad victim satisfaction? I can't tell from this. What is the direction we're giving the stakeholders here?
Yeah, you're raising an excellent point, Representative Fishbein, and that is that these evaluations actually do not set benchmarks. They create a category of data that the Criminal Justice Commission should consider when it makes reappointment decisions. It does not say, unless you are above X level in these categories, you will not be reappointed. It does not set any sort of benchmarks or criteria. It gives categories of data that should be considered when a state's attorney is up for reappointment.
And ultimately, under this language, who would make that determination? who ultimately at the apex would be in charge of making that determination? Where is the line of a state's attorney's review acceptable or unacceptable?
The Criminal Justice Commission will, as they do right now. The difference is that they will have data and metrics to make that decision where they don't at the moment.
Well, it wouldn't be as they do now, because the Criminal Justice Commission under this bill would change from its current oversight to the executive branch. So ultimately, I would think the answer would be that ultimately the governor would, through OPM, under this language.
So under the bill, maybe I don't understand. I'll give you my answer, and if it's clear I haven't understood you correctly, let me know. Under the bill, OPM's role is to put the data that's being gathered pursuant to Public Act 1959 together in a report that highlights these areas set forth in this bill, pass it on to the Criminal Justice Commission, who then considers that information as part of the reappointment process.
All right, so perhaps I was, in line 6, and we started here on the very first change, it mentions the executive department, and I had read into that executive division. So what is the executive department that is contemplated here?
So the change in section 1 is solely meant as a place to house and get resourcing and support and staff support for the Division of Criminal Justice. And so ideally, I think the Criminal Justice Commission should be treated as sort of an independent body, similar to maybe the Office of the Victim Advocate or the Office of the Child Advocate, that is housed in an area but is independent of them. That would be, I think, ideal and in line with the intent of the bill, I think.
Okay, but I still don't, do you know what the executive, it's obviously intended to be housed within something, and that something is defined as the executive department. And what is the executive department? Utilization of the term executive with some other word, in my understanding, is the governor's branch of the government. Is there a different department?
No, I think that is indeed what is in there right now. And I think that is in line with those other agencies that I've mentioned.
Okay, so we come back to where I was, in that ultimately the determiner of the criteria for the state's attorneys, which ones were acceptable and unacceptable, would fall upon the governor, because he is the head of the executive department or division of the state.
The governor currently appoints the members of the Criminal Justice Commission. So, I think that ultimately this was Chief State's Attorney Colangelo's point about the terms. Ultimately, that power already resides there. Although I do want to note that in our system, where prosecutors are not elected, they're appointed by a body that is appointed. There's a lot of insulation from sort of the whims of political actors already, and this bill doesn't change that at all. The people that appoint prosecutors are still the same people that appoint prosecutors. It's just on a little bit shorter time frame.
Okay, I don't know that that answered the question, but moving on, the data collection aspect of this, I'm sure you've heard Attorney Colangelo, Public Defender Rapillo speak about concerns with regard to that. Do you share their concerns?
I think that the data collection that this committee and the legislature has already mandated is very important as we go forward to clarify things, but I don't think we need data right now, additional data, let me say, that shows that there are disparities. We've heard out of the mouths of the system experts that there are disparities from district to district, and we've also heard from Chief State's Attorney that the data is being collected and that as of the beginning of this year, it's being collected on a statewide level. So the data is there and will continue to roll in before the time frame that this bill puts in place for creating policies.
So when did that data collection begin?
And so the first data rollout began in July of last year. They began collecting it, I think, in October of 2019, based on the effective date of Public Act 1959.
And I'm sorry, I don't know your background. Are you involved with the court system in any, the criminal court system or in any way?
No, sir, I have not been a criminal attorney before.
Okay. So do you have knowledge as to the disposition of criminal cases for the last year while we've been in a pandemic?
I have the knowledge that I have is based on publicly available information and statistics.
Okay. Well, are you aware that it was late in March that Governor Lamont issued an executive order 7G, which suspended the speedy right to trial, which has prevented cases from coming to conclusion. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would agree that because cases are not being disposed of, that data is lacking, as opposed to if we had a pandemic, I would think you would have some better numbers here.
I think, yeah, absolutely. The data from the last year is going to be different than had we not been in a pandemic situation. I do think that the data that is being collected right now is data that will show the same point that I'm making, which is whether districts are moving in the same direction or whether they're not moving in the same direction.
Okay, I respectfully disagree. I'll tell you, I had a guy who was arrested for a DUI in June. He was given an arraignment date of August. He was arrested again for DUI in July. He has still not been arraigned. That case, you have no data on. I would be interested in what other cases are out there that are similar to that. Because, if, I recognize there's more than likely a disparity, but I don't want to see things go into place based upon bad numbers. It's a waste of time, waste of resources. And, I do think we don't have enough at this point. But anyway, the prosecutors being reappointed every 8 years, you're proposing that gets changed to, I believe it was 4?
It's 5 years, sir.
Okay. And I note that judges are reappointed on an 8-year cycle. Judges are an integral part of sentencing. Would it be the ACLU's position to have judges reappointed on a quicker schedule as well?
I can't really answer that in a hypothetical. I do think, generally speaking, having more opportunities for oversight, it provides that sunshine that Attorney Rapillo was talking about, that members of the public and the residents of Connecticut are entitled to.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, ma'am. You referenced during your opening 3 minutes mass incarceration and the fact that COVID-19 perhaps is the reason that it's been declining. I would contend to you, having been in the system for many years, that it's been steadily declining. We've been closing jails and offering alternatives to incarceration for many years now. Also, I've witnessed prosecutors during a plea bargain sessions with attorneys doing everything they can to search out positive aspects of the people's lives in order to negotiate a lesser sentence. I think, my opinion is, I think by default, you're for asking for a standard across state, you're asking for tougher sentences in the inner cities, because with those big dockets and the level of negotiation going on with those big dockets, for that standard to be applied, you'd be asking for tougher sentences in the cities by default.
Well, I think there's a really troubling assumption in there, which is that prosecutors, given all things being equal, right? If they're making policies based on disparities in a more rural district and a more urban district, that they're going to default to the tougher position. And I think that's true based on what we've seen over trends over the last 30 or 40 years in incarceration. But I think I'm troubled by that idea that when given the choice of making policies, the people who are in charge of prosecution and community safety, that piece of community safety, want to make sentences as tough as possible. And I also, I definitely agree that dockets there are many more dockets in urban areas than in rural areas. That's undoubtedly true. But when you look at the demographics of our state, what we say, like, let's just be honest, when we talk about urban and rural, that is often a proxy for race in Connecticut. And the numbers do not bear out that people in urban districts are getting more lenient sentencing. We have very stark racial disparities in our criminal justice system and incarceration in Connecticut. So I would dispute that. I think maybe there's some anecdotal evidence there. I'd be happy to consider other things, but I think that that there's some assumptions in that I'm a little troubled by. The final thing I do want to say is that I do agree with you, and if I gave the impression otherwise, I apologize. Mass incarceration in Connecticut is not declining because of COVID. It has been on the downswing for a number of years, and we've had a rapid amount of decarceration in the last year because people are exiting incarceration and fewer people are going into it. So I 100% agree with you that it has been trending downward, and apologize. I gave a different impression there.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Are there comments, Representative Fishbein? Is your hand still up?
Hand down now, thank you.
Oh, okay. Representative Young.
Thank you, Chairman Winfield. Good afternoon, Ms. Moore.
Good afternoon.
A quick question. You propose to reduce the terms of the state's attorneys from 8 to 5 years. Is that going to give them the opportunity to do the normal work that they have been doing in 5 years than in 8 years? So is it really fair to them to reduce that? So if you have any comments on that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Young. Yeah, I have heard it said that state's attorneys cannot do their work in 5 years. They need 8 years. I have not heard any compelling justification for that. Chief State's Attorney Colangelo, who was before you today, serves a 5-year term. I think he's certainly been effective so far, and I do not think his 5-year term has, well, actually, he's currently serving like a 1.5-year term because he's finishing out former Chief State's Attorney Kane's term. I don't think that's been an impediment to him at all, and I think we would see that for state's attorneys as well. Also, just want to clarify that nothing in SB 1018 sets a term limit. It just sets a new timeframe for the Criminal Justice Commission to consider state's attorneys for reappointment. So if everything is going great in a judicial district, in all likelihood, state's attorneys will be reappointed and can get an additional 5 years to continue their good work.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Young. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Representative Recidivism.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. Just a quick question. I believe in your testimony you had indicated that the incarceration has declined, and you've indicated this last year because of COVID. Is that correct?
Yes, I have said that over the last year, fewer people are going into incarceration because of COVID, and that is a contributing factor to the decline in mass incarceration since March of 2020.
And would you agree that that is the case as well prior to COVID, that incarceration was on the decrease?
Yes, ma'am, I would.
Okay. And you also indicated in your testimony, you made reference to mass incarceration. Could you tell me when that took place, what time period you're looking at?
Sure. It started in the 1980s and has peaked in the late 2000s in Connecticut. It peaked in 2008, which is when we had our highest incarceration rates in the state, as a result of numerous practices across the criminal legal system. And so much so that it's estimated that about 3 in 10 people, 3 in 10 adults in the US are living with a criminal record right now. It's a problem that even though incarceration is declining, there are people who are still living with the effects of mass incarceration and will be for the rest of their lives. I'm sorry, Representative Revembus, I can't hear you.
Have those statistics for the state of Connecticut? You made reference of a national statistics. Do you have those for the state of Connecticut?
The data is very hard to track based on the way that data is reported. I can certainly compile and get to you the best estimates, but those numbers are not exact because until very recently, we have not had good data tracking systems in place. So again, I thank this committee for its work in 2019 on that front.
Is there anything in your proposal today that makes any changes or requests to data collection in the state of Connecticut?
No, ma'am. All the data that is proposed to be used in this bill is what is already collected pursuant to 1959.
Okay, I'm just a little surprised that then there wouldn't be some request for change of data if you're referencing the fact that you don't have the data that's necessary that you're referencing on the national level. In what year has the incarceration been declining in the state of Connecticut?
It began declining in 2009 from its peak in 2008.
2009. Have you brought anything to the state's chief attorney that you believe that has not been addressed since he's taken his new appointment?
So when we were in talks about this bill, we had extensive conversations with the chief state's attorney about this and about areas that wouldn't be workable, that they were concerned about, and had some productive conversations that led to changes that appear in the version of the bill before you. However, as the chief state's attorney indicated, we could not get to full agreement there. So on this bill, that's the answer. And I mean, this is, I have found—
Question. My apologies. I just
Sure.
don't believe it was responsive to the question. Have you identified any issues in the state of Connecticut with prosecutors that you have brought to the attention of the new state's chief's attorney that has not been addressed?
Sure, there are a lot of disparities between the judicial districts and the outcomes in them that persist and that would be addressed by the policies in this bill that the chief state's attorney opposes.
Can you give me some data or facts in that regard to back up your claim that that's currently occurring now?
Sure. And just so you know, the first report out of data from Public Act 1959 does reference this, so I will be happy to pass that along.
Can you reference that now? You're making the allegation now, so I'm wondering if you've got that data to provide to us.
Sure. Give me just a second to put my hands on it.
Sure.
No, I don't have the numbers right at hand, but like I said, I'll be happy to follow up with you and provide them after the hearing.
Okay. I think that would be important. I'm just kind of concerned regarding the timing of this request and proposal, because a lot of the allegations that you're making regarding disparities amongst jurisdictions, well, you admitted the fact that incarceration has been on the decline in the state of Connecticut since 2009. I'm just kind of questioning the need for the proposal now versus why it wasn't brought forward than when this mass incarceration was taking place. Well, certainly, any data that you may encounter that would be responsive to these questions, I would welcome. If you wouldn't mind then sharing it with the committee, I'd appreciate that.
Sure, and if I just may respond briefly, incarceration has been declining, but people are still being prosecuted in Connecticut every day. And people are facing different outcomes depending on what part of the state that they're in. And so for me, this is an issue of justice delayed is justice denied. And if we wait and say we need more data or this is not the right time, we're denying justice to the people who are being prosecuted right now.
And I'd agree with you. It's unfortunate that there is a need for prosecutors, and it's unfortunate that we do have an environment that for one reason or the other, individuals are still committing crimes. And that is why we have the need for the justice system. And again, to your point that you continue to make in saying that there's discrepancies as to how the different jurisdictions are handling those matters, I think that's where the data would be important, which we're not able to reference here today. And for you to say that justice is delayed in some way by actually requesting the data, I would submit to you that justice will continue to be delayed unless we actually have the data and facts to then provide to make the important positive changes that are absolutely necessary. So thank you again for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Ms. Moore, for your testimony. What are there any other states that have similar legislation?
So this is not necessary in a majority of the states because there are only a handful of states that have appointed prosecutors. So in terms of the Criminal Justice Commission piece and how often they're checking in, that is not necessary in most other states because there's not such a body. There are large cities that have these kind of standard policies in place for prosecutors, the ones suggested by Section 3. I'm not aware of it being done on a statewide level elsewhere.
So when you say they're not necessary in other jurisdictions, why aren't they not necessary?
Because the Criminal Justice Commission appoints state's attorneys in Connecticut, and in almost every other state, they are elected by the public. And so the public election is the check or the oversight that occurs.
All right, so you prefer a direct election. If you had your choice, you would prefer a direct election of our prosecutors?
No, sir, not at all. I think our system actually does a good job in insulating prosecutors from political pressure in ways that direct elections do not. So that is one of the reasons why I support this bill, is because it preserves that fundamental character of prosecution in Connecticut.
So other than what we've just been talking about, what will this bill fix? What else will this bill fix?
So it'll fix the disparities between judicial districts, and it will fix the outlier terms that state's attorneys currently have, 8 years, which is much longer than anybody else on the adversarial pieces of the criminal justice system.
Would you agree that disparities in districts are sometimes justified, or do you have the position that there should be no disparity between just districts for any reason whatsoever?
I think that similar cases should be treated similarly in different districts.
So your answer to my question is yes, you believe that the disparities between districts is improper. You don't believe there should be any disparity between districts.
I don't believe there should be disparities in outcomes, roughly speaking.
And what do you mean by roughly speaking?
I mean, what this bill proposes and what I believe is that some sort of guidelines, standard signposts should be up for prosecutors, but that there should be a range of discretion within those parameters. And so that would account for some differences based within those parameters.
So you're for mandatory minimum, mandatory maximum type process?
No, I'm not. And this bill would not impose those.
Well, you were saying there should be a range that certain violations or crimes should have, and that the prosecutors should have discretion within that range. Is that what you were saying?
Well, no, it's not. I mean, the legislature sets the penalties for crimes, so that would not be addressed here. And what we're talking about more is not are things that are process related, right? So what evidence and when does a prosecutor turn it over to a defense attorney? What recommendations are they making in sentencing? What are they doing post-conviction when somebody comes in and asks for a sentence modification? So a lot of the things you'll see addressed in Section 3 are process issues.
Are the answers to any of your questions you just posed going to be in the data that's been started to be collected?
The differences between judicial districts in those things?
So you just had a number of questions that you had posed, and Attorney Colangelo had talked about the data that they recently started collecting. Are any of the questions that you asked answered in any of the data? And I have to be, I don't do any criminal work, so I don't know the answer to the question. So I guess my question to you is, would you heard Attorney Colangelo talk, I assume, this morning?
Yes, sir.
And my understanding is the data that's being collected started just recently. Is that correct?
It started, yeah, the rollout started last July when they started reporting out.
So does that data answer, or will that data, once it's compiled and looked at, will that answer any of your questions that you posed?
Some, but not all. So for the example of sentence modifications, that is data that is due to be collected. The example I gave of evidentiary files, that would not be data that would be collected.
So would you agree then that that's at least the answers that that are going to be answered? Maybe we hold off. I mean, so I guess my question is, you heard Attorney Colangelo ask proponents of the bill what problem is trying to be solved here. And I apologize, I didn't get into the testimony. I was at transportation voting, but so if you answered this, I apologize. But what question or concerns are you trying to answer by supporting this legislation?
Sure. So yeah, the problems that I think this bill will solve are threefold, right? Well, it will solve the fact that state's attorneys are only up for reappointment every 8 years. And in the intervening 8 years, there's really no sort of accountability that takes place before the Criminal Justice Commission. There's no opportunity for people who live in their judicial districts to have a say in what's happening in prosecution. And it addresses that in two different ways. One, by requiring check-ins with the Criminal Justice Commission every 2 years, and two, by shortening the term that state's attorneys serve from 8 years down to 5. The other issue that this bill addresses is that judicial districts can and do operate independently of one another, creating the disparities that I've already mentioned.
Okay, so judges are every 8 years as well, correct?
Correct.
Why do you think we should handle prosecutors differently than judges?
I think that we should bring state's attorneys in line with the rest of the criminal division of criminal justice, because state's attorney Colangelo, for example, has a 5-year term. The state's attorneys deputies, chief state's attorneys deputies, have 4-year terms. The public defenders serve 4-year terms. State's attorneys are really the only ones in this adversarial piece of it that have such outlier long terms.
Okay, so you're okay with the judges being 8 years? I mean, it's
I mean, that is not a proposal that I have brought forward, or you know, like if such legislation existed in the future, I guess I would have to see what it looked like to know if I supported it or not.
All right, so basically, the two issues that you wanted solved with this legislation were more input on reviews of the prosecutors, and to bring their term in line with other people in the criminal justice system. Is that the summary that you gave? Or is that
and then, sure. And then the third piece of ensuring that outcomes do not vary depending on what part of the state you get prosecuted in.
The outcomes, you did say though that you understand why there would be some disparity, and there should be some discretion for prosecutors that would explain some disparity in the sentences, correct? Or offers?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that you would see that disparity in a case-to-case comparison. I don't necessarily think that you should be seeing it one judicial district versus the other. I mean, if we're allowing that certain factors in an individual case would dictate changes in, say, a plea bargain offered or the sentence that you recommend as a prosecutor, I think that you would see those differences within and among the judicial districts.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Moore, for being with us today and for your testimony. I came to the party late, so please forgive me if any of these questions have already been asked. But I wanted to know, are the uniform policies going to remove flexibility and discretion in what you've proposed here today?
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify that, Representative Porter. I just want to make clear that this bill doesn't actually write or create uniform policies. It directs the state's attorneys and the chief state's attorney to do that. And it just enumerates the areas where there ought to be policies. So it neither sets policies nor creates rigidity in the policies.
Thank you for that clarification. And will this inject politics into prosecution, which should be insulated from politics?
Thank you, ma'am. I think it will not. We are not changing the fundamental character, or not proposing to change the fundamental character of how state's attorneys get appointed. They're still appointed by the Criminal Justice Commission. They are still not subject to election. We're not changing the composition of the Criminal Justice Commission. It's the same people. It's just that they're making that decision every 5 years instead of every 8 years.
Thank you. And I have been listening to some of the discussion. I just want to ask you, because for me, I understand this to be about the people and not the prosecutors. What would you say to that? I mean, because we keep talking about the disparities and you reference, jurisdictions and things of that nature, but we know there are disparities in sentencing, right, that are rooted and grounded in race, right? There's a disproportionate impact on Black and Brown sentencing versus white sentencing. And we've seen this nationally. This is not a secret. So can you just speak to that? Because I really feel like, to bring us, just to redirect us back to the bill before us, that it's really about people, not prosecutors.
That's exactly right. I would agree with that 100%. The truth of the matter is that we know that our system of incarceration in Connecticut is unfair and it hurts people of color. More people of color are arrested, are prosecuted, are incarcerated in Connecticut in really, really disparate ways, in really unfair numbers. And part of that has, the reasons for that are many. It's systemic racism comes up in a lot of different ways, and it's certainly not entirely the fault of prosecution. However, I believe that every actor in the criminal legal system, from the people who make the laws to the people who enforce the laws, to the people who prosecute them, to the people who are in charge of incarceration, to pardons and paroles, are perpetuating policies where we see that Black and Brown people are disproportionately hurt. I mean, I do not think it's malicious. I think that this is how systemic racism works. But I think we owe it to the people of Connecticut to try and eliminate those disparities wherever they exist. And in one way to do that is to make sure that people in different parts of the state are treated the same. So if you go into court in New Haven, you know that you're not going to get a different kind of trial process than you would in Litchfield. You can feel confident that where you are isn't the thing that's having an effect on your outcome. And I think it's really important. It's an important process question. It's important to the fairness in the process. And I think it has an impact on the outcome and making sure that we are trying to reduce these disparities and not perpetuate them by continuing to do the same things that have gotten us to this point.
Well, I do agree, and I thank you for that response, and I appreciate this legislation being brought before us today in this public hearing. And I hope that we will keep it centered on humanity and what is equitable and what is just, with people at the center of that. So thank you again for being with us today, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. I just want to check. Well, never mind. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kelly, I just want to come back to the disparities. Well, we never really left it. So I just want to stay with that for a moment. And I just want to give you a scenario. A 20-year-old breaks into a restaurant and steals food. Okay. And we're going to assume that it's 3 different 20-year-olds, 3 different parts of the state. One goes to Bridgeport Court, one goes to New Haven Court, one goes to Rockville. The one that went to Bridgeport case was nollied. The one who went to New Haven was convicted of a felony, break and entering in the 3rd. The one who went to Rockville, he was given services and the case was dismissed. Now, from what I've heard today, you would have all 3, the state's attorney would employ the same penalty in all 3 cases. Is that what I'm hearing?
Absolutely not. What this bill would propose is that when the prosecutors in those cases are making their determinations, they are operating within parameters to be set under this bill by the state's attorney and chief state's attorney. And it is very conceivable to me that those parameters could be drafted in such a way that if those outcomes were the fair outcomes given all the circumstances, that wouldn't change.
Well, who's to determine fairness, though, based upon the stats? You've made allegations here today that the stats bear out this disparity. Because I want to throw in some more facts. In the Bridgeport case, the 20-year-old happened to be homeless. I would think that the state's attorney would be able to employ discretion there and nolly the case. In the New Haven case, 20-year-old just thought it was fun. I would think that, that should come into play, but it isn't bore out in the stats that have been referenced here today. And in the 3rd case, under my scenario, young man has a mental health issue. So the state's attorney employs services that are available through the judicial system. Ultimately, the case is dismissed. They are all disparate outcomes. But I think, as being a neutral, equal protection sort of guy, that all of those outcomes are perhaps appropriate, although disparate. So how do the stats bear out that problem? Because stats are draconian.
I mean, I think the point, like what I take away from your question, Representative Fishbein, is that waiting on the stats doesn't actually help us create policies that will get prosecutors to the right outcomes all the time, right? Like, we know in the example that you gave us that people who are living in homelessness probably deserve to be treated differently. And we don't necessarily need the numbers to tell us that. So, I mean, I think that when we talk about making policies, the numbers are not necessarily the most informative thing. It's the question of what considerations need to be made. Does somebody have a mental illness? Is somebody living in homelessness? Are there factors there that need to be considered when proceeding with a case?
And I appreciate that. I just want to point out that those are all different judicial districts. They are all disparate outcomes, not necessarily based upon something other than homelessness, mental health, and just wanting to have a good time. So okay, well, I thank you, Kelly, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Are there comments or questions from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, Kelly, thank you very much for joining us today. Hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Next, we'll hear from Walter Paul, followed by Joe Ganem. Walter, I see you, Mr. Paul. You have 3 minutes.
Esteemed members of the Judiciary, I am Walter Paul. I am a member of the Yale Law School Worker and Immigrants' Rights Advocacy Clinic, which represents congregations organized for a new Connecticut, also known as Connect. They are an interfaith nonprofit collective dedicated to enacting socially and economically just interventions on issues of common concern. Today, I am speaking on behalf of Connect and in support of Senate Bill 1019, which presents you the momentous opportunity to live up to Connecticut's reputation as the second chance state. We urge you to pass SB 1019 for the following 3 reasons. First, SB 1019 will reduce the likelihood of recidivism and thus promote public safety. Recent research reveals that clean slate reduces the likelihood of recidivism for individuals with records. Without clean slate, these individuals find it difficult to plan for a responsible future given the uncertainty of when or whether they will be freed from the stigma of their criminal records, some of which are decades old. However, it has been shown that when granted expungement, people with convictions are able to enjoy the benefits of employment and education and are thus less likely to reoffend. By giving people a future unrestricted by the stigma of their records, SB 1019 will promote public safety by reducing recidivism. Second, SB 1019 will mitigate the racialized harms disproportionately inflicted upon Black and Brown communities by mass incarceration. The reality of racism in our criminal legal system renders Black and Brown persons more likely to be arrested, charged, convicted, and sentenced for crimes. Black and Brown people therefore constitute an unusually large proportion of potential candidates for records expungement. However, the current subjective pardon system for records expungement fails to guarantee that a person will ultimately have their records expunged. This systemic shortcoming, in addition to the enduring stigma of criminal records and the criminal legal system's chokehold on Black and Brown communities, exacerbates existing racial and class inequities in Connecticut. You can help mitigate these inequities and the racialized harms of mass incarceration by passing SB 1019. Finally, SB 1019 will relieve the inequitable social and economic impacts of mass incarceration experienced by Connecticut residents, regardless of their race. Perpetual access to an individual's criminal records makes poverty more likely than progress by subjecting those who have already been subjected to criminal penalties to an additional lifelong sentence of discrimination in housing, employment, and education. These citizens also face higher rates of homelessness and restricted access to government assistance programs because of their records. Through SB 1019, you can mitigate these deplorable circumstances by allowing people with convictions to participate fully in our social and economic community. SB 1019 will also benefit all of Connecticut by boosting economic growth through increased market participation. Connecticut is poised to build on the success of other states which have already enacted clean slate legislation. We urge you to join these states and pass 1019 to unshackle hundreds of thousands of people from the stigma of their past conduct. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul. There is a question or a comment from Representative Fishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, sir. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Very good, thank you. I would expect that you've read the entirety of the bill that you're here testifying on. I didn't want to ask you about something you didn't know about.
I have.
Okay. And is there any portion of the bill that you're opposed to?
I don't think so.
Okay, that's fine. So I want to bring you to line 483, which has to do with the renting of a property to someone. And the way I read this is a landlord barred from asking a prospective tenant whether or not they have been convicted of, let's say, child pornography?
I think what that provision is getting at is barring landlords from discriminating or misrepresenting information based on the criminal record of an individual whose records were expunged.
Okay, so that would be the next step. So is the landlord barred from even asking the question to get the information to ascertain whether or not they would like to enter into an arm's length transaction with the potential tenant.
I don't read the provision as extending to simply asking the individual, but if it goes into a discriminatory context, then that provision will bar it.
Okay, so what if the landlord Googled the person's name on the internet and found, you know, picture of the person, they had been convicted of child pornography, their record's been erased under this language, would they be barred under 483 through 489 from refusing to rent to that individual?
Again, I don't remember reading provisions in this statute that categorically bars a landlord from seeking information, but it does bar the landlord from relying on information to misrepresent the availability of a particular dwelling that an individual seeks to rent, and denying the individual based on that information.
Okay, do you have the bill in front of you?
I do.
Okay, so if we look at line 483, it says to refuse to sell or rent, and we're just talking about renting at this time, after the making of a bona fide offer, or to refuse to negotiate for the sale or rental of, or otherwise make unavailable or deny a dwelling to any person on the basis of an erased criminal history record, and so on and so forth. So I read that, please correct me if I'm wrong, you know, if one ascertains the information off of the internet of the conviction, whether or not they confirm with the individual, which is a totally separate question, that they would be barred from refusing to rent to that individual who have been convicted of child pornography based upon this language. Am I reading that incorrectly?
So they will be barred from not renting to that individual. But I would also like to point out that sex offenses are exempted from from clean slate coverage. So those records would be available to the landlord.
Well, can you just direct me in this? I know that some sex offenses, you know, involving direct physical contact are exempted, but is there a particular portion of this bill that you rely upon to say that the child pornography is exempted? Because I didn't see it, sir.
So to the extent that child pornography is considered a sex offense in Connecticut, then it would be barred under the statute. And you can find that language in lines 168 to 173.
Yes, which lists, it says any conviction designated as a family violence crime as defined under 46B38, any offense that is nonviolent sexual offense or a sexually violent offense, each is defined in section 54-250, which are you, and I know you know, we didn't talk about this beforehand, and I don't want to get you on the spot, but I don't believe that child pornography falls within 54-250 unless you have information to the contrary.
So the research that we've done haven't looked so deep that we would have identified that, but to the extent that it is classified as a sexual offense, then it would be exempted from clean slate.
Okay, and if it's not, you would be okay with that landlord having to rent to that person who had been convicted of child pornography in the past?
So we believe that once an individual's records are expunged, then they should not be discriminated against based on the information in that record. And that is the purpose of clean slate.
Understood. Now I'm drawing your attention to lines 714 through 722. I think that's the right place. Hold on. No. I'm going to skip it. 968 through 976. I'm just going to give you a moment to get there. Just let me know.
There.
Now that's a new section having to do with 364 days. Can you explain why that's in this clean slate legislation?
So federal law makes certain crimes apply for deportation reasons. And under the current Connecticut laws, certain nonviolent misdemeanors that have a 365-day sentence would subject an individual to deportation, but that does not comport with the intentions of federal law. So this will cover that loophole.
And when you say it does not comport with the intentions of federal law, can you point me to any transcript of Congress that says that it was not intended to apply to these crimes? Because I've looked for that and I have not found that.
So we can certainly follow up with specific materials attesting to that, but it is our belief that it is meant for certain crimes that wouldn't fall, that Connecticut law would qualify, but that the federal government would not find deportable under its law.
So I just want to explore that a bit. I know there are documents out there by advocates that make this claim, but are you saying that there are documents, that a committee of Congress actually said that it is our intent to do X, as opposed to what's happening in Connecticut?
I'm not certain if there are any documents that speak particularly to Connecticut, but just looking at the purpose of the legislation that makes it so, we believe that there are just certain crimes that would subject an individual to deportation because of the way that Connecticut law is written. That just shouldn't be covered, and we support this provision because it covers that loophole.
No, I understand the position. I'm just trying to get to, you made a representation that this does not comport to the intent of the federal law. And I haven't found that. Is there a particular congressperson who made a statement to that effect? That would be probably pretty easy to pinpoint. I can just search for that person.
Again, I think we'll check back with the specific materials, particularly ones that would speak to the intentions and ones that we inferred that from. But just on the broader position, we do know that there are just certain individuals that shouldn't be deported for certain crimes that this provision would cover.
Okay, and have you, through your advocacy, reached out to our federal delegation to, if that was the intent of the federal law, for them to clarify that at the federal level?
I'm not sure about that activity, that was done by other members of the team, just reaching out to individuals, but can check back on that as well.
No, and I appreciate that. And just so we're clear, I'm not looking for inferences. I'm looking for some statement from Congress, when they were deliberating the passage of that law, that said it was not their intent to have this apply to the instances that this language is addressing, because that's the claim that I hear, and then all that I see is advocacy papers, that it must have been impossible that they meant it this way, but there's no support that at least I've been sent. But I'm certainly willing to read whatever you send me that's actually directly, I think you know what I'm looking for. So I thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, Mr. Paul, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Next, we'll hear from Mayor Joe Ganim, followed by Amber Blangus. Mayor Ganim, you have your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity and respect the amount of individuals you have testifying today and maybe into tonight. And certainly will keep my testimony short and ask that you, if you haven't received it yet, that I have short written testimony that I'd like to be made part of the record, which may cover some things that I didn't mention and would help me to abbreviate some of my comments and maybe have some time to answer questions if there are any. I just want to say, first of all, I wanted to, as mayor of Bridgeport, Connecticut, a city that has, at least by understanding of statistics, as does our other major cities, maybe 1,000 returning citizens every year to our neighborhoods, looking for reconnection with families and trying to get their lives back together, job opportunities, educational opportunities, and housing. That this clean slate legislation that I'm testifying on today, SB 1019, will go a long way, at least down the road, to help people rid themselves of what is otherwise a permanent mark, or some are referred to as a scarlet letter for life. And this isn't the end all or be all to some of the problems or challenges we have with the way we treat or don't acknowledge or level the playing field for returning citizens, but it is one element in the criminal justice system that I think we have the opportunity to make better. Walter from Connect, and I've tried to participate with Connect as much as I can, and other statewide organizations to bring the substance that he brought through his testimony about the impacts of the lack of or the ability to cross a threshold in a lot of barriers on reentry, getting a pardon being one of them. Less likelihood to reoffend, maybe begin to correct some of the disparities between Black and Brown individuals who are returning citizens, greater opportunities, as I mentioned, for jobs, housing, and education. But at the end of the day, I think, and I'm not, and I'll try if I'm asked to get into the nuances of the bill and who it applies to and who it doesn't and why it should or why it shouldn't, and whether it's 12 years on certain offenses and all that. But I think the basic premise as a backdrop is that we have a criminal justice system founded, I think, to an extreme and ill-guided on punitive measures, disproportionately meted out, depending on how you look at it, but the statistics are there. Terms like mass incarceration apply or have applied. I think we've come a long way from that and have recognized as a state, one of the states that I think is a leader in the country, on the other balance on that scales of justice, which is supposed to be rehabilitation and the opportunity to, as the cliche goes, pay your debt to society and move on. And I think that's what this bill goes a long way in doing. I did have the opportunity to listen to a number of the speakers, the chairman of the Pardon Board too, Giles, and that process is there, but it is a difficult, onerous, time-consuming, and even though it's $75 for a fingerprint, it costs money, so there's an expense to it. In my view, in Connecticut, it has not proved to be a model of success, and it's not a commentary on the board or on how it's set up. It's just the way the world is right now. I'm also active with the United States Conference of Mayors. Am I out of time, Mr. Chairman?
You are. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Well, let me just thank the committee. If there's any questions, again, I want to voice my support for this bill, and I know some of the nuances and details of it are yet to be worked out.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for being with us and for your advocacy on this issue. Are there questions from the committee? If not, thanks again.
Thank you.
Next up will be Amber Vlangas.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Amber Vlangas, and I am the Executive Director of the Restorative Action Alliance. We are a regional advocacy group that are made up of anti-carceral crime survivors, individuals who've been impacted by the criminal legal system, and restorative justice advocates and practitioners. So you do have my written testimony. I'm not going to read it verbatim. What I want to talk to you about today is my support with some reservation for SB 1019, also known as Clean Slate. So just to center my testimony, I am a survivor of military sexual assault. In 1995, I was raped by another member of my unit when I was serving in the United States Marine Corps. While I really strongly support the spirit of this bill, I really urge the committee to remove the exclusions that are based on crime category. Now, I know a lot of people don't expect someone to say that coming from my position, but I also have experienced the negative effects of the criminal legal system in my family. So it's important for people to remember that when we're talking about victims and we're talking about perpetrators, often we're talking about the same people. In the absence of the political will to take the action of removing these exclusions, I would ask that the committee include language that would prohibit the Board of Pardons and Paroles from denying someone a hearing based on the nature of their crime or their appearance on a public registry. What I'm trying to communicate is that we refuse to accept the injustice of immutable punishment and lifelong discrimination towards any human being as justice for survivors. This approach fully misunderstands why and how violence occurs, because denying restoration, creating barriers to pro-social support, and blocking access to necessities creates the exact conditions that perpetuate cycles of harm, which are isolation, shame, and an inability to meet one's basic needs. It is a disservice to survivors to create broken people that will recidivate. I would really like to encourage this committee and all decision makers in our state to really expand their notion of who deserves to be heard and who deserves to be safe. Safety should be centered on harm reduction and always be seen through the lens of equity, diversity, and inclusion. The disproportionate way that the criminal legal system affects people of color and the poor does not create safety. Marginalizing and silencing survivors who do not seek the criminal legal system or believe in this lifelong punishment as a solution to their pain does not create safety. Creating limited access to housing, education, and employment due to fear-based discrimination does not create safety. So we really must push for a concept of public safety that includes every single person who is living in our state. And we must focus on who people are today, the services that survivors need, and the worst thing, and not on the worst thing that a person has ever done or the worst thing that has ever happened to them. So RAA believes that all people living with records should be eligible for Clean Slate, irrespective of their offense type.
Thank you.
We support this bill with reservation, and we ask the committee to remove the exclusions or change the language to bar the Board of Pardons and Paroles from denying somebody a hearing based on the nature of their crime.
Thank you for your
an appearance on a public registry. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony on this. Are there questions or comments from the committee? If not,
Chair, I just want to thank. I just want to thank Amber for coming by. I've encountered her in other places, and I know she's done a lot of work. So I just wanted to thank her for coming to join us this afternoon.
Thank you, Senator Winfield.
Thank you. Next up, we will hear from Stefan Wozniacki.
That's correct. Very good. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me okay? Okay, thank you for this privilege of offering testimony. Thank you to Senator Winfield, the Honorable Representative Staffstrom, and other distinguished members of the Joint Committee. I am here to follow up on my written testimony, which I believe you have received. Pretty much this is my voicing my support for SB 1019, so known as the Clean Slate Bill. I am here representing St. Patrick's St. Anthony Church, only because I've learned about the Clean Slate initiative through the pastor, Father Mike Johnson, and church member Dwayne Paul, who both will be speaking in a short while themselves. Please note that, my purpose here is primarily speaking for my demographic, that being white suburbanite. And so I am in support of the bill, but based more on a personal experience that I've had. I've been a member of the church in a long time, but I think at this time we need to always refer once in a while to what we can learn from the Bible, that being acts of forgiveness. On a personal note, I was provided an opportunity a few years back to teach a course at Corrigan-Redgowski Correctional Center in Uncasville. Federal program had provided Three Rivers Community College the funding to conduct full semester courses within the correctional facility. The orientation was a bit daunting, as I had to hand over to the guard my identification, have all my bags searched, as well as my cell phone and wristwatch. At that time, when I entered the classroom, there were maybe only 10 to 12 inmates in there who had been pre-screened. And in other words, they had to show that they deserved to sit in the classroom. That is something that, I think every inmate should be at least given an opportunity to better themselves. At the time, I noticed a lot of similarities between that class and others which I taught at the University of Connecticut. I was there for 27 years. My background has nothing to do with the legal profession. I'm a chemist, actually. So therefore, when it comes to the finer points of SB 1019, I am not in a position to offer much on that end at all. Pretty much, this is about my experience working with inmates in that setting of bettering themselves. One similarity was simply the fact that there were students at the university who would always take up residence in the back row, and just as they were at Corrigan-Redgowski. In other words, these were very similar populations in some respects, notwithstanding the fact that, I was teaching the inmates. I will mention also that I was cautioned not to show too much personal interest in these personal lives of these inmates. A few did approach me, but their intentions were for how their course could better prepare them for life. The course actually had to do with OSHA regulations, and knowing that there's still a very vibrant technical job market in Connecticut, they realized that if they could come out of their incarceration with a certificate that showed that they were being, leading in the right path to try to enter the workplace, then that gave them a leg up on, bettering themselves and the community.
Sir, we're at the 3-minute mark. I just need you to wrap up, please.
Then I will simply say, I think that benefit that is provided to many students should be also applied to the inmates who have shown that they deserve that second chance. I'll welcome any questions.
Thank you. I think there is a question from Representative Rubimbis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. And my apologies. I believe you had indicated, and this may be the first I've heard in my history serving as a legislator, but you're speaking on behalf of suburban. I'm sorry, actually, if you could repeat that, you're speaking on behalf of who?
No, I actually am representing St. Patrick's St. Anthony Church in Hartford, Connecticut.
Did you make a reference to white suburbanites?
That was my demographic.
Okay.
That's all.
And what religious affiliation is the parish?
Catholic.
Catholic. And So on behalf of the parish, did you take a vote from the parishioners of the parish as to whether or not they're in support of the proposal before us?
Not of the parishioners, no. This came from our pastor.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify because you did say that you're speaking on behalf of the parish. So I was just wondering what steps were taken in order to make that type of representation. I'm a Catholic as well and have high regard to anyone's religious beliefs in that regard. So I have a question for you. Would you have an objection to having some type of statement or affidavit from individuals indicating the fact that they understand what led to their conviction and they repent for it, and that they're currently not being investigated for another offense? Would that be something that would be acceptable to you?
I think, there was a comment earlier about how individualized this whole issue is. In other words, I think what could be drafted could show benefit for some individuals, yet maybe not to others. So I think it would depend on the type of, if people were given the you might say a template as to, what could be showing that they are, showing remorse, showing repentance. I think that may be a difficult thing for some people. I totally, feel for people who cannot, exemplify, what they've been through, what their incarceration period was like. So I think, we do need to respect and honor individuals that way. I'm not against what you're proposing. I think it just has to be in the right way.
And I would agree. I mean, certainly I think we should look at that, but I guess I want to dive a little bit further. In what way would it be offensive?
Representative Rabimbas, I think we lost your audio there.
Can you hear me?
Now we can. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my apologies for that. So in what way would it be offensive to an individual to sign an affidavit that indicates that they have not reoffended and been convicted of a new crime and is not currently being investigated to the best of their knowledge of a pending crime, in order for them to be expunged of the crime that's being proposed in this legislation?
I have no legal background whatsoever. As I mentioned, I'm from the scientific community. I guess what you're proposing is something that would require someone to already be investigated for another crime. So I would think that this bill would make it that they're not eligible at that point in time. If they are actually being investigated for another crime, then this bill doesn't apply. Would you agree?
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Actually, I agree with you in theory that should be what this bill has, but in fact, that's not what this bill does. What this bill is proposing is an automatic expungement. No ability whatsoever for an individual to actually state that they're not being investigated. But I actually appreciate your testimony because I think we're on the same page, and you don't need a legal background in order to determine that would be an important factor for this proposal. So thank you for taking the time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions or comments from the committee? If not, sir, I want to thank you for being with us today and sharing your perspective.
Thank you for your time.
Next up will be Mayor Elicker from New Haven.
Hi, everyone. It's good to see you all. Thanks for your service. And it's always enjoyable to see other people's testimony. I thought Ms. Amber Valangas' testimony was particularly compelling. Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, and members of the committee. I'm here in strong support of SB 1019, which would effectively be a clean slate for residents across our state who have served their time and re-entered society. Criminal records are an enormous barrier to individuals who are returning from incarceration and are trying to get their lives back on track. from employment to housing to a criminal record, can have lasting impacts on access to essential opportunities. The way this bill is written, it would apply to people who have committed certain lower level crimes and after a significant period of time have re-entered society and not reoffended. Criminalization of communities of color, particularly Black men, as well as the severe economic impacts of systemic racism, are taking an enormous toll on the residents of our state, and we must do everything we can to undo it. This is one step forward in grappling with the impacts of mass incarceration and the long-term implications of a criminal conviction has on someone's life. People who re-enter society should be supported, respected, and given every opportunity to thrive. More broadly, Connecticut does not have a coherent strategy services costs of recently released inmates from across the state. With systemic underfunding, we are incapable of providing the adequate services to do that, and the state needs to take a more proactive role in ensuring that once someone has done their time, they are given a chance. We must do more to address the enormous challenges faced by our returning residents, and this is one clear way of preventing a lower level criminal conviction from following someone for the rest of their life. I'm grateful for Senator Winfield's leadership on this, and I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none. Mayor, I want to thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
Next up will be Maria Solomon. Is Ms. Solomon with us? If not, let's try Michael Johnson.
Good morning. My name is Mike Johnson. I am a Franciscan stationed at St. Patrick's St. Anthony Church and in charge of the Franciscan Center for Urban Ministry. For me personally, this issue has resonated for 40 years. I started out as an attorney practicing in Enfield, cutting my teeth at GA 13. After that, I entered the Friars and I was in charge of a vocational rehab program at a prison in Bolivia for 5 years. After returning to the States, I worked in prisons giving retreats that were ecumenical in nature. And now as the director of the center, I find myself working with a fair amount of Hartford's homeless, many of whom have criminal records. And the conversations that I've had with them over the last 40 years are people, many of them, change in prison. The vast majority do not want to go back. The vast majority want to get on with their lives. And when they are supported, both in and after prison, that's more likely to happen. But what I also encounter is over and over again, people walking into a wall when they seek a job, or when they seek a decent place to live. And it affects not just them. A lot of these folks have families. They are the future of Connecticut, the future of our cities. And the more that we can do to help their parents who, after a certain period of time, have done the hard work, they've stayed out of the system, and they deserve an opportunity, a second chance. For us as Catholics, when I preached at this in my church, I compared them to the lepers in Jesus's time, who were pushed to the margin of the society, had to leave their homes, their work, and declared unclean until they died. That is, in all likelihood, what we have done to these people, unless at some point we start saying that they deserve this second chance, and they have proven that they are no more likely to commit a crime than you or I by staying clean for so long. When I preached at my church on this, and my parish is fairly large and spread over 124 zip codes, most of them being suburban. The response was very positive, and a lot of people had no idea that this happened, that this served as a barrier, and saw it very much as a justice issue. And I know from hearing from folks that lots of people responded by reaching out to you. I ask you as a justice issue because if we continue to shut the door on these people, it's injustice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Father. Appreciate you being with us today and for your advocacy on this issue. Are there questions from the committee? If not, thanks again.
Thank you.
Next up will be Mayor Bronin from Hartford. Good afternoon, Mayor. How are you?
Good afternoon, Chairman Stafstrom, Chairman Winfield, and all of the members of the committee. Thanks very much for the opportunity to testify today. I'm joining you today to testify in support of SB 1019, an act concerning Board of Pardons and Paroles, erasure of criminal records for certain misdemeanor and felony offenses. As I spoke last year, this bill is of fundamental importance to thousands of residents in this community that I serve and in many others across the state. This is not a question of commuting sentences. Clean slate is not about commuting sentences. It's not about reducing time served. It's about whether we believe that perpetual punishment is beneficial to our society as a whole. It's about whether we believe that it makes our communities safer or stronger when it is impossible for those who have made mistakes and paid the price but want to rebuild their lives to get a job or to find housing or to move forward and support their families. And I think we have seen time and time again in our reentry center here in Hartford and in conversations with countless residents that there are, again, thousands of residents in my community who have made mistakes and have paid a heavy price, but who would move forward with a very different life and find obstacle after obstacle placed in their way. It's also important to note that around the country, this has not been a partisan issue. Some of the earliest clean slate bills adopted in America have been adopted in red states. This is, of course, an issue that's supported by the ACLU, but it's also supported by the JP Morgan Chase Foundation or Public Policy Center. There is, I think, a growing and broad consensus that perpetual punishment is not beneficial. Now, needless to say, it's important that there be appropriate carve-outs and exceptions, that not every mistake should be wiped clean. And I know this bill includes some important ones, including family crimes, sex crimes. I think it's important to include any crimes against children. And I know the committee will think carefully about those exceptions that are in this bill. But let me just leave you with this last piece. By the Department of Corrections estimate, this bill would affect 7,000 residents in the city of Hartford alone. That means that for 5%, more than 5% of this city's population, this bill would have an immediate and profound effect on their lives, allowing them to be successful as they work to lift themselves and their families up. So I strongly urge the committee to move forward with this legislation, again, with the appropriate carve-outs and exceptions, and appreciate your time today.
Mayor, let me ask you super quick on that statistic, 7,000. Have you looked at what the economic impact of legislation like this would be on a city like Hartford with 7,000 residents who are positively impacted by this legislation?
Representative, it's a great question. I can't tell you that I can give you a good estimate of the economic impact. I can tell you that last year, Prior to the coronavirus changing every aspect of our lives, I dedicated half of my State of the City address to this issue because I believe it is one of the most powerful things we can do to create opportunity, to create economic opportunity. And I think that the economic impact would be enormous. We'll try to see if we can measure it in some way, but just knowing how many hundreds of residents come through the doors of our reentry welcome center and continually struggle to get employment, even after they've been hired, performed well at the job, and then sometimes later on a background check comes back, even after they've been one of the best employees, they'll lose that job. That happens again and again and again. The barriers that a past record puts in the way for so many of our residents are huge, and the economic impact is huge.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Anything you can dig up on that would certainly, I think,
we'll do our best.
Yeah, I think sometimes we, as you know from your prior role before mayor and having worked in this building, know oftentimes we look at fiscal analysis or reports that look at what are the dollars something is going to cost the state, as opposed to what are the potential dollars or economic opportunity something can generate. Which in my mind is the much more significant fiscal impact than just the state outlay. And I know it's a soft number sometimes to calculate, but I think it would be important if you can track that down.
We will ask for work to do that. And Representative, I know you know this already, but that would, I think it's important to measure that with an appropriately broad lens, because that would include the jobs that thousands of people cannot get. It would also include the money saved with a lower recidivism rate. And I think there's no question that those two things are tied together, one of which could produce revenue for the state, the other of which could avoid significant costs for the state.
Thank you, Mayor. Seeing no further questions, appreciate being with us this afternoon.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Next up will be Brian Proleski.
Good morning. Oh, I'm sorry. Good afternoon. Thank you. Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to testify on SB 1018. My name is Brian Proleski. I'm the state's attorney for the Judicial District of New Britain. Been a prosecutor since 1993, been state's attorney since 2011. I have served as the past chair of our Operations Committee, president of the DCJ Advisory Board, and currently chair our Management Committee. I am here to speak in opposition to SB 1018, which strikes me as a potentially very expensive and overly bureaucratic solution to a problem as yet identified. The supporters of the legislation have talked to you a little bit about two ideas, accountability. And with respect to accountability, I have to acknowledge that there's an inherent tension between independence and accountability, but Connecticut has struck that balance for the past 36 years, and that is a balance that's been held up as a model for good government, and you can see the citation in the written testimony that we have prepared in connection with that. We receive the same terms, 8 years, that Superior Court judges do. Frankly, because like judges, we're often required to make unpopular decisions that are nonetheless necessary by the law and the facts that we're presented with. The second is that this legislation is going to make things better for individuals involved in the criminal justice system. And if I believe that was the case, I would be supporting this legislation. However, I think what's the most important thing is you're not just hearing from prosecutors today who oppose this legislation. You're also hearing from the CCDLA, prominent defense attorneys who have submitted written testimony opposing the legislation as well, because they recognize that we operate within a legal regimen that is highly regulated, starting with our federal and state constitutions, the laws that all of you pass in the General Assembly, the practice book provisions that the judges of the Superior Court mandate on us our rules of professional conduct and the existing policies and procedures within the Division of Criminal Justice. And what we do is we try very hard to discern the intent of the legislature. And that is why I do wish to mention Section 7 of this bill. Section 7 would repeal Connecticut General Statutes 51277C. 51277C quite simply tells us that we are to prioritize the investigation of violent crime and gun crimes. With respect to your repeal of that section, I will tell you as a prosecutor for, well, since 1993, almost 28 years, the only public policy rationale that I could discern from that, were you to pass that legislation, is that you no longer want us to prioritize violent crime and gun crime. I don't know why else that would be repealed. And as a matter of public policy, I do believe it's a poor policy choice were you to make that choice. Chief State's Attorney Colangelo has discussed in detail.
We're at the 3-minute mark, so I just need you to summarize the rest of your testimony.
Well, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Fishbein.
Sir, you had some other points. I just, were they addressed in written testimony, or was it something else you wanted to mention to us?
Oh, thank you. No, the 13 state's attorneys submitted written testimony in connection with that. Thank you.
Yes, okay. Thank you. I've reviewed that. I just wanted to make sure there was nothing else. So thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yep. Senator Champagne first, followed by Senator Winfield.
Thank you. Sir, can you expand on what you were just saying about the violent crimes?
Sure. We have a statute, 51277C. 51270C in its entirety says in the investigation and prosecution of crime, priority shall be given to crimes involving physical violence and to crimes involving the possession of a firearm. And that has always, frankly, seemed quite commonsensical to me. Violent crimes hurt people, and anybody in law enforcement knows that when you introduce a firearm into a volatile situation, you often turn it into a deadly situation. So we have taken that statutory mandate and we follow it. And we do prioritize, and we have, and one thing that you should know is we have extraordinarily limited resources. And we need to prioritize where we put those resources. One of the things I have as state's attorney here in New Britain, a staff of 28 people, it's going down to 27 in 2 weeks. It's on the phone with my counterpart in Cumberland County, New Jersey. My jurisdiction is 320,000 people. Cumberland County, New Jersey is 180,000, and she has a staff of 110 individuals. So we need to prioritize what we do. The last NDAA numbers that came out showed us as some of the busiest prosecutors in the country in terms of caseloads. And our caseloads are much higher post-COVID because, quite frankly, things haven't been moving in our court system over the past year. And this is one of the ways we prioritize. When the legislature tells us prioritize gun violence and prioritize violent crime, that's where we put resources. I frankly, I don't know why you'd repeal that. But if you do repeal that, the only conclusion I would be able to draw from that is that you don't want us to prioritize violent crime and gun violence. And if that's what you don't want us to do, my perspective on that is that it's very poor public policy.
I agree with you. And I find it quite disturbing that somebody would add that in there. And, you know, not prioritizing those that are violent offenders seems to me to be a big problem. I was asking somebody this morning on some of the cases that you deal with. And what is your opinion? How hard is it for somebody to go to prison in Connecticut?
Well, I think, frankly, to be blunt, depends what they do. But I think that from my perspective, and I think the 13 states attorneys share this perspective, it should be hard to go to prison because that should be a last resort. You should have tried everything else before you go to prison. Prison should be reserved for individuals who are dangerous or who are otherwise incorrigible and who we have no other alternatives left. So, and frankly, that's generally speaking my experience, is that those are the folks who end up in prison. So I don't want to make sending people to prison easier than it is, because it should be a last resort. And one of the things that we know is that what drives our criminal dockets are mental health problems, substance abuse problems, and we have in Connecticut, frankly, been a national leader in setting up programs. CSSD has done a wonderful job, and now prosecutors have started to get involved in prosecutorial diversions. We have the ESI, which we're coming to get funded. We have set up a program here in New Britain for opioid addiction, and we would much rather address the underlying problem, whether it's opioid addiction or alcoholism or mental health, than incarcerate somebody. Because oftentimes the collateral consequences of incarceration end up putting a person 2 steps behind where they were when they ended up going into prison. So we know that. We try to avoid that. We try to avoid criminal convictions. By the same token, the reality is that we do have some folks who are dangerous and who do need for some period of time to be removed from society.
Okay. Thank you. And I've heard this statement made several times today: mass incarceration. That we're just doing this mass incarceration. Do you see that in Connecticut?
Well, so I don't know. You know, it's like anything else. How long's a piece of string? I don't know. Piece of string to you might be 3 inches. Piece of string to me might be 3 yards. One of the things that you have to remember is that we have about 9,000 and change individuals who are incarcerated. I would love to live in a world where that number was 0. But that's not the world I live in right now. And I think what's important to recognize is that each of those 9,000 individuals is an individual. All of those cases were looked at on an individual basis by a prosecutor, by an independent magistrate, a superior court judge. They were looked at through the lens of an entire legal regimen that our society has spent over 200 years building up. And all of those individuals ended up there not as the result of some collective or some group decision, but it was an individualized decision based on the law and the facts of that particular case. And we take into account all sorts of information when an individual ends up being incarcerated. For the most part, most of them only are sentenced after the preparation of what's called a pre-sentence investigation, which is a very detailed report that a probation officer prepares that talks about that individual, the crimes that they have committed, their background, their social structure, their needs. Probation makes its own individualized recommendation with respect to that person. So what I can tell you is we had a situation in Connecticut 11 years ago where we had a lot more people in prison. I would like to live in a state where we don't have a single person in prison who doesn't need to be there because they're dangerous. And I think that we have made great strides over the past 11 years getting to that place. But in terms of defining what it is, you know, I remember a few years ago, I went to a community function and folks had Cut 50 t-shirts on, which meant let's reduce our prison population by 50%. And we've done that in Connecticut. We are now more than 50% below what our high is. When you ask me what is mass incarceration, I haven't seen a good definition of it. But what I can tell you is everybody in Connecticut who has been incarcerated has been there as a result of very individualized decisions made by prosecutors, made by juries, made by judges, and for the most part, also made by the individual who is incarcerated with the assistance of competent legal counsel, because the vast majority of people who are incarcerated are incarcerated as a result of plea agreements.
Okay. And minus the minus those that commit the worst crimes, about on average, how many arrests does somebody have before they go to prison?
See, you really can't. I can't answer that. Because what I'd be doing is I'd be giving you a wild guess. So I can't answer that. But what I can tell you is when somebody comes in, we have a lot of programs that are available to them to treat substance abuse and mental health issues. And typically, before they even get to those programs, we will try and resolve that case by simply having them referred with their public defender to some and that's what we call prosecutorial diversion, to some non-judicial diversion. So, I'd be guessing to give you an average. I'm sure that somebody could crunch numbers and give you an average, but I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure how meaningful that average would be.
Right. Okay. I always say, as a police officer, when I first started, I saw, I was seeing a lot of people with, not a lot. One of the high numbers I was seeing was 15 to 17 arrests. And when I left, I was seeing people with, 50, 60, 70 arrests on their record. And to me, those are huge numbers. But I want to thank you for coming in today, and thank you for the work you do.
Thank you.
Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be brief. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for coming in to testify. Would you agree that there are numerous levels of graduated sanctions that your office is availed to before sentencing someone to prison?
Oh, absolutely.
And excuse me, and the majority of the cases that are sentenced would go to probation.
A majority of the cases that are sentenced would probably start off with either a fine or a conditional discharge, which is a suspended sentence that's not supervised by probation. Probation officers in Connecticut, similar to prosecutors, have extraordinarily heavy caseloads. And a lot of the folks who end up going to probation end up on unsupervised probations in any event. So if if we're only looking at a disposition that implicates negative conditions, so we're saying something like, okay, you stay out of here, that's not something that we need a probation officer to supervise, because we'll know if that shoplifter goes back to the Walmart in Bristol. So we try not to burden our probation officers. What we try to give folks probation in connection with is where there are what I call affirmative conditions, where we see somebody who's been in several times, other sanctions haven't worked, and we really want them to get some monitored mental health treatment, or we really want them to go through a more intensive substance abuse regimen where maybe we can get some random urines and things like that.
And I don't want to belabor the committee with too much more time, but having worked with probation for many years, sir, I reviewed and wrote numerous violation of probation warrants. And would you say those warrants that your office reviews from probation are for minor violations, or do the probation office give numerous chances before it gets to that point?
Sure. I've seen, I've been around for a long time, and I've seen a real evolution in the thinking of CSSD probation. And no, they do not violate for technical violations. unless it reaches the point of incorrigibility, and I'm talking about 40 or 50 technical violations. And what I'm talking about when I say technical violations are positive hearings, missed appointments, and things like that. So no, you kind of, probation works very, very hard now to go through the rehabilitative process and really try to keep people from coming back into court on violations. People are not being violated for, marijuana usage.
And one for the point, my point I was making for our fine committee here is that even when someone, there are numerous pretrial programs, but if someone gets probation where they actually have a suspended sentence, then it goes to probation, and that probation officer will give that person numerous chances at treatment, try and help them get a job. And then if it happens to get to the point of a violation of probation warrant, it's still no guarantee there's jail time, correct?
So on technical violations and for individuals who are on probation and not committing new criminal offenses for which they have been arrested, our most frequent sanction on those when we see them is to give the person another chance for several months to straighten out. And if they're able to do that, and it's typically 4 months, if they're able to do that, render clean urines we will refer them back to the probation officer, render clean urines for 4 months, go to their treatment, we will typically continue them on that probation.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. I think I missed part of your point. So there was a point at which you were talking about the reasons why we don't need to move forward with this bill. And you mentioned that we had things in place like the Constitution and a set of rules. Could you make that point again so that I'm clear on what you were saying?
Yeah, thank you. We operate as the most heavily regulated lawyers in the state already. We are accountable to the judges, both through the practice book rules, as well as everything that we do in court. So maybe I could make it more effectively if I talked about a particular aspect of the proposed legislation. I'll talk about discovery. Discovery is the process in a criminal case whereby the parties share information with one another concerning the case. Discovery in Connecticut is governed, first of all, by our federal Constitution. The U.S. Supreme Court's seminal case on that is a case of all the lawyers here studying law school, Brady. And Brady basically says the state needs to offer up exculpatory information in its possession. Our state constitution imposes similar obligations on us. Now, the legislature has also placed, in fact, every year the legislature looks at this again and talks about how discovery gets done in criminal cases. So we have legislation that also governs how we exchange information with the defense in criminal cases. In addition to that legislation, we have a practice book. The practice book are rules that judges of the Superior Court promulgate, and our practice book has very detailed rules about how discovery is conducted and how we do discovery. Then, in addition to our constitutional obligations, our statutory obligations, our practice book obligations, we have an ethical obligation. The Division of Criminal Justice has instituted both ethics policies for prosecutors as well as guidelines for prosecutors. Those in total are 20 some odd pages, and they are consistent with the rules of professional conduct. And if we violate, and of course, for any violations of those rules, we're accountable to different groups. So if we violate our rules, and there are special rules concerning the responsibilities that prosecutors have, special ethical rules that other lawyers do not have. If we violate those, we're responsible to the statewide grievance committee. If we violate the rules set forth in the statutes or the practice book, we are liable to be sanctioned by the court. If we violate any of these rules, the Criminal Justice Commission can in fact suspend, and if the violation is severe enough, can fire the state's attorneys. So just in that one area of discovery that this would have us promulgate policies in connection with, we are already heavily regulated by a variety of different sources. So we've got both constitutional, statutory, practice book, and ethical guidelines that govern our conduct in that area. So I guess that's the point that I'm trying to make when we talk about, and it's easier for me to make it in connection with one discrete area because I can walk you through all the examples in that one area. If I violate those rules in any of those areas, I'm accountable to a variety of different places, and ultimately I can lose my job despite the fact that I'm an appointed individual and I have an appointed term. So we are, and when I talked about the tension between independence and accountability, that's really what I mean by it, because we do need to be independent. And I do think, frankly, it's important that we're independent to do our jobs and to make the tough decisions that we have to make. And when I talk about, and one of the things that's important, I think, for the committee to understand, the most controversial decisions that I make, and I've made controversial decisions, and I've been criticized in the press for decisions that I've made. And I don't know, some of you may have criticized me for decisions that I've made. The most controversial decisions that we make are decisions to not bring charges, are decisions when we look at the facts and the law and we say, the quantum of proof here is just not sufficient for us to bring a criminal case. Because the easy thing to do is to throw it up and say, well, we have no hope of winning this, but we'll let a jury acquit this person. We shouldn't be bringing people into criminal court, and we shouldn't be subjecting them to a criminal process that now in Connecticut can take years. And we should be working to shorten that in a case that we have no business bringing in the first case in place, because we know that we aren't going to be able to prove that case to a jury. So that was the point that I was trying to make. And when you look at many of those areas, we are heavily regulated and we are heavily governed by case law from the Supreme Court on down, all the way to our own internal policies that we currently have.
Thank you for that. And I guess I would pose this question to you. Not all of those things are the same across states, but some of those things are. Many of those things are more important parts of that. Would that suggest to you that the issue that I think is undergirding this, and I know there's been some discussion about what is the point, I think, and what is mass incarceration and all of those things, but that justice doesn't get dispensed in a way that is actually as equitable as we believe it is. That, I think, is part of the underlying issue and the issues that we've seen in the justice system as it relates to race across various districts. Would that suggest to you that the fact that we have Supreme Court precedents, that attorneys have ethics rules and all of those things means that we don't have an issue? I'm talking broader than Connecticut first, and then I'm going to bring it to Connecticut. Because it seems to me that despite the fact that we have a United States Constitution, we have ethics, and we have all of the things that you're talking about across districts, even if we think that Connecticut is exceptional, those things haven't prevented us from seeing even prosecutors operate in ways that none of us would want them to operate. So I guess I would ask you to first speak about that, and then let's bring it to Connecticut.
Sure. It's tough for me to speak to prosecutors in other states. What I can
I could ask you to be fair to you, I could ask you if you have any knowledge of instances in which prosecutors have nationally been demonstrated that they may not have been operating in the interest of justice ever in your career?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, and so let's slow walk this for everyone. And so that being the case, do you think that it was the case that the Constitution and the Supreme Court cases that come from that and the ethics laws and all of those weren't present in those districts?
I think there were, I think that what you have to realize is that misconduct is exactly as it implies. It's misconduct. It's people doing things wrong. And you can have whatever rules and whatever strictures you'd like in place, but if you have bad people who are going to ignore the rules and do things wrong, there's not a heck of a lot you can do about that. Now, here's what I mean by accountability. In Connecticut, if you have bad people and they are doing things wrong, we have a disciplinary process for our assistants that we go through. And there's a disciplinary process that the Criminal Justice Commission goes through for state's attorneys and the 2 deputy chiefs and the chief state's attorney. Now, one of the things that's important when we think about prosecutors doing things wrong is some of that misconduct that we see isn't the result of just people going out and being bad actors. Some of it is people being oblivious, things that we miss. So what we need to do is ensure that we have a robust process to make sure that we are doing things right. So one of the questions I've been watching the hearing center. One of the questions you asked Chief State's Attorney Colangelo is, well, do you oppose this whole thing in its entirety? And I do think that there are parts of this bill that make good points, but they ignore some of the things that we've already done. And that kind of dovetails into what I talked about having us make sure that we're doing things right. I currently chair our management committee. The first thing that we did, the management committee did after I became its chairman, is I agree with the premise of this legislation that prosecutors, state's attorneys, shouldn't be evaluated once every 8 years because that frankly deprives us of feedback. The whole evaluation process, if it's a good evaluation process, means making me think about my job, do my job better, because I'll tell you something, I want to do my job better. And I don't know any of the state's attorneys or the chief state's attorney or the 2 deputy chiefs who don't want to do their jobs better. So what we did is we put together a comprehensive evaluation process that I would love to share with you, because what we looked at is we looked at best practices in management. We then took a look at what we do for our jobs. We laid out 10 criteria. For instance, we talked about ethics. The first criteria that we want us to be evaluated by is that ethical criteria. We got stakeholders involved in that evaluation process, and we made it a real process whose goal is to improve performance, to identify weaknesses in our performance. So the hope is that we can get better at doing our jobs. That's one of the reasons why, we've talked about statistics and data. One of the reasons why I'm actually pretty excited to get data is I can tell you, when I answered Senator Champagne's question, I can tell you about every single case in this judicial district that resulted in an incarcerative sentence. But what I can't tell you is the waterfront. So and the analogy that I use when I talk to community groups is I can tell you in detail about every single tree, but right now I can't tell you what the forest looks like in this judicial district.
I'm going to do something I don't normally do. I'm going to cut you off there for a second because what I do not want us to do is, and I hope this comes out the way that I mean it. I do not want us to talk so long that others don't get to have their say. So I'll let you conclude what you were saying, but I want to keep us moving as I'm asking you questions.
No, and I'm not trying to filibuster, Senator.
No, I didn't think you were, but you know, I do it myself sometimes. So
yeah.
But to my point, so I think you make the point that I was making, right? It seemed to me your suggestion was because we have all of these things, we don't need this piece of legislation that would govern the way that we operate. But the fact of the matter is that all of those things being in place have never stopped anyone from being a good or a bad actor. It hasn't stopped anyone from being, intentionally good or bad or unintentionally good or bad. We've had prosecutors who've been on stage who don't file reports they're supposed to file and haven't made up for that, and all kinds of things that have happened. So I don't understand what you are suggesting, how it is supposed to be informative to me, given that set of circumstances. What am I supposed to actually walk away understanding simply because we have a constitution and a case law that flows from that and ethics rules?
Yeah, we are already heavily regulated. And the things that you want us to adopt as policies, my thought is when we look at other places that have adopted things as policy, and I will use the folks who are labeled as the progressive district attorneys in Philadelphia and Los Angeles, have adopted policies that say we're not going to follow the law. You have the district attorney in Los Angeles who's adopted a policy that says we will never seek X penalty in Y case. We can't do that in Connecticut. It's explicitly my job to follow the law. So the policies that we would be adopting would be largely duplicative of the environment that we already work in because it's already heavily regulated. And we can't adopt policies that are contrary to what this body tells us to do or what the Constitution tells us to do.
And so, and I don't want to seem obtuse, but so is your objection that the duplicative part?
No, so I guess the objection would be different depending on what piece of the legislation you're talking about.
And in terms of the number of years, so you seem to be suggesting that, at least conceptually, the notion of changing the number of years is not something you find offense in, or are you suggesting that internally you all are doing something about that, and so you believe that evaluation should happen more than is required in terms of the 8-year period, but not necessarily be put into law?
So the evaluations under the new policy will happen biennially. The problems with the statute as proposed is that it would evaluate us on lots of criteria that frankly we have no control over, no role in, like the percentage of individuals who are homeless after being discharged to corrections and things of that nature. The other problem is, and a lot of what we would be evaluating on aren't prosecutorial functions, they're judicial functions. The other problem is, if you're going to tell us we're going to evaluate you strictly on data, but then say, as the ACLU said previously, we're not going to give you any benchmarks. I frankly don't think that's a very fair process. If I'm working at a car dealership and my manager tells me I'm going to evaluate you on how many cars you sell this month, and I say, okay, how many cars do you want me to sell? And he says, I'm not going to tell you that. I don't think that's a very useful evaluative process if you're not going to give us benchmarks. And the third point that I want to make is in terms of our terms. Our terms are 8 years, the same as judges. The chief state's attorney and the two deputy chiefs, the chief is 5 and the deputy chiefs are 4. And there's a reason for that. The two deputy chiefs have administrative functions, and they are not the chief law enforcement officers in their jurisdiction. If you looked at all of the criminal cases that were handled initially out of the chief state's attorney's office, it would be a small fraction of the number that are handled by the smallest judicial district in the state of Connecticut. So their roles are primarily administrative, whereas our roles are primarily operational within the field working in the judicial districts.
And I guess to that point, I'm still not sure. I recognize that, and I appreciate you pointing that out. But I'm not sure why that requires 8 years. What is it about the 8 years that your point make more sense than the 5 years? I don't. Other than it might be nice to have more time and all of that. But I mean, what is the necessity of the 8 years? Because you suggested just now that there's a reason for it, and so I understand that it is. I understand that maybe even if I were doing what you do, I might prefer 8 over 5. But I still don't get the reason for it.
Sure. The legislature struck a balance between accountability and independence. And when it settled on 8 years, it settled on 8 years for the same reason that it settled on 8 years for judicial appointments, namely that these are individuals who need to be insulated to some extent so that they can make decisions guided by the law. And just like judges, I make unpopular decisions. And it's nice to know that when I make those decisions, and I think if you look at the testimony of Attorney Pattis, the written testimony, where he talked about judges tending to be risk averse as they come near the end of their 8-year terms. If you want prosecutors to be independent and make those decisions that we know are sometimes going to be unpopular, then 8 years is the equipoise that this body struck between independence and accountability, similar to the terms that judges serve.
And thank you for that. I hear your point. I'm not sure that I would. Well, anyway, I won't go there. I was going to make a point about prosecutors versus judges, but and you're going to hear my kids in the background because I have 2 3-year-olds and they like to run around. I guess finally, I will ask you about the point you made about no one winds up here by a collective decision. Can you make that point again?
Sure. So we have this morning a little over 9,000 individuals who are incarcerated in the state of Connecticut. Each of those individuals was incarcerated after a lengthy, individualized judicial process. And that process involved a prosecutor, it involved a judge, it involved a criminal defense attorney, and it oftentimes involved other actors as well. So we get input from family relations officers, from probation officers, and in the case of individuals serving incarcerative sentences, more often than not, there's a pre-sentence investigation that is prepared with that person. So those are all the functions of individualized decisions based on the facts and the law. Now, of course, those individualized decisions take place in the overlay of the policy decisions that you all make in the General Assembly. And of course, I recognize that. But the individuals who are serving time today in Connecticut, each of them is serving time because a lot of people made individualized decisions in connection with those cases.
Okay, and again, I appreciate that, and I think you just acknowledged what I would say is that all of those individual decisions are made in a context created by a collective decision. So
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for your time, and sorry to prolong it so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Pruleski, for being with us. Nick.
Steve, you're cutting in or out.
I'm sorry. I just got. Is Claudine Fox with us? There we go. Thank you. Sorry about that. I think I was having a little internet issue. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Claudine Fox, and I'm the Interim Public Policy and Advocacy Director here for the ACLU of Connecticut. I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 987, an act concerning reinvestment through a reduction in correctional facility population into reentry and community-based services and programs. The ACLU is an organization dedicated to ending mass incarceration and the disparate effects of mass incarceration on Black and Brown Connecticut residents. One of the best uses of funds in Connecticut is to divest from policing and incarceration and reallocate those funds back into people and communities harmed by the systematically racist institution of mass incarceration. The governor is committed to closing Northern Correctional Institution by the summer of 2021 and other DOC prisons through 2022, saving approximately $15.4 million in annual operating costs in 2022 and $41.5 million in 2023. The governor's budget reallocates that money into a poorly defined Creates Fund, which appears to be used to close the tax gap and other general fund purposes. Northern is a prison that has perpetuated great harm to the people who have been incarcerated there, and indeed all incarcerated people and their families since it opened in 1995. The money saved from closing it should not be directed at potholes and pensions, but instead should be reallocated into tangible benefits for people caught up in the criminal legal system. Senate Bill 987 does just that. It recognizes that the savings from closing Northern and other prisons should be applied to take care of the health and housing needs of people who are leaving DOC custody and reentering the community. Some of the critical tangible benefits addressed in this bill include reentry services, housing services, case management services, rental assistance, and more. This bill also addresses preventative services such as mobile crisis units to ensure that no person will enter incarceration just because they are in mental health crisis. One aspect of reinvestment that this bill does not address, but should, is to ensure that people harmed by incarceration in Connecticut are given dignity and opportunity or a light at the end of the tunnel after they've served their time and paid their debts to society through automatic record erasures or Clean Slate, which is another bill you are listening to in public testimony today. This bill could be strengthened by ensuring that the funding for the process of automatic record erasure is guaranteed from money reallocated from DOC prison closures. We believe that the dignity inherent in record erasure is a key component of the reinvestment concept of Senate Bill 987. Funding Clean Slate record erasure is a direct and important way to reinvest in the people most harmed by incarceration. Moving money that formerly propped up symbols of mass incarceration into harms and its harms into people who experience those harms is not just good policy, but a strong message about Connecticut's priorities. At the ACLU, we believe in people, not prisons. Senate Bill 987 gives the legislature the chance to invest in people, not prisons, to invest in services that support people, not perpetuate harm, by reinvesting in healthcare services for incarcerated and reentering people, into mobile crisis units that serve as an alternative to police intervention, into ensuring housing for people leaving detention, and into a light at the end of the tunnel for people with records through Clean Slate record erasure. Please support Senate Bill 987. Just at the minute.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Claudine.
Hi.
How you doing? So I would expect you've read the entirety of 987, so we can talk about the whole thing.
For the most part, but you know, I will be willing to admit when I don't know something. So I'll do my best to keep up with you.
Okay, well, it's only 8 pages long. Is there a particular portion you didn't read?
I mean, go ahead, proceed with your questions.
Okay, well, I don't want to ask you about something you don't know about, but you indicated to us some failure in the language. Are you you're comfortable otherwise with everything else that's in here?
Can you elaborate on what you mean by that question?
Sure, there's language before us. It's 8 pages long.
Yeah.
You've indicated there's additional things that you would like to see in here.
Yes.
Is there anything in this 8 pages of language that you object to?
If we're talking about the values of what this language is trying to do, which is again reinvesting in people that have been harmed by Connecticut's prisons and jails, I support it completely. Yes.
Okay. So do you have the language in front of you?
Let me pull it up.
Sure.
All right, go ahead.
So looking at line 65, that changes the reporting requirements from this committee to a committee relating to corrections. What is that change and why is that change?
Okay, line 65 relating to.
No, it's 65, not 165.
Yep.
Yep.
In accordance with.
See, it says Standing Committee of the General Assembly on Judiciary, and they're getting rid of that language and they're replacing it with relating to corrections. Do you know why? I mean, do you know why that is? And are you in support of it? And you know, what's going on?
I mean, so from the purpose of this is to ensure that we're working with people that are closest to the issue, particularly around the housing services and reentry services. And my understanding is that DOC has a particular reentry service, in place right now. And so my guess is that that money will be going into ensuring that there's everything in place to ensure that people that are reentering society have the necessary things that they need to be able to fully reintegrate.
No, I understand that, but this particular provision has nothing to do with money. This has to do with reporting. It says the report, you see in 64,
yep.
It says, we'll start with 63, 2022 and annually thereafter, the department board and division shall report to the governor and the Joint Standing Committee of the General Assembly. And that's what's being changed. It's who it's being reported to. It has nothing to do with money. So why this change? Why do you think this is a good thing?
So I honestly, to be completely honest, I believe that I can't give you an answer right now, but I can get back to you with the correct answer.
Okay, well, that's why I asked you if you read the whole thing, but moving you to line 93, which has to do with reporting once again. It talks about the number of offenders assessed as having high need for reentry housing assistance, so on and so forth. High is an adjective. It establishes a level greater than normal. We can agree on that, right? So, because the language could have said assessed as having need for, right? But the language anticipates having high in there. What in here establishes that metric? How does one determine under this language where there's a high need or there's not a high need?
I think this is, again, looking at the historical impacts of mass incarceration, particularly in marginalized communities and communities of color, which also experience intersections of other systems, i.e. lacking employment or employment opportunities, particularly if people are living with a criminal record and they exit the system, they have a harder time gaining secure employment or finding secure housing simply because they have a record attached to their name. And so when we're thinking about folks that have high need, there could be compounding issues there that speak to some of those other systems that make it particularly difficult for them to regain stability after exiting the system.
Okay, that was a lot of words, but my question was, this has to do with individuals that are part of the system, right?
Yes.
There's going to be, let's say, 10 people that are involved with the system that we have to evaluate. to find out whether or not they fall within the confines of line 88 through 97.
Yes.
To ascertain whether, which of those 10 people have high need and which of those individuals just have need, right? Because there's a distinction, right? The
Yes.
language is just, so how under this language are we to determine amongst those 10 people which have high need and which just have need? Because I don't see it here. And certainly if our goal is shared here, betterment of society, I think we have to figure that out. So can you just tell me how I'm supposed to figure that out?
And I do believe I answered your question, Representative Fishbein, but let me say it in a different way. When we're thinking about high need, we are talking about the various identities that people entering the system and then exiting the system are carrying with them. When we're talking about investing in people and the communities they come from, this means addressing and looking at them as a whole being, which thinks about whether they have access to income, whether they have family, whether they have a home that they're able to go back to after exiting the system. And so if we're looking at some of those basic criteria that determines whether or not a person typically ends up homeless when they exit DOC, to me, that will give you the scale to identify whether or not a person is high need or a person isn't high need.
And how is that scale determined? Because if we just look at in line 93, one of those components is the high need for reentry housing assistance. So let's say we have someone who has no family here in Connecticut.
Yes.
And they're released from incarceration. That person, in my opinion, has a high need, right? Whereas you get another individual who's released from incarceration who may have family here, but maybe they don't want to be around that person. That person may have high need, but you don't find that out until you do the reach out, right? So I just don't see any metrics in here as far as how do we establish high need as opposed to need, given those sorts of scenarios.
So if you think about the process of case management systems, typically they are taking in data and evaluating the people that come through the system, which would touch on whether or not they have a family to go back to, whether they have secured employment, all of those different things. And so in this idea of reinvesting into case management wraparound services that can address the needs of a person, my healthy estimation is that some of those data points already exist within the program of reentry services within DOC, which kind of goes back to addressing the initial question you asked me about reporting and why are we looking to DOC and all of that. But to answer this question, I think the data is there. That is the role of case managers to really look at the person as a whole. And the case managers would be the ones responsible for determining who is high need and who isn't.
Okay, you would agree with me that that's not what that language says. It doesn't say that the high need as determined by the case manager, or it's just not there, right?
And sure, yes.
Okay. Now, similarly, if we look at line 161, we run into the same sort of issue. We have mental health needs, but we don't just have mental health needs. We have high mental health needs. Are you aware of where that metric is to establish? Because once again, not here, mental health needs as opposed to high mental health needs.
Again, case management services probably have a pulse on whether or not where a person falls in that scale. And if it's sounding like you need that explicit language in the bill in order to really understand what they're going for or how they're measuring that, that is something I bet we are completely open to working towards.
Okay. So I'm looking a little deeper into that language, and it actually says that the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services is supposed to be involved in that, and they're supposed to report to the case manager. So based upon that language, and I'm looking at lines 151 through the 161 we were just talking about. So that indicates that a third party is supposed to be reporting to the case managers who, I thought you said that happens through screening, but we're working on this together.
Case management services exist in multiple system and multiple areas of addressing a person's needs.
Understood. I got that. So I just don't see the language here that says, that gives direction to Demas how to make that determination. Once again, a lot of people have mental health needs, but this is directed to those with high mental health needs. I don't know what that means, quite frankly, under this language. Okay. I work with autistic children, and some of them have more significant needs than others.
Okay.
Where is that scale? And okay. Well, I thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, Ms. Fox, appreciate being with us today.
Thank you, Rep. Staffstrom.
Next up will be Gus Marks Hamilton. Go ahead, sir. You have 3 minutes. Sir, we can't hear you. Still can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? No, you can't hear me.
Sorry, sir. We can't hear you at all. We're gonna skip and go on to the next person and let you have an opportunity to try to get your audio working. All right. We're gonna go to Luis Delgado. Mr. Delgado with us? Delgado?
Yes, hi.
Oh my gosh.
Could you see me?
Nope, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
How do
Oh,
you get back to
shoot.
that?
Turn the phone around. Let me see, turn it around. Can you see me now?
No, you don't.
Hang on,
Nope,
right here.
we can't see you.
Hi, can you see me now?
There you go.
There you go. Hi, let me know when I can begin, sir.
Go ahead.
Good day, Senator Winfield.
Is that you appear to
should have equal opportunity. Can you hear me?
Now we can. Yeah.
I'm sorry. My name is Luis Delgado, and I'm a leader with the ACLU of Connecticut Smart Justice Campaign. I believe in a society where all people, including those who have been convicted of a crime, should have an equal opportunity to contribute to society and build successful and fulfilling lives. That is why I ask you that you support Senate Bill 1019, the clean slate legislation that will help give people a real chance to reach their full potential and succeed after they've paid their debt to society. At the time, I was 18, without a father figure and in need of serious guidance. I was on probation for a period of 2 years and for simple possession of marijuana, and I attempted to join the Air Force. After meeting with the recruiting officer and receiving excellent scores on the aptitude test, I was recruited. However, there was one obstacle. I was on probation. When the recruiting officer called my probation officer to ask him for his permission for me to go to boot camp, my probation officer told the recruiting officer that I was a criminal then, I would be a criminal for the rest of my life, and that I couldn't serve my country. That was then. I was 18 back then. So I continued to try to find guidance and the right direction. My mom encouraged me to enroll at ECSU, Eastern Connecticut State University, where I enrolled twice. I attended 5 semesters, but completed only 2. I was in a serious car accident, lost my spleen, was put on pain management for an extended period of time, which resulted in addiction and more involvement with the criminal justice system. For the last 25 years, my life has been a living hell. In and out of rehabs, in and out of prisons, with the system telling me to get my life together, but making sure every single door is shut tight. To date, I've completed my last period of probation successfully. I've been gainfully employed for 2 years. I work 3 jobs. I pay my bills, but I still live in a little room the size of a jail cell because of my criminal background. In fact, I isolate so much in that little room because there's nowhere else for me to go. I stay away from promotions because at the company where I'm at, they require a background check. For the job I have now, there's no background check required. I believe the clean slate legislation will give tens of thousands of people in Connecticut who really don't have any freedom and any opportunity to effectively exercise their franchise that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate you being with us and your advocacy on this. Next up, we will hear from Sarah Fox.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fox.
Hold on just one second. Senator Winfield, Representative Safstrom, ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Sarah Fox. I'm the Director of Policy at the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness. We are pleased to be a partner in the Justice Reinvestment Coalition and stand alongside ACLU Connecticut, SEIU 1199, and the Yale Transitions Clinic to fight for equity for justice-impacted people through reinvestment of Department of Correction dollars into programs that seek to undo the harms of the criminal legal system. At CCH, we recognize that criminal justice involvement among our state's homeless population is costly, disruptive, and inhumane. While homelessness is a tragedy for anyone who experiences it, it brings additional challenges for people involved in the criminal justice system. The partnerships formed through the Justice Reinvestment Coalition and the work that we have set forth to do represent something we have long known to be true at CCH. Homelessness is the result of broken public systems, institutional racism, and income inequality. We conducted a data match with the Office of Policy and Management in 2019. You will see that included in my testimony, and it showed that a significant number of people experiencing homelessness and housing instability follow their release from jail. It also showed that over 3,500 people who have used homeless shelters within the last 3 years were also released from a DOC facility. Many of these individuals appear to be caught on a decades-long revolving door between homelessness and incarceration, as 54% of these individuals have had more than 6 admissions to the Department of Corrections, and 57% began their involvement with the Department of Corrections in their adolescence. This is inhumane, and there is so much more that we can do to improve our public systems. We view this as a human tragedy, and it has a huge cost for our communities. We support a better process and a better, more community-led system that is humane. And we have been long in partnership with the Department of Corrections and Court Support Services on identifying and addressing individuals who are homeless and figuring out how to collaborate better together for better outcomes. As part of this coalition, we are seeking a $2 million line item from the DOC to be invested into community-based housing. We have programs that have that sprung forth to address the needs of those who are end of sentence when the pandemic began, and we are seeing the fruits of that. We have served over 121 individuals in the communities. We are saving lives. We are saving public dollars. And it's really important, and justice reinvestment matters. And it's something that we need to do better together on.
Thank you. Representative Fishbein has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sarah, nice to see you. Oh, sorry.
Nice to see you too.
And now we can see each other. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, I had the opportunity a couple years ago to do a tour. Sarah was part of that. We looked at homeless services that are available in our state, and it was a very eye-opening experience. I just want to thank Sarah for being part of that process. But Sarah, any particular of these bills that you're here for? It sounds like a little bit of 1019 and a little bit of one of the other ones.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I jumped in too quickly. Senate Bill 987, the bill concerning justice reinvestment.
Okay. Because you did mention about the erasure and that initiative, and that's not addressed in 987.
No, but we support clean slates and all that it means. And we're working on bills to ban the review, to make it so that criminal records do not ultimately ban people from housing and lend to homelessness.
Yes, I wanted to ask you, particularly with regard to that, is there some sort of group that's akin to yours that's helping people try to get through the pardon process? Because we've heard about hurdles. What is your involvement through your agency or partner agency with regard to that, which would be different than the just clear draconian erasure?
I will say, we have participated in CJPAC. And so the Criminal Justice Policy Advisory Council with Chairman Giles, we definitely understand the pardon process, but it's not easy to obtain a pardon in Connecticut. And for those, especially those that are recently returned to communities, they're legislated into homelessness based upon their criminal record and based upon sometimes things that, should not be coming forward during the landlord's review, consideration of their tenancy. And because of that, we're calling for a review process to be set forth by our Department of Housing on state-funded properties, so that there is a much better way to assess a person's individual needs that just doesn't solely rely upon their criminal record.
Right. So just to bring you back to where I was trying to get to, have you been able to identify any problems with the pardon system that have been insurmountable by people that you serve?
Honestly, have I done full research into the pardon process? No. But what I have seen is, and what I do know, is that obtaining a pardon is very difficult. And for all of those who are reentering into our communities, the opportunity to get stable housing is invaluable. It saves lives, and it saves ultimately also public dollars. So the pathway towards a pardon can be something that's really difficult to reach. And so we want to make sure that when people are reentering our communities, that they have the supports needed. We especially know that this impacts communities of color. And we want to ensure that we are starting people off on the right foot and that they have the right supports, instead of waiting and languishing in homelessness until a pardon can become available, which happens. I hear stories all the time of people who have waited up to 15 years. They've come back into the community, and it is their criminal history that's precluding them. I'm not 100% sure if they have gone and sought a pardon, but I do hear that it's a difficult process.
Okay, but that's with all due respect, that's conjecture, right?
Yes. I'm happy to come back to you with more information, but that's the information I have today.
Well, because certainly if those bars are in place, because that's one of the things that we hear about this, that the pardon process is insufficient, that we just have to just erase everybody's record because the current process doesn't meet the needs. And if that's the case, then that's a way to deal with this also. There was another aspect of this. Oh, well, looking at 1019 again. And I don't know if you were here before. I had asked someone about this. And do you have the bill before you?
1019? No.
Yeah.
987? Yes.
Okay, that's cool. I'm just going to give you the concept. Okay, a portion of this bars a landlord from denying someone rental property based upon their record and even their erased record under this. Okay, and what's of concern to me is that, for instance, 53A 196H is possession of child pornography. That one who's convicted of that and that gets erased, it's Class A misdemeanor, will get erased, I think, under this legislation for either 5 or 7 years. The landlord would have to rent to that individual, would not have the discretion. I mean, is that the public policy that we're looking to advance here?
I mean, I think that moving towards less discriminatory practices is a key piece that needs to be put in place for public policy. And I also will say that that discrimination against individuals who have committed a sexual offense even 20 years ago was something that is held against them, regardless of the fact, regardless of the fact that it's like a 0.1 chance of that individual recidivating or recommitting the crime. And sometimes people have changed their lives and yet they're given no opportunity to reform. So the components that we support in Clean Slate are that people make mistakes and they deserve a right to rehabilitation, to reform, to live a life that has housing and health care and all those things necessary to get off on the right foot. The current laws and the restrictions that are placed on people returning to our community prevent that. And so we support smart policies that make sense for our communities.
Understood. I'm just a little concerned that the current process may be sufficient, and maybe we need to work within the current process of getting pardons to get these people where they should be. So,
I mean, I'll just say this, Representative Fishbein, with all due respect, if you look at the data that's included in my testimony, if you look at the individuals who are disproportionately impacted by homelessness and the fact that recidivation is so high, you will see that something is actually not working in the current system. Something doesn't work in our current process. There's an issue. And so we really need to look deep and think hard, because this is a huge waste of our public taxpayer dollars. It's a waste of human capital. We can and should do better as a state. And we need to reinvest in things that matter so that people can get off on the right foot and live better, more humane lives in our communities.
understood. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions? Seeing none, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Let's try Gus Marks Hamilton again and see if we've got some audio working there.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, great. Thank you so much for bearing with me. I apologize for the early technical difficulties. Good day, Senator Winfield, Representative Stastrom, ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Gus Marks Hamilton, and I am the interim campaign manager for the ACLU of Connecticut's Smart Justice campaign. I believe in a society where all people, including people who are living with a criminal record, should have an equal opportunity to build successful and fulfilling lives. On March 9th of 2020, one day and a year ago, Sierra Rosati testified in front of this committee in support of Senate Bill 403, the version of the Clean Slate bill that this year Senate Bill 1019 closely resembles. Sierra spoke about the obstacles of living with a record as a single mother to her 2-year-old son, of being turned down for apartments and employment because of her record, even being fired after she had begun working once her record came to light. When Sierra testified, she was working full-time and about to graduate college, but she was afraid that she was still going to be told she was not good enough, and even more afraid that it would be said to her son. "What has my son done to deserve that?" she testified. "My son already faces adversities, having a parent who has been incarcerated and living in a single-parent household. but to know there is a chance that I will be told that I cannot choose to raise my son in a place that is healthy and safe because of a crime that happened 7 years ago, it isn't right. This is why Senate Bill 1019 is so important. People living with a criminal record are more likely to face unemployment, homelessness, poverty, and death. A Connecticut resident who has a criminal record faces more than 550 legal barriers to full integration into society, including barriers to getting jobs and licensure, housing, public benefits, civic engagement, and more. It does not have to be like this. I was incarcerated for nearly 8 years here in Connecticut. I was a much different person when I was arrested and locked up nearly 15 years ago. I'm a much different person now than when I was released to a halfway house 7 years ago. I turn 40 in a few weeks from now and can only imagine that I will continue to learn and change as I grow older. At least I hope I will. But my past record will continue to stick to me, never changing, never disappearing. That's not what I was sentenced to. I did my time, I completed parole, I completed probation. I've been turned away for many jobs, but I'm employed now. I vote, I'm an uncle to my nieces and nephews. I adopted a dog. I've tried to rebuild my life. People who have completed their sentences and had no further interaction with the criminal legal system have earned the right to move on with their lives without the shadow of a criminal record hanging over them for the rest of their lives. I would like to close with another quote from Sierra's testimony from last year. Sierra is no longer with us, and we miss her. She said, all people deserve a second chance. I was given a second chance to have a life of meaning when God made me a parent, but I have not been given a second chance if I continue to be discriminated against. There should not be limits on a person's second chance. A real clean slate needs to be just that. All people who have served their time deserve a fair chance to create a better life for themselves. Thank you for listening to my testimony and hanging with me, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you being with us.
Thank you very much, Representative.
Next up will be James Bruhandry Alexander.
Thank you. Yeah, James Bindari Alexander. Thank you to the chairs and to the whole committee. I'm going to be here on behalf of Transitions Clinic in support of Raise Bill 987. I'm the legal director of Transitions Clinic. The Transitions Clinic program serves the primary care needs of people leaving incarceration and their families. 987 would reinvest funds saved from the clothing of Northern CI into the needs of people leaving incarceration, including reentry coordination, housing, and hiring community health workers to serve people leaving incarceration. At Transitions, I supervise law students who provide civil legal screening, referrals, advice, and sometimes representation to people returning. I want to use my brief time to highlight why the funding of community health workers is so important. And for the record, this is section 7 of the bill. There's another section 5B or 5C that includes funding of community health workers. That's not the part, I don't fully know what that's referring to, but section 7 is what I'm talking about. Transition model incorporates formerly incarcerated community health workers into a care team specifically organized to serve people coming out of incarceration. This population is 12 times more likely to die than the general population, so effective health interventions are important immediately after release. Each Transitions location is staffed by a community health worker with a history of incarceration. They are a vital member of the healthcare team, connecting patients with health and social services through outreach, educational, and advocacy efforts. Community health workers act as cultural liaisons to ensure the provision of culturally relevant health services. They work both in the community and clinical setting, bridging the healthcare gap for the sickest and most vulnerable patients. Mass incarceration has created barriers to employment in healthcare for people with a felony conviction. Transition seeks to break this cycle by providing meaningful healthcare careers to community health workers with a history of incarceration. Transition's community healthcare workers leverage the singular knowledge of an individual who has successfully re-entered. Through their shared history, CHWs build a unique trust with their clients, resulting in enhanced primary care engagement and reduced emergency department utilization. For these reasons, and also because our patient populations are routinely denied work, we also support 1019. At Transitions, we have rigorously studied the outcomes of incorporating formerly incarcerated CHWs into our work. The intervention leads to improved health, fewer emergency room visits, fewer probation and parole violations, and less recidivism. We see how proper supports for people changes lives and improves public safety. Thank you for considering how to reinvest savings from incarceration into life-saving activities like health, housing, and emergency services.
Thank you, sir. Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you being with us.
Thank you.
Next up will be Dwayne Paul.
Good afternoon to the distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Judiciary. My name is Dwayne David Paul, and I'm the director of the Collaborative Center for Justice, a Hartford-based organization sponsored by 6 communities of Catholic nuns, and the chair of the criminal justice team of the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance, or GIA. We wish to express our strong support for SB 1019. I was heartened to hear several speakers note Connecticut's great progress in addressing mass incarceration over the past decade, noting how, among other things, changes in philosophy have resulted in fewer people in prison today. That's tremendous. I, for one, admire people who are willing to change their behavior in response to new information and theories. It's a sign of wisdom. I'm also sure that the people of Connecticut will benefit from that wisdom moving forward. People involved in the system now and in the future will benefit. Unfortunately, that is entirely irrelevant for the people who are already living with the criminal records they acquired before this very important change of heart. That's where SB 1019 should come in. Prison is punishment. Unlike many things discussed today, everyone's in agreement on the matter. As a collection of tens of thousands of people of faith in Greater Hartford, GIA agrees on that point. We also agree on something else. If prison is already punishment, then once released, everyone deserves a real second chance to rebuild their lives, provide for their families, and contribute to their communities. It is not the role of government to grind its people into dust once they've paid their debt to society. That's not justice, it's vengeance. 2 decades ago, the US Conference of Catholic Bishops declared the following in their appeal to lawmakers to reform our criminal legal system, quote, "Just as God never abandons us, so too we must be in covenant with one another. We are all sinners, and our response to sin and failure should not be abandonment and despair, but rather justice, contrition, reparation, and return or reintegration of all into the community." Senate Bill 1019 would do just that. When people leave prison, they need jobs. That's not just because it'll keep them off of social services, which it will. They need jobs because their kids deserve to see them working. They deserve to not face discrimination when they apply for housing in schools, not just because dignified housing keeps people off the streets and education creates a productive workforce, and they do both those things. People shouldn't face discrimination for their criminal records because work, community, and education are among the many things that contribute to our humanity. We vigorously support the inclusion of felonies and the strong anti-discrimination provisions for beneficiaries of Clean Slate. That is why we urge you to vote SB 1019 favorably out of committee intact. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comment or questions? If not, thank you again, Mr. Paul. And oh, wait, no, I saw, hold on. Somebody had, Representative Fishbine.
Yes, thank you. I was trying to, so I think you're controlling my hand over there. Anyway, Mr. Paul, how are you this afternoon?
Excellent. How are you, sir?
Very good. Thank you. I just wanted to ask you, because you seem to be one of those guys on the ground, involved in this process. Are you involved at all in the pardon process for individuals to try and get their records cleaned up?
No, sir, but I'm very sympathetic with people who are like yourself. And it sounds like you've been waiting since, I think, November, you said earlier today, for a response. But I'm not directly involved.
Well, okay. Well, so I heard a lot of stuff about, people being grounded to dust. And, I'm trying to figure out, we have a process. Is there a problem with the process? And, because certainly an employer has the opportunity, they could say, I want to employ people with criminal records, right? People are free to do that.
Sure. I think the problem with the current process is the scope of the problem of people living with criminal records. If the FBI estimates that 30% of American adults have some form of criminal record, If we map that on to Connecticut's population of 3.5 million people, that's approximately 1,050,000 people. That does not seem like, that seems like too large of a problem for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. And SB 1019, which again would provide relief for convictions of 10 years or less with the exclusion of sex crimes and family violence, would take the easy ones off the board for the Board of Pardons and Parole and leave the more complex questions and the more serious convictions for their continued consideration.
Are you aware of the percent of people that don't get pardons when they go before the Board of Pardons and Paroles?
No, sir, I haven't seen that data from the board, but I'm happy to look that up and send that to you.
No, I have familiarity. It's a very low number, but okay. I thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. Are there comments or questions from other members of the committee? Seeing none, Mr. Paul, thank you again for joining us and thank you for your work.
Thank you.
We'll next hear from Earl Bloodworth, followed by Kathleen Flaherty. Mr. Bloodworth, you have 3 minutes.
Yes. Good afternoon, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, ranking members Fishbein and Kessel, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Earl Bloodworth, and I'm the director for the City of Bridgeport's Reentry Department, overseeing the Mayor's Initiative for Reentry Affairs, or MIRA. And I'm also the co-chair for the Greater New Haven Reentry Roundtable. I would like to thank you all for this opportunity to testify before the Judiciary Committee. I'm here to speak about my support for raised to 19, Clean Slate. Many, myself included, often complain about the ordinariness of our lives and maintenance of that life. These things that we complain about and take for granted, many formerly incarcerated people strive for daily and are denied. This easily could have been my life had one particular thing gone wrong or differently when I was young many years ago. Many Connecticut residents that have served their sentence time for the crime they committed are not afforded the ordinariness of life that we, without any criminal record, take for granted. Their criminal record is essentially a scarlet letter that follows them throughout their life, ruining ordinary things like stable and livable wage employment. It ruins the possibility of stable and safe housing. Reintegrating back into the community of Connecticut is nearly impossible, if not improbable, for those with a criminal record. These individuals face well over 500 legal barriers, stigmatization, and other various collateral consequences inhibiting or prohibiting their ability to meet their basic needs. This makes it extremely difficult for many of those who never had a real first chance to leverage their second chance opportunity. If we as a community are sincere about Connecticut's second chance society status, we should be making it easier for them to reintegrate into society and support themselves and their families. Connecticut can reduce these collateral consequences and make our state safer and stronger by expanding the scope of state anti-discrimination laws through using individualized assessments and ending blanket bans. Per the ACLU Smart Justice Study, 57% of Connecticut voters support a law prohibiting discrimination in employment, housing, education, insurance, and credit based on a person's criminal history. I'd just like to point out some key findings from discussions with the City of Detroit Clean Slate Department. And they've since passed the Clean Slate legislation in the City of Detroit. For every $1 spent on Project Clean Slate, there's a potential for $3.70 return in the form of potential annualized wage gains, creating local, state, and federal employment tax revenue. When compared to job training, another common public investment in economic growth, the financial returns on expungement programs outpace job training by a factor of 3.8 to 1. 81% of Detroiters apply for expungement to remove the stigma associated with having a criminal record. 48% of expungement applicants learn about Project Slate through a friend or family member. And I just want to address something I heard earlier in somebody else's testimony, and the question that was asked was about I don't have the data on how many people apply to get expungements in the state of Connecticut. I have helped some people, but it is an arduous process for a population that has some inherent hurdles. And also now the process has been moved to an online process, which also in some cases presents some hurdles for other individuals as well. But I would ask, if the number for the amount of people that are not given a pardon is low or denied, and we need to think about the number of people that don't even attempt to apply.
Thank you, Mr. Bloodworth. Representative Fishbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Bloodworth.
Good afternoon.
Just wanted, you were talking about the pardon process and, going electronic or allowing that activity was supposed to increase access to that process. Has it been your experience that it is worked in the reverse?
I would say that it doesn't lend itself to everybody. Just as you know, in the instance when we were all in lockdown and children were trying to take their education online or via online, there were instances where we had whole families that didn't have access to the internet or have a laptop. Now, some of the school systems did provide laptops or tablets to these individuals, but then you had the issue where folks did not have access to Wi-Fi. So there are just some inherent systemic structural issues that may inhibit some people that may be eligible for applying for an expungement via the new process, but some won't be able to access it.
Okay. Have you had personal experience? I just, I understand the educational aspect has been impacted, but, I see that as a daily basis, right? A child should attend school every day. Whereas applying for a pardon is something that, you could potentially put off for a month until you're able to get to a different town that has a library, that has a computer or something like that. Have you had personal experience with somebody, not having access to the system because it is electronic?
Well, sir, I work in a system right now where we're not seeing individuals face to face. And so I'm dealing with a lot of individuals in this population as a director of reentry for the city of Bridgeport, either via phone or trying to do via email. And a lot of these individuals who may be eligible to try to access the expungement process, they can't. And so, yes, while I'm not dealing every day with individuals that are trying to access the expungement process, I'm dealing every day with individuals from this population that can't access or understand or have access to a cell phone or smartphone or know how to use it if they have it.
Okay, so, getting over the access hurdle, is there any part of the process itself that
it's a very long and tedious application? And so when you're talking about the population that's applying for it, yeah, you may have somebody that's 10 years down the line or 20 years down the line, they've gone back to school, they got their GED, and they're quite capable and competent in reading through that application, because I know some people who have applied for it on their own and been successful. However, I know other folks and looked at the application and just gave up.
Because of literacy issues? Or...
Absolutely, literacy issues, or just the issue to be able to tell their own story and their narrative and how much they've accomplished and how far away that they've come away from the incident that had them in prison in the first place.
One second, Representative. Mr. Bloodworth, I'm just going to caution you to wait till the question is completed so that we don't get the crosstalk and miss something. Proceed, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know that the Chairman Giles has in the past done workshops around the state to try and show people, help people fill out their applications. Is that something that's happened in your community, whether through Chairman Giles or another entity? Because certainly literacy would be of concern to me, but I know there's people in your community that would perhaps be able to give some guidance there.
Yes, it has occurred, sir.
Okay, and have you found that to be successful in getting over that hump of, being able to fill out that application, or were there problems with that?
There have been some successes with that process. We're actually looking to in the city of Bridgeport to have a actual department similar to what's going on in the city of Detroit, where they have an actual expungement department that walks people through the process with an attorney. Not that we'll have that same exact model, but you do see more success when people have access to people that are familiar with the process and can help walk them through it step by step.
Oh, absolutely. It's like, changing your own oil. I'd rather have, a mechanic sitting there telling me how to do it than doing it myself. But yeah, I agree.
Exactly.
Well, I thank you. I thank you for having those boots on the ground and that information. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comments or questions from members of the committee? Comment or questions? If not, Earl, thank you for spending some time with us. It's good to see you, and thank you for the work you've done in this area for a very long time. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you as well, Senator.
Next, we have Kathleen Flaherty, followed by Josh Pavlik and Joshua Guo. Is Kathleen Flaherty? I do see. There you are. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Kathy Flaherty. I am the Executive Director of Connecticut Legal Rights Project. We provide civil legal services to people who are eligible for mental health services from the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. I'm here to speak in support of 2 bills today. Senate Bill 987, the Reinvestment Act, because far too many people with mental health conditions end up in the criminal legal system when they do not get access to the services and supports they need. Because of the conversation you've already had, and you know that the state has cut the prison population, DOC plans to shut Northern and possibly 2 other facilities. And what we're asking is that you reinvest those savings in community-based solutions. Decades ago, the state made a promise to reinvest the savings from the closures of the state psychiatric facilities into the community-based mental health system. That promise has never been kept. You have an opportunity to change that when it comes to DOC, and I encourage you to do it. When you talk about reinvesting money in mobile crisis intervention, I would just ask that you not replicate another carceral system, because that's really what forced psychiatric treatment is. I would encourage you to look to the proposals from people in the community about creating peer-run respites. When it comes to 1019, I believe all people who have paid their price deserve a chance to re-enter society. And I think 1019 provides a strategy and a pathway for that to happen. And I'd encourage the committee to pass the bill. I am not the proponent of the bill. I did review the bill. Did I review every line of the bill? No, I did not. Is the bill perfect? Probably not. I actually added some suggestions, because if you're going in and changing the anti-discrimination statutes in the state, 2 years ago, I asked you, go in and fix it and make sure disability is listed as a protected class everywhere. So if you're going to go forward with this bill, I'm just going to make that ask again. And at this point, I'll just open up to any questions that people may have.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions? I do not see any, but I want to thank you for joining us today and reminding us to keep the promise. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Have a great day. Josh Pavlik, followed by Joshua Guo, followed by Alita Jones. You have your 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on the Judiciary. It's always intimidating to speak after Kathy Flaherty, but I will try to do my best. I'm the Reverend Josh Pavlik, minister of the Unitarian Universalist Society East in Manchester. I'm a clergy leader with the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance, or GIA, and a resident of Glastonbury. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Senate Bill 1019, affectionately known as the Clean Slate Bill. Many faith communities and interfaith organizations like GIA, like Connect, have begun to confront the racist legacies of our criminal justice system, which today continues to ensnare people of color in numbers that far exceed their proportions in the general population, and which create enduring barriers to full economic participation in society. You've already heard a lot of testimony about that today. My denomination, the Unitarian Universalist Association, has made national commitments to organize for anti-racist criminal justice reform. Our principles motivate these commitments. Our first principle is respect for the inherent worth and dignity of every person. Our second principle is the pursuit of justice, equity, and compassion in human relations. We view current criminal justice practices that continue to decimate communities and families of color as violations of both these principles. That's why I'm speaking today. Clean Slate is one important step in the effort to reverse the long-term economic and social impacts of racism in the criminal justice system. Currently, people with misdemeanor and felony convictions on their records are often prevented from accessing housing, jobs, and higher education because of the visibility of their criminal records. Though they have served their time, though they have remained crime-free, they are penalized a second time through this enduring lack of access. Clean Slate seeks to remove all misdemeanors and all Class C, D, and E felonies from a person's criminal record after a certain time period. This will enable formerly incarcerated people to more easily become productive, contributing members of society. It's not only anti-racist policy, it's sound economic policy. So I'm aware that reform efforts like Clean Slate often fail because of the false and frankly racist assumptions that such efforts signal we as a state are soft on crime and, in the case of Clean Slate, create a public safety hazard by making criminals impossible to identify. These assumptions are false. A recent study from University of Michigan Law School reveals that people who remain crime-free after leaving prison stay crime-free after expungement and also have higher earning power. The fear that we are being soft on crime tends to take hold in white suburban districts where there is little understanding of the negative impacts of the criminal justice system on communities of color. I urge all of you not to let this fear rule the day. I am a white suburbanite. I pastor a largely white suburban congregation. I am not afraid of expunging the criminal records of people who have already paid their debt to society. I would much prefer that formerly incarcerated people have every opportunity possible to become productive, contributing members of society. So I urge you, especially those of you who serve in white suburban districts, not to give into fear. It's time to stop penalizing people who've already served their time.
Thank you very much, very much. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comment or question? I do not see any. I want to thank you for joining us again and for your advocacy around many, many issues. I hope you have a great rest of the day.
You too. Thanks a lot.
Joshua Guo, followed by Alita Jones. I believe, Joshua, you're in. You have your 3 minutes.
Great. Good afternoon, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Josh Guo, and I'm an undergraduate student at Yale University. And thank you so much for having me here today to testify in support of Senate Bill 978. This bill would provide opportunities for parole to prisoners serving long sentences for crimes that they committed between the ages of 18 and 25. And these are crimes that are fundamentally different from those committed by mature adults in both their cause and nature. And today I want to offer 3 main reasons for how they are different and why we ought to treat them as such. So first of all, young adult offenders from 18 to 25 have neurological and psychological deficiencies nearly identical to those of juveniles. Neurological research has shown that individuals do not complete development of key parts of the brain until after 25, which, not coincidentally, is right where the age crime curve drops. These developmental immaturities cause young adults to be uniquely affected by environmental pressures, impulsivity, and especially by childhood traumas, circumstances that are known to promote crime. Essentially, these offenders still have the minds of kids, but at a more turbulent point of their life, without parental supervision and legal restrictions, they are not kept in check. Secondly, it is imperative, especially for young adult offenders, to receive rehabilitation through parole. Young adults, particularly violent offenders, they almost always age out of their temporary tendencies for crime, and they are especially malleable to rehabilitation when given the incentive. But because of their long sentences without possibility of parole, they're often prioritized last for education, for counseling, and for other rehabilitative programs. Life without parole is life without hope and the incentive to grow, especially when it has been cut off at an early age, when they need education and mentorship the most. Due to this lack of rehabilitation, young life without parole prisoners often remain uneducated. They turn to violence and gangs or fall into depression or even attempt suicide. Lastly, there's already great precedent for this bill, both in and out of Connecticut. Similar bills have been implemented in at least 6 other states with very promising results. And while here in Connecticut, we have one of the lowest parole eligibility rates in the country by far, even worse than states like Kentucky, Tennessee, and Texas. We are better than this, and we are already making progress in Connecticut through the TRUE program in the Cheshire Correctional Institution, which is designed only for prisoners between 18 and 25. So clearly we recognize this unique need to rehabilitate young adults, and we must continue to do so. As a young adult in this age range, I understand firsthand all the psychological and social turmoil that goes on during this time that can easily lead to crime. The only difference is that I have had the privilege of a childhood without trauma, of a support system, of a good education, and so many other things to steer me in the right direction. Unfortunately, for a majority of young adults in our state, and especially young adults in our prison system that are disproportionately Black and brown, they cannot say the same. This bill does not diminish the severity of what they have done, and instead, it acknowledges their humanity and their capacity to grow and give back to the communities, as opposed to ripping them away from their potential based on a few poor decisions at a young age. Because of science, because of precedent, and because of every single individual that is suffering without rehabilitation, I urge the committee to please vote favorably on this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Guo. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no questions for you, Joshua. I just wanted to say thank you for an excellent job done here before the committee. And thank you for your time. Your advocacy is inspiring.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. It's an honor and pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Champagne.
Thank you. When I look at this bill, do you consider all crimes when you support this bill?
Yes, I do. And I think you might be, yes.
Including murder, rape?
Yes, I do. And I think you might think about the statistic that I cited about how violent offenders like that, honestly, when these offenses are committed at a young age, they almost always, they're actually more likely to have lower rates of recidivism and reconviction when released into society. And like I said, there are a lot of circumstances that and environmental pressures and a lot of childhood traumas, of which there are a lot of statistics about, that contribute to violent crimes like that. And while, like I said, we are in no way excusing these crimes or diminishing the severity of the impact of these crimes on their victims, we must also recognize the capacity to change and recognize the different circumstances for a young person between 18 and 25 committing murder versus an adult committing murder. There's a significant difference, and we need to acknowledge that.
So you feel that anybody up to the age of 25 cognitively is not mature yet. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. Because I see a bunch of other bills that are going along in our committees, this committee, where we're actually lowering the age for some things. But let's you hit on it once. You talked about the victim, and I haven't heard much about that today, about the victims, and especially with when we look at this and we talk about a sexual assault crime, you have a victim that's going to be suffering their entire life. And we decide we're going to let this person out at 25. What kind of effect is that going to be on the victim?
I completely understand your concern. And once again, like letting someone out on parole, and we're not saying, again, this is just providing them the opportunity to exhibit some sort of growth. This is not an automatic release or shortening of a sentence in any ways. Like I said, this bill is not in any way diminishing the effect. This is not in any way ignoring the effect or setting the effect on victims aside. We are merely recognizing the different circumstances and certain environmental factors that may have led to this assault, and that may make the nature of this assault, as committed by a young adult, different from an assault committed by a mature adult. And like I said, we do not in any way ignore or, diminish or exempt the effect of this crime and the effects that, will continue to last throughout a victim's life. However, we also must, consider both sides of the issue here. And this bill, I think, is very, very important in terms of considering, what leads to a crime rather than, what are the circumstances and what are the factors that lead to someone committing a crime rather than just focusing on the crime itself.
Okay. I guess I view this a little differently, having to sit with the families of victims as an investigator in those crimes, because I really put a lot of weight on the victims of the crimes and the choices. Yeah, they made bad choices, but those choices resulted in some terrible consequences to the victims. And I'm all day I've been sitting and listening, and that's, I just keep thinking about the victims, and I can't get that out of my head. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Champagne. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, Ms. Guo, thank you very much for joining us and for sharing your testimony with us. I hope you can enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you, too.
Elita Jones, followed by Liza Aralampalam.
Good afternoon, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Elita Jones. I am a resident of West Hartford and a member of Hartford Monthly Meeting, the Quaker meeting located in West Hartford. Hartford Meeting is a member of the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance. In addition, I am a career counselor, and I will be speaking today from my two roles as a Quaker and as a career counselor. I am here to speak about Senate Bill number 1019, the Clean Slate Bill. As a person living in a suburb of Hartford, I firmly and without hesitation support this Clean Slate Bill. For too long in Connecticut, individuals who have committed crimes categorized as misdemeanors or Class C, D, and E felonies have been penalized for their entire lives for their criminal acts. As a Quaker, I believe that there is that of God in every person, and when given a chance, that divine spark in people inspires them to seek to better themselves and act positively for the benefit of their family and their community. I have seen this in my career counseling work. As a career counselor for 40 years in Connecticut, I counsel adults and help them identify their career or job goals, and then I help them take the steps to achieve those goals. My fellow career counselors and I have worked with individuals who have criminal records. I have personally witnessed the pain of adults with criminal records who are anxious to move forward with their lives, but are blocked from doing so. They want to get a decent job and support their families. However, because of their record, even many years after they have been released from prison and after they have been crime-free, these individuals are unable to pursue the career of their choice. In many cases, their criminal record keeps them out of schooling they might want to pursue, or makes it impossible for them to get hired to work in the career field of their preference, where they could really use their skills and talents. Holding people back because of past history when they have been crime-free for many years and they want to be positive contributing members of our society, holding them back is wrong. I am reminded of a delightful client of mine who had a couple different career ideas that he was considering pursuing. With a wife and a new baby, he wanted to get employed in work that would earn him a decent wage, use his skills and interests, and would allow him to support his family. However, as he explored his ideas, he quickly learned that his past criminal record as a non-violent felon would prevent him from pursuing the career field most suited to him. If Senate Bill number 1019 had been passed, my client could have gone ahead and pursued the career he really wanted. Holding people back because of their past history when they haven't committed any additional crimes and want to be able to support their family is wrong. Thus, I support this Clean Slate Bill and strongly urge you to vote to support it. Let's remove the stigma from these individuals and allow them to move forward in their lives in ways that support their families and make it possible for them to become productive members of our communities. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Is there comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? I do not see any. I want to thank you for taking your time to come and testify before us and sharing your testimony. I appreciate it and hope you have a great rest of the day.
Thank you.
All right. Liza Aralumpalam, Deborah Martinez, and Sonia Starr. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Reverend Liza Aralumpalam, and I'm the co-lead pastor of Riverfront Family Church in Hartford and the associate pastor of the Church of Christ Congregational Church in Newington. And I'm a leader in the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance, and I'm here testifying in support of Senate Bill 1019. In the Gospel of Matthew, Peter asks Jesus how many times he should forgive another person, and Jesus answers 70 times 7. And I believe that a morally just society must ensure that those who try to start over after serving time have a clean slate on which to build their future. I grew up in Glastonbury, and I don't remember a single Black or Latinx kid on my street. I also don't really ever remember seeing a police officer on my street. And today I live along with my 5 kids in the Frog Hollow neighborhood of Hartford. And other than the Trinity College students, I'm one of the only white residents on my street. And my kids see the police quite literally every day as they play in our front yard. And this is not an accident. The system was set up this way. And so we must be bold and put forth a sweeping clean slate bill, because the disproportionate harm that has been done to Black and brown communities has also been sweeping. Black and Latinx people in neighborhoods like mine, we know, receive harsher and longer sentences for the same exact crimes as white people. When I was a senior in high school in Glastonbury, 2 of my friends were pulled over for driving with marijuana. And they spent a couple hours in the Glastonbury police station, and ultimately they had to do some community service. And we joked about it, and they both went on to attend college. The worst thing that happened to them as the result of this incident was that their names appeared in the Glastonbury Citizen, which is pretty embarrassing if you live in a small town. Over a decade later, I'm now living in a very different neighborhood in Hartford, and a 17-year-old neighbor of mine was arrested for possessing drugs. He was a few months away from his 18th birthday, and he was held in adult prison. His church worked together to come up with the bail money, but it took some time. And during that time, he stayed in adult prison. He was assigned a public defender who did his best, but was overworked and had too many cases. And he was charged as an adult. He had been planning to go to college, but he never did. And he never did get out of the criminal justice system. He still struggles today with mental health issues and is still in and out of the criminal justice system as one door after another closed to him. What I'm trying to say is that the criminalization of marginalized communities can have a devastating impact on their lives. And so I'm here to ask that we do what we can to ensure that our neighbors' worst moments do not define them for the rest of their lives. Passing a real, robust, clean slate bill would allow people who have already been punished and already served their time to support themselves, to provide for their families, and to contribute to their communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? I do not see any, so I would like to thank you for offering your testimony here with us today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. It looks like it's a beautiful day.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Deborah Martinez, followed by Sonia Starr and Trevor Buford. Deborah Martinez, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Senator Winfield and Staffstrom and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Deborah Martinez, and I am a resident of Meriden, an advocate here in the state, and a facilitator of the True Unit Family Support System. I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 978. I've spent many years working with families and advocating for individuals whose crimes took place during this period of time that is referred to as emerging adulthood or adolescent maturity timeframe. You will hear plenty of testimony today about proven neurological and psychological research that has shown that key parts of our brains don't fully develop until around age 25. You will also hear about how passing this bill is fiscally responsible for our state because continuing to hold people in incarceration who are no longer a threat to public safety puts an unfair burden on us as taxpayers, and it's counterproductive to why people are supposed to be incarcerated to begin with. We also know that people who are incarcerated are not considered adults in every context. People who are 18 cannot consume alcohol. Our state just raised the age for purchasing cigarettes to 21. And if we're honest with ourselves, many of us would do things differently now than when we were 18 to 25. I know with my work with the TRUE unit that people who are convicted of crimes as emerging adults can change. For example, Jonathan, whose crime was committed during this time frame, was convicted of 2 counts of assault first with the firearm, unlawful discharge, possession, and many lesser charges. He spent 2.5 years in the TRUE program at Cheshire during this emerging adulthood years, being mentored by older men serving long sentences for many crimes committed during their own adolescent maturity. For those who don't know, it takes 2 full years to complete that program. So if you hear someone was in TRUE, that doesn't mean they completed it. Jonathan transitioned to a halfway house and then to his own apartment. He is fully employed since his release a 1.5 years ago and has had no police contact. He's currently working towards real estate investing. Another success story would be Tyler. Tyler, who has caught a charge during this adolescent maturity timeframe and was convicted of robbery in the second. Tyler spent 3.5 years in the TRUE program again during that same timeframe. Tyler was recently released on parole 7 months ago and is currently residing with his parents, working with no police contact. He's now 28 and working towards owning his own barbershop. These are just 2 examples of the change that takes place during this time frame of adolescent maturity and emerging adulthood, especially when authentic rehabilitation and programming are put in place. These examples also show why it's important that this population should be given the opportunities that this bill provides. We have a pardon and parole board, and if we can expand that board, appropriately fund that board, and allow them to do their job and have the opportunity to look at this population and give them the power to recognize rehabilitation during this age, we will be better for it as a state, allowing low-risk, rehabilitated, and matured human beings to go home and be productive, contributing members of this community. I am also the victim of a violent sexual assault that took place here in Connecticut when I was 14. So I am very familiar with the devastating and lifelong effects that crime has on someone. I also recognize that people are not born with the intent to cause harm to another human being. That path is created with lifelong experiences. And so it's only fair that another path should be created for people to redeem themselves. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Comment or questions from members of the committee? Comment or question? Deb, I don't see any, but I want to thank you for coming, sharing part of your story in your testimony, and also for your continued strong advocacy on this and other issues in the justice system. Thank you for always being there to fight for what you know to be right. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Sonia Starr, followed by Trevor Buford, Adeline Lowenthal, and then we had a person who was trying to get in earlier, and that was Shelby Henderson, and she'll be after that. So Ms. Starr, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you to everyone who's here. I am a professor at the University of Chicago Law School, and along with my colleague JJ Prescott from the University of Michigan, we conducted an empirical study of the effects of expungement of criminal convictions in Michigan. And we believe that the findings we think are informative to other states, including Connecticut. And we had 3 key findings, which I'll touch on really briefly. One, we think points to the importance of automatic set-asides. We found that, so the regime that we studied was a petition-based set-aside regime, which was not automated. And the first question we studied is, when you offer expungements, which Michigan calls set-aside, sorry, when you offer expungements only based on petitions, how many people actually take advantage of that opportunity? And what we found was that only 6.5% of those who were eligible, legally eligible for set-asides, which was quite a narrow category to begin with, we found that only 6.5% actually received set-asides within 5 years, mostly because they didn't apply at all. And a lesson from that is that the administrative hurdles, the difficulty, the stress, the expense, as well as lack of legal counsel, lots of barriers prevent people from taking advantage of expungement opportunities despite its immense value to them. And that's one reason that automating the set-aside process is so important. A second finding that we found was that when people do get expungements, they see large benefits in wages and employment. In fact, we found between a 23 and 25% increase in wages in just 6 months. Or sorry, in 1 year, but the vast majority of that was seen in 6 months of getting a set aside, and so that adds to the tax base of the state, and also we think because of research showing that employment and higher wages reduces crime, it's a reason to think that expanding access to expungement is useful from a public safety perspective. And then our third set of findings touches directly on the public safety question. We studied the criminal recidivism rates of those who received expungements. And what we found was that those rates were enormously low. So people who get expungements in Michigan, it's important to recognize that these are people who can get expungements after 5 years. So it hasn't necessarily been as long as the waiting periods in your contemplated legislation involve. And it includes people with both misdemeanors and felonies, wide range. It can include violent felonies. It's not highly constrained in that sense. And yet, when we look at the recidivism rates of those who receive set-asides, they were incredibly low, and in fact lower than those that we observe in the general population of Michigan.
If you could summarize, your time is elapsed.
So if you look at just the categories of offenses that we're most concerned about, say violent crimes and felonies, fewer than 1% of those that we studied had any violent crimes or any felonies within 5 years of receiving an expungement. We think that shows that the public safety risk posed by those who receive expungements is extremely low.
Thank you. Representative Fishbein has a comment or a question.
Thank you. Good afternoon. You're from the University of Michigan, was that it?
So I was at the University of Michigan when I carried out the study, but now I'm at the University of Chicago.
Oh, okay. So you were a student at the time?
No, I was and am a tenured professor.
Okay. And in the course of your study that you did in Michigan, did you look at Connecticut statistics and Connecticut process or nationwide? I just couldn't tell that from your presentation.
So our study was of Michigan only. So it's hard to do nationwide studies because of the lack of comparable data across jurisdictions, since jurisdictions collect data separately. But Michigan had rich data that it made available to us, and ours we're the first people who have been able to study it because for the most part, there's very little research on expungement because expunged criminal records are secret, so they're hard to study, right? And so we were able to negotiate with the Michigan State Police access to de-identified confidential records that were expunged, and that allowed us to track those people's subsequent outcomes. And so we think that, obviously we can't say for sure that every result that we have extrapolates perfectly to every other state. But we think that the fundamentals of what we found are consistent with what a wide range of criminological studies have found in a large number of contexts. For example, that increasing people's access to employment and housing
reduces crime rather than increasing it. That's been found in lots of different contexts, and we think that that's probably one reason that people who get expungements have low levels of crime, and we don't see why that wouldn't be true in other states as well.
No, I agree with you fundamentally that if one has access to housing, they're more apt to do better at their job and to have more self-esteem and have perhaps less mental health issues, and that so fundamentally. But I'm just trying to take your representation and fit it to what we're doing here. And you had talked about problems with the expungement, or in Connecticut we have the pardon process. Were you able to identify any problems with our particular process that we should be addressing that would alleviate the need for this just blanket erasure?
So our study, of course, is of Michigan data, and I can't claim to have found something specific with our data about Connecticut's process. My understanding is that Connecticut's process does not yet have a system of automated expungement, and so I think that our finding that anytime you require people to jump through hoops in a legal process, which with respect, I think is the case for pardon processes in every state and in the federal government. There's a lot of hoop jumping that happens. And I think that pardons are even rarer than expungement is in states that have petition-based procedures for both. And so, we found that even with a somewhat more broadly available expungement petition-based regime, only 6.5% of those who met the legal requirements were getting expungements, despite the great benefits available to them. And when we talked to lawyers about why that was the case, they said, look, it's incredibly arduous to go through this process. It's incredibly stressful, and particularly with people who have had negative experiences in the past with the criminal justice system, to give them the confidence that they're going to have a positive outcome at the end of jumping through all those hoops, and to allow them to be able to take time off work and pay for transportation and all the hours that are required to go through all these processes, when a lot of them are living very close to the bone to begin with. That's unrealistic for a large number of people, and my suspicion is that holds true likely everywhere, right? There's a large body of access to justice literature that shows how people in many contexts in many different states avoid taking advantage of legal rights that are available to them, or benefits that are potentially available to them, because it's just too hard to obtain. And so that's one reason that I think the automatic process that Connecticut is now considering is so important. And Michigan, by the way, has since adopted an automatic process. Just a couple of months ago, or a few months ago, the law was passed, and it will soon go into effect.
Yeah, I'm aware. You said that where the process for expungement and pardons exist, that there's less pardons being applied for. Did I get that correct?
I mean, so I don't have numbers at the top of my head everywhere, but at least as somebody who has worked in this space for a long time, I think of pardons as a significantly less common remedy, even though expungements are relatively hard to obtain. I could be wrong about Connecticut. Again, it's not my state, and I'm not an expert on it.
Yeah, and that's, once again, I'm just trying to take what you have to present to us, fit that into what we're doing here. Have you reviewed the bill that's before us?
So I've been working with a group at the Yale Law School of students who are working on this issue, and they have briefed me on key points of the on key points of the bill.
So you haven't
The
read
differences with the Michigan regime that we studied and our expungement bill. So they asked me to come share our testimony.
Okay, so you haven't, it's 34 pages long. You haven't read
I
it.
haven't read the whole 34 pages. No, it's not. Again, you know, I'm hoping to share what we learned, but not at all purporting to be a legal expert on this Connecticut law or on Connecticut law generally.
Okay, and well, I mean, given that, it doesn't make sense to go further. So, okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Senator Champagne, followed by Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor, for coming in today and testifying. A question for you about your recidivism. Does that measure return to prison, or does it measure arrest?
So our primary measure was arrest, but we also measured conviction. So we didn't use return to prison as a measure because our data came from the state police, which and not from corrections. So the best measures that we had from the police were arrest and reconviction, and both of those rates, you know, obviously conviction rates are lower than arrest rates, but it was arrest rates that we were able to directly compare to arrest rates in the general population, because the state police also publish aggregate arrest rates for the population broken down by age. And so we were able to compare between people of the same age cohort, age and age cohort that we were studying to people in the general population that were analogous, and to see that people with set-asides actually had lower than average arrest rates.
About the lower than average arrest rates, what was the re-arrest rate for those that had the expungement?
So let's see, I'm gonna try to pull up the figures because we broke it down in a few different ways. I think that the 5-year arrest rate was the overall arrest rate, if I'm remembering. Now I'm just trying to remember our whole table across, without pulling it up on my screen. But I think it was about 7%. But the vast majority of those, so that's over the course of 5 years, the vast majority of those were misdemeanor arrests, and non-violent misdemeanors in particular. So if you you might say, well, that's still not. So if you, that's why I say, like, if you focus on only on violent offenses, or if you focus only on felonies, that's when you get numbers around 1%. And I think conviction rates were around 0.6%. And you might say that those are not zero, but of course, in the general population, crime rates are also not zero, right? So that's why we looked up, well, what is just the average rate at which a person in Michigan gets arrested? And we found that that rate is actually higher.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're talking about expungement here, so I would hope that you know, the number would be a lot lower than the general population, given the fact. Now,
well, just to
when
be
you did
clear,
this
when
study,
I say the general population, I don't mean the general population that has a criminal record. I mean all adults in Michigan, including people who have no criminal record.
I knew what you meant. The when we look at this, did for the expungement, did they have to go before anybody in Michigan to show that they, you know, had a job, had been out of trouble, or was they just given the expungement?
Yeah, so although Michigan now has an automated process, it didn't when we were studying in the period that we were studying. And so they did have to go before a judge, and the judge had discretion to deny the expungement. Now, what we found was that Michigan judges actually rarely denied them. The rate of denial was about 25%. And many of those denials were people who didn't legally meet the requirements in the first place. So the rate of denying people who met the requirements was relatively low, because I think Michigan judges had sort of come around to the view that that for people who have been crime-free for the amount of time that meets these requirements, that expungement is a win-win. So the main hurdle, the main reason that relatively few people who are eligible actually got expungements is because they didn't apply in the first place.
Right. So they didn't apply in the first place. So the people that are actually going in for the expungement are the ones that are motivated, the ones that basically know that they've been doing the right path, they're on the right path. And that's where the 7% came from. But if we do an automatic and we just say, we're just going to do this automatically, do you expect 7% to remain the same? So
I think there's a couple different ways you could look at that. I think first of all, it's a totally fair and good question, right? Can we extrapolate from our sample, which researchers would say it's a self-selected sample. There's a high degree of self-selection of it, and selected exactly as you say on motivation. So a couple things. One is that in some ways, however, our sample was less selected than yours would be, right? Because it's because the eligibility period is only 5 years, even for people with felonies, right? And so in that sense, we have a potentially more recent and comparatively serious group of offenders, and even for that subset, we don't find high recidivism rates. Now that said, so how does motivation play in? So I would expect that if you kept other things equal, and you weren't comparing different sets of eligibility requirements, then yeah, I mean, I would expect that the motivated group of people who were motivated and well-resourced enough to jump through the hurdles that are involved would probably be expected to have lower crime rates than those who don't have that motivation. Now that said, how do we then think about that? Well, I think the question from a public policy perspective is not just what is the rate of recidivism that you expect among those who receive an expungement? The most important question from a public policy perspective is how does the expungement affect the rate of recidivism, right? Like if people are going to commit crimes, is that because they got an expungement, or is it in spite of the fact that they got an expungement? Our research, because of various limitations in our data, we're unable to directly address that causal question. But we think there's a pretty large body of literature that suggests that expungement should be good for public safety. And that's because there's a huge amount of literature that shows that housing and jobs and higher wages are good for reducing recidivism. And our research does directly show that wages and jobs are improved substantially by expungements.
But hold on. But basically, you have a certain test group that you had, and those were the people that were motivated and went before a judge. And we're talking about a complete across the board. And I think there is a difference in both those, in both of the testing there. But we could continue to discuss this all day, but I just wanted to show that there is a difference. And do you know of any other studies that have studied where you just expunge everybody?
So again, there's virtually no studies of expungement except ours because of access to the access to data issue. But to just complete the point I was making before, if you were to extend expungement to a somewhat higher crime risk pool, which I'll concede the point that a group that doesn't jump through all the hurdles is probably a somewhat higher crime risk pool. The public safety advantage should be bigger, not smaller, right? So in Michigan, we're probably taking a group of people that's quite low risk to begin with, And that's because they've been 5 years without a conviction, and all the research suggests that people who have gone 5 years without a conviction are at very low risk of offending again. Your bill, by the way, you have even longer waiting periods, and so that would be even more true, right? So it's probably quite low risk to begin with. But if you are extending it to a somewhat higher risk pool, the question, what is the effect of expungement going to be? You basically have more potential to do good, right? If the expectation is that expungement helps people to reintegrate into the community and therefore to avoid crime, then you want to be extending it to the people that you think might be at risk of crime, right? Like those are the people from whom the public stands to benefit if they're allowed access to jobs and housing and things that will keep them out of trouble, right? Like that's where the big public safety payoff is.
I think that's a good hypothesis, but we don't have any concrete studies on that. We may be the first, who knows? Did you read? Were you involved in any of the other bills today?
No.
No, just this one?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for being with us, Professor Starr, today. I actually have run into your research in the past, especially related to mandatory sentencing. So I perked up a little bit when I saw that you were testifying today. I'm very grateful you're here. I had kind of two broad questions, and I'll try to keep them relatively brief and then just allow you to answer. If you can't tell that the automatic nature of the proposed expungement or erasure in our bill is probably the issue with which most people have some, or most legislators at least have some level of discomfort. And so my two questions, well, actually before that, a little background. There was a version of this bill that emerged from committee in 2019 that instead of having an automatic system, had a burden shifting system in our current process. So basically, instead of being automatic, you would go through the burdens of pardons and paroles process, but the BPP would have the burden of showing that you should not get an expungement after or a pardon after the designated period, rather than the burden being on the individual who is pursuing expungement. So I guess I have two questions. One is just, given the discomfort that you witnessed by some legislators about the automatic nature of proposed expungement and just the idea of ceding that control over which crimes can be expunged or which individuals can be expunged, do you have any other data or other insights from your research that you would find useful for us to know? That's the first question. And then the second question is, if we were to choose to pursue some sort of policy of expungement that were not automatic, what advice would you give us on institutional design to make it available easily to the highest number of people?
So I guess just taking those two questions together, I think the most crucial thing is that people shouldn't have to petition and apply, right? So if you wanted to put something in that was not automatic, basically that allowed the state to, like, I would make it so that the process, absolutely, I would make it so that the process does not have to be initiated by the individual, and that it's the state that has to take whatever administrative steps are necessary to fight the expungement, and that they should need to, that the burden for them to do that should be to show that it's an exceptional instance in which in which expungement is not appropriate, right? Because you wouldn't want to create a system in which the state or like a local prosecutor or something like that could just routinely say, oh, I see that 500 people are up for expungement this month, we're opposed to all of them, right? If they said we're opposed to one and here's why, or something like that. Like if I were designing a system that were not automatic, that's how I would do it, right? I would have a potential objection by the state, and there should be burdens that the state has to meet in order to clear those hurdles. Because our research on what we call uptake, right, like the rate at which people actually get set-asides, it doesn't suggest that the burden of proof has anything to do with the reason that people don't don't get expungements, because remember, judges are granting the expungements when people meet the legal requirements, right? The discretionary right to say no that judges have, that's not actually proving to be a substantial barrier. What's proven to be a substantial barrier is people don't know their legal rights, they don't have legal counsel, it costs money, it's very burdensome. They have to go to they have to go to a police station first to get fingerprinted. They have to go to court to file the thing. Then they have to go back to court for a hearing. They have to do all of these things that require taking time off. If they live out of the county, they have to travel to the local county where they were initially convicted. All of those things are huge hurdles. Actually, there's another study of uptake of expungement and certain other similar post-conviction remedies by Colleen Chen. That actually looks at, I don't think Connecticut is among them, but it does look at 5 different remedies in 5 or 6 different states. And it finds uptake that's sub 10% and in many cases sub 5% in all of those contexts. And that's just suggestive that, like, when you make it hard for people to exercise their legal rights and privileges, they don't do it, especially people who are poor, right? And people with records are often struggling with poverty, and they don't have a lot of resources to throw at a problem like pursuing an expungement.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Appreciate it. So it sounds like, just to summarize, one suggestion you would have would be having a process that is, for each expungement, the expungement process initiates automatically. The state has an opportunity to object, but the burden of proof or burden of whatever you want to call it to stop an expungement by the state would have to be pretty high.
Yeah. And my preference is for automatic expungement. I think when you're talking about people in the categories, I haven't reviewed every aspect of the bill, but I do know the waiting periods and the general categories of people who qualify, right? And I just don't see why that couldn't just be automatic, right? But if there's a hang up about making it automatic, then I think the key is it can't just be a shifting in the ultimate burden of production, because that won't get the job done in terms of making it procedurally easy for people to get it. It's eliminating those administrative burdens and making it the state that has to bear those burdens if it wants to block an expungement, and making it so that the state only does so in maybe there's some exceptional case out there where it's inappropriate to have the expungement, and they could justify pursuing it that way. But you got to have not just the substantive burden of proof, but the procedural burdens lie on the state.
I appreciate that. That's very insightful and helpful, and I think counterintuitive to maybe some people. The Colleen Chen study on uptake, is that the second chance gap?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks. Well, I really appreciate your testimony. Thank you for being here. And I will not abuse your patience any longer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Other comments or questions from other members of the committee? Comments or questions? Representative Statstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just super quick, Professor Starr, thanks for being with us. I think it's important to emphasize this point, because that the Connecticut bill, the comparison between the Connecticut bill and the Michigan bill, and that we're clear for this committee that what is being proposed here is not novel or new, that this type of legislation, this automatic erasure procedure, has been passed in other states, most recently in Michigan. As I understand, the Michigan bill applies to felony convictions that carry a maximum sentence of less than 10 years. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think up to and equal to 10 years, yeah.
What was that?
It's either less than 10 years or up to and equal to 10 years. I can't remember about the exactly 10 years part.
Which Which you may or may not know is the equivalent of a Class C felony in Connecticut law. So it's Class C felonies and below, which is with some exceptions, what the Connecticut bill applies to, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In Michigan, the bill they passed applies after 10 years, the later of the end of the incarceration or release from sentence, correct?
Yeah, and 7 for misdemeanors.
7 for misdemeanor, 10 for felonies. And Connecticut we have 12 years for felonies in our bill, correct?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. So is it fair to say, I guess do you agree with me then that in some respects, particularly with respect to felony conviction automatic erasure, the bill before this committee is weaker than the bill that passed and is now law in Michigan, correct?
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I think it's a great bill, but I think the waiting periods that you have are conservative. I actually think the waiting periods that we passed in Michigan were conservative too. They're longer than the 5-year waiting period that exists in the petition-based process in Michigan. To be clear, the petition-based process in Michigan also still exists, so you can still petition after 5 years. It's just the automatic deadlines kick in later. I'll say that this is part of a national trend though. California has passed a bill that applies automatic expungement with either basically no waiting period after completing the sentence or a 1-year period, depending on which category it applies to. That isn't quite as broad in terms of the levels of felonies that it reaches, because it reaches felonies only if the person was, it's not based on what they could be sentenced to, it's based on what they actually were sentenced to. So it's if somebody was not sentenced to prison. And then it also covers all misdemeanors. But in terms of waiting periods, that one is actually much more ambitious than either Michigan's or Connecticit's. New Jersey, the details are not entirely clear yet because I think they have a commission working on the details, but they also have, I think, a pretty ambitious bill. And then, of course, the first ones were Pennsylvania, Utah, and South Dakota, actually, which kind of didn't get a lot of fanfare, but quietly passed automated expungement for fairly minor offenses, really before anyone else did. And so I should also mention that all these bills passed with overwhelming bipartisan approval, and I think that's a testament to the fact that this is something that Americans ought to be able to come together on because it promotes public safety, promotes building participation in the economy and the taxpayer base, and promotes the idea of human redemption, basically, which I think is something we should all be able to get behind.
Well, thank you. You anticipated my next question, which is, it's my understanding that the bill that passed in Michigan passed out of a legislature, both chambers of which are Republican controlled, correct?
Yes, quite, yes. Yeah, and obviously with a Democratic governor who signed it, that was also Republican controlled in Utah and in Pennsylvania as well, I believe, and South Dakota. And so yeah, I think this really isn't a partisan issue, right? It hasn't been, and it shouldn't be.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being with us today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't see any other comments or questions, so I want to thank you for joining us and offering your testimony and your expertise. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Next, we'll hear from Trevor Buford, followed by Adeline Lowenthal, and followed by Shelby Henderson. Mr. Buford here.
Yes, I am.
You have 3 minutes. You may testify.
Cool. To the Honorable Senator Winfield, the Honorable Representative Stratform, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Judiciary, I just really appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Pastor Trevor Buford, and I'm the senior pastor of Union Baptist Church located at 1921 Main Street in Hartford. And also I live in Hartford as well. And I also serve at Trinity College as the interim college chaplain and co-director of spiritual religious life. I'm here today alongside other leaders from the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance, as well as a number of other groups and organizations, including congregations organized for a new Connecticut, who have come here today speaking to you in one raised and shared voice in strong and urgent support of Raised Bill Senate number 1019, an act concerning the Board of Pardons and Paroles, erasure of criminal records for certain misdemeanor and felony offenses, prohibiting discrimination based on erased criminal history record information, and concerning the recommendation of the Connecticut Sentencing Commission with respect to misdemeanor sentences. I'm a believer, and one of the core ethics of my faith reminds me that I am to be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving one another as Christ has forgiven me. Forgiveness really at its root word means to allow people the freedom to walk out of whatever offense they have and not be seen always carrying the bag of their offense with them, but allowing them to be able to walk free, knowing that they are forgiven. So I'm here today to call you to pass a real clean slate bill. What does a real bill mean? A clean slate bill means passing a bill that includes all misdemeanors. In addition, a real clean slate bill means including class C, D, and E felonies, while holding exempt convictions for sex crimes and family violence from automatic clean slate renewal. Real clean slate legislation keeps communities safe and families secure because it would allow people who have already been punished return to society and remain crime-free a real second chance to support themselves, provide for their families, and contribute to their communities by expunging records. We know that most employers, landlords, and colleges use background checks in recruiting process and in providing opportunities. Here in Connecticut and in Hartford, in the very communities like those who surround my church right here at 1921 Main Street, 25% to 31% of Black men have a felony conviction. This is driven in part by the fact that Black and Latinx people continue to receive harsher and longer sentences for the same crimes as white people. Clean slate would give people who have earnestly and honestly turned their lives around a genuine second chance, a chance to walk in true forgiveness, a chance for them to know that they don't carry the bag of their past offenses for the rest of their lives, but if they commit to doing better, that they can be contributing members of our society. So I urge you today to pass real clean slate legislation, pass Raised Bill number 1019. I ask you to offer the opportunity for so many people who frankly look like me a chance to do their lives a little bit better and contribute to this society by allowing their records to be given and allowing them to be given the clean slate of true forgiveness.
Thank you, Pastor Buford. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions? I do not see any, so I want to thank you for coming, offering your strong testimony in support of the bill, and hope you have a great afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for your service.
We'll next hear from Adeline Lowenthal, followed by Shelby Henderson, and then Cecilia Baranowski. Is Adeline Lowenthal in? Is Adeline Lowenthal in? Is Shelby Henderson in?
I'm here. It's Adeline Lowenthal.
Oh, you get your 3 minutes.
Just a minute. There I am. Okay. My name is Adeline Lowenthal, and I live in Good afternoon. My name is Adeline Lowenthal, and I've lived in West Hartford for 35 years. I'm a member of Congregation Beth Israel, a member of the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance, and I'm writing to urge you to support the clean slate legislation proposed in Senate Bill 1019. I am the president of the Common Sense Fund, a family foundation that has long supported the work that the Judy Dwarren Performance Project does with women incarcerated at York Correctional Facility and more recently with men incarcerated at the Cybulski Correctional Institution. The trustees have been witness to the spoken word, movement, and musical performances that the prisoners are given the opportunity to create under Judy and her staff's direction. We have seen the psychological work that these women and men do to come to terms with their lives, assume responsibility for their actions, and repair what can be repaired in their family relationships. Many of the people incarcerated at York and Cybulski have been sentenced for drug offenses. A majority of them come from lives disadvantaged from the start. When they leave prison, they have the extraordinarily challenging task of building a successful life. When they have to indicate on job, rental, and loan applications that they have a criminal history, they are unlikely to receive positive responses to those applications and are thus more likely to remain part of the underclass, homeless and unemployed. Nearly half the population in homeless shelters have been incarcerated. A criminal record reduces a job seeker's chance of getting a callback or job offer by nearly 50%. Successfully functioning returning citizens contribute both financially and socially to the well-being of society. Time served for these felony offenses should end upon release, and the formerly incarcerated should not continue serving time by virtue of forever having to check the box, have you ever been convicted of a misdemeanor or a felony? I urge you to support Senate Bill 1019.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there a comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? I do not see any. Thank you very much for your testimony today and for staying on with us. I would hope you have a great rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
Is Shelby Henderson in?
I'm here.
Shelby, you have your 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good day, Senator Winfield, Representative Straffram, and Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Shelby Henderson. I'm a Smart Justice Leader with the ACLU of Connecticut. I'm studying for a dual MPA and law degree at John Jay College of Criminal Justice and the City University of New York School of Law. I am a formerly incarcerated person, and I believe that Connecticut deserves a criminal legal system that will treat everyone fairly, no matter where they live. I believe in accountability. State's attorneys are among the most powerful actors in Connecticut's criminal legal system, but the least accountable. Irrespective of evidence, state's attorneys can add additional charges, drop charges, dismiss a case, and they even have discretion when entering into plea bargains, all without oversight or performance evaluation, which is why it is reasonable to expect public servants, and that's what state's attorneys are, they serve the public. It is reasonable to expect public servants to have some form of performance evaluation and accountability. There's no reason a state's attorney should be exempt from public accountability. Their job is to represent the interests of the people of Connecticut, all of Connecticut. That includes incarcerated and formerly incarcerated individuals, people like me. How do I know if state's attorneys in the judicial district that I live in are fairly implementing justice? Or more appropriately, the question is, how would you know if they were not? Right now, we have no way of measuring state's attorneys' performance. The only way I could comment on their work is once every 8 years when a state's attorney is up for appointment. It is necessary to require state's attorneys to be accountable for the decisions they make. If Connecticut is going to prioritize racial justice and fairness, we have to know whether there's patterns of discriminatory sentencing or patterns of over harsh charges or punishments in the decisions prosecutors are making. And we need to hold prosecutors accountable if they are discriminating and pursuing punishment instead of justice. We must hold Connecticut to higher standards than the United States Supreme Court disparate impact and McKinley decisions. According to the 2019 census, Connecticut population only has 12.9% African Americans, yet the population of Connecticut's prison and jails disproportionately houses about 3 times more Blacks compared to their other counterparts. Nationwide, per capita, per 100,000 residents around the nation, 698 people are incarcerated. In Connecticut, we incarcerate 468 people per capita. Per capita, Connecticut incarcerates more people than both New York and New Jersey. And again, half of these individuals are Black. Senate Bill 1018, an act concerning prosecutorial accountability, is necessary to achieve equal justice for residents of all parts of Connecticut. Holding state's attorneys accountable for standards of fairness and anti-discrimination is exactly what Senate Bill 1018 proposes. A minimum request considering prosecutors' unparalleled discretion. Prosecutors hold people's lives in their hands, and accountability for their powerful role in the criminal legal system is long overdue. Right now, we're flying blind because there's no data-driven performance evaluations of state's attorneys. Because of this, we have ended up with a system where decisions about things such as bail. Yes?
Your time has elapsed. If you could summarize.
Absolutely. Pretty much things such as bail and, charges, how things are dispositioned in court, it varies from district to district. We need change in our system. And without this bill, we would essentially be perpetuating racial disparities in our justice system that would allow conscious and unconscious racial biases to flourish. We deserve more in Connecticut. Thank you for listening, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions, excuse me, from members of the committee? Comment or question? I do not see any. Shelby, thank you for coming to testify today and for joining us again as you've been before us before. Hope you have a great day.
Thank you so much. Have a great day, guys.
We have Cecilia Baranowski, Robert Gillis, and Corey Mackey. Is Cecilia in? Is Cecilia Baranowski in? Robert Gillis.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I hear you, and you have 3 minutes.
Very well, thank you. Good day, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Representative Fishbein, and other members of the committee. My name is Robert Gillis. I'm a resident of New Haven, and I'm a member of the steering committee of Stop Solitary Connecticut. My personal experience, having worked for the Department of Correction for 36 years, have given me the advantage of a range of opportunities. I ended my career as the Director of Parole and Community Services after having served as a prison warden in 3 different facilities. The problems which the criminal justice system was wrestling with at the time that I started work are the same that existed at the time that I retired. I'm skeptical that Senate Bill 987 is an adequate pathway toward reinvestment. And I'm in no way advocating or downplaying the need for funding, additional funding. In its current form, the bill is a good idea, but needs much more work for successful execution. For example, in reviewing the text of the current draft, I note that very few significant differences between the current sections and the recommended modifications. There is added emphasis on the clear responsibility for DOC to assess the needs of individual incarcerated persons and to fashion a response for the development of a reentry plan. There's also added recognition that homelessness and mental health issues have major influence on recidivism, but there is scant recognition of the means by which these and similar factors, once identified, can be remedied. I've got some questions. Does the establishment of a new layer of administration by the so-called Office of Reentry Supports improve the likely outcomes? How can the success of these initiatives be measured? Reporting annually to Judiciary has been required since 2008. If this practice is continued as is, where are changes in reentry service delivery to be introduced? What have we learned from the reports of the intervening 12 years? What really works, and what recidivism studies for Connecticut can be used as an effective map to chart our future?
I couldn't unmute.
Excuse me?
Continue, Mr. Gillis.
Okay. Should DOC be granted the budgetary adjustment, or would it be more productive to direct the funds to labor for offender-specific apprenticeship programs, for example, and to social services for homeless aid? Has anyone looked into mentoring and sponsorship programs? In the current scheme of things, DOC has a substantial appropriation for halfway house and supportive housing. Will the current model suffice, or are we simply directing money to continue what now may or may not be working? As part of the PROTECT Act, we get Stop Solitary have identified the need for an oversight and monitoring component for DOC.
Mr. Gillis?
Yes.
Your time has elapsed. If you could summarize.
Yes, the establishment of this entity would provide the guidance and policy direction required to respond to the questions which I've raised. Funding is recommended there also. Let's try to get it right this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gillis. Is there a comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? I do not see any. I want to thank you for joining us to offer your testimony and sticking through the hearing. It's a long day, but I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Cecilia Baranowski is here.
I see you. I will call you in a second. Cecilia Baranowski, followed by Corey Mackey, followed by Kathleen Callahan. Ms. Baranowski, you have your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you, distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Judiciary, for hearing my testimony in support of SB 1019. My name is Cecilia Baranowski. I am a Roman Catholic sister and a member of the Sisters of Mercy. I am the Sisters of Mercy representative at the Collaborative Center for Justice and a member of the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance known as GIA. I live in Wolcott, a predominantly white town, and I reject the politics of fear and racial division that are used to undermine criminal justice reform efforts. One of our critical concerns as Sisters of Mercy is to work toward anti-racism. Since most of the convicted men are people of color, this is also a racial issue, and poor people are targeted. This bill provides relief for those people with felony convictions and will provide them with the right to dignified work, decent housing, and educational opportunities. This bill gives people a real chance to support themselves, provide for their families, and contribute to their community. A criminal record reduces a job seeker's chance of getting a callback or a job offer by nearly 50%. Landlords require a background check, so the chances of getting decent housing are diminished. Without decent housing, people are forced to live in unsafe housing, and when they are segregated by income, their children are denied a good education. We all have a past, and some of us carry baggage, and so we all deserve a second chance. When this bill passes, it will reduce the cycle of poverty and enable people to build up their self-esteem, giving them a reason for staying on the right road of life. And so I urge the committee to support SB 1019, the Clean Slate Bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Staffstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Sister, I just wanted to, not a question, but just a quick comment to thank you for being with us and for your advocacy. My late grandfather was the longtime controller for the Sisters of Mercy. I don't know.
Yes, I was going to ask you.
Yes.
John.
My grandfather, John, was the longtime controller and always held the Sisters of Mercy in extremely high regard, as I do. I have a couple in my district who do amazing work. And I want to just thank you for your advocacy and for sticking with us today. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Staffstrom. Senator Haskell.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Sister Baranowski. I wanted to just provide an opportunity for you to comment on one element of the Clean Slate Bill. One thing that I've been really impacted by as I travel around in my district, or I guess prior to the pandemic, of course, is how motivated the religious community of all different faiths is around this bill. I hear from rabbis about the importance of a second chance in their sacred text. I wanted to provide you an opportunity because I think you perfectly summarized the importance of this bill from a structural racism and a stigmatization and a poverty point of view. But I also just wanted to provide you an opportunity to speak about why it might be important from a scriptural perspective as well, to provide individuals with that second chance at success.
Well, Jesus said, love as I have loved you, and love encompasses forgiveness. And forgiveness encompasses a second chance. And it also has to do with the dignity of people. All people have an inherent dignity. We have the spirit of God within our hearts, which makes us images of the divinity. So we need to respect that.
Thank you so much, Sister. Thanks for your time and your testimony. And thanks, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Glad to be here.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Comment or questions from members of the committee? Comment or questions? I see none left for you, Sister. So I want to thank you for joining us today to offer your testimony. Hope you can enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Corey Mackey, followed by Kathleen Callahan, followed by Merritt LaJoy. Corey Mackey, Kathleen Callahan, you have your 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, Senator, am I up now?
Yes, you are. You may begin.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Kathleen Callahan, a resident of Stratford, and I'm testifying on behalf of the National Association of Social Workers Connecticut chapter, which represents over 2,300 members. We call upon the Judiciary Committee to support both SB 1019 and SB 978. Our full testimony has been submitted, and I will provide a brief version. Regarding clean slate laws, many who are eligible for expungement do not have the resources to navigate a complex system, resulting in an inequitable second chance gap that can be remedied by a technical solution. The Clean Slate Bill will streamline a process for all eligible individuals, alleviating multiple burdens of the current system. There are positive outcomes for all. Restoring access to jobs, housing, and education, and decreasing the risk of recidivism help both individuals and their families and promote stronger, safer, and more resilient communities. We also strongly support this as a racial justice issue. Our state is among the worst in the nation for disproportionately incarcerating people of color. Only 5 states are worse than Connecticut for Black adults and only 7 for Latino adults. As the numbers of those imprisoned in our state decreases, these racial disparities have remained consistent. We believe a criminal conviction should not sentence an individual to a lifetime of exclusion and blocked opportunities. Enacting the Clean Slate Bill will be part of repairing past wrongs and delivers long overdue justice and equity to our neighbors. Regarding SB 978, we also support legislation that advances recent research into brain development and the consideration of a young adult stage between adolescence and adulthood. This bill extends parole opportunities granted to eligible individuals from under 18 years of age to under 25. Researchers have recently created a new field of work around emerging adulthood and the understanding that full brain maturity is not completed until at least the mid-20s. Young adults underestimate risk, have lower impulse control, cannot conceptualize future consequences, and struggle to moderate social and emotional responses. And emerging adulthood is a predominant time for brain neuroplasticity, an indicator for potential shifts in behavior. Compared to adults, they are less responsible for actions and more capable of change. NASW Connecticut believes promoting opportunity for young adults should be a priority and must include the research into the intersection of trauma and justice involvement. We know that childhood exposure to traumatic events and toxic stress disrupts brain development. We also know that both individual and environmental adversity delay psychosocial maturity, and they are more prevalent in the history of justice-involved young adults. Legislatures and courts across the country have started to respond to the research, enacting policies and laws that treat young adults more like juveniles. Connecticut should continue its second chance work and follow them and the science toward a more just, restorative, humane system where young adults can emerge as full and productive participants in their communities. In closing, NASW urges the committee to vote in favor of both SB 1019 and SB 978. Thank you for your time and consideration. Your work through these long days is much appreciated, and I hope that you all get to enjoy some of this day as well.
Thank you, Ms. Callahan. Are there comments or questions? Senator Haskell, do you have a comment or a question, or is your hand still up?
I apologize, Mr. Chair. My hand is still raised from the last time.
Oh, okay, no problem. Comments or questions from members of the committee? I do not see any, so I will thank you for joining us today and offering your testimony. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have next Merritt LaJoy, followed by Raquel Leva, Joseph Galen. Merritt LaJoy, you have your 3 minutes.
Afternoon. My name is Merritt LaJoy. I'm a survivor of homicide, and I've been the complaint officer for the Office of the Victim Advocate for 21 years. Senators Winfield and Champagne, Representative Staffstrom and Fishbein, and members of the Judiciary Committee, welcome to my nightmare. On April 30th, 1996, my beautiful mother, Gail Islip, was 54 years young, was stalked, harassed, and brutally murdered by a coworker. She was shot in the head 7 times in her own driveway. Gail's killer was convicted of felony murder after a trial and sentenced to 60 years in prison. As proposed, subsection A of section 53A-39 will allow Gail's killer to apply for a sentence modification without agreement of the state's attorney. Proposed subsection A will permit any inmate convicted after a trial and sentenced to any term of incarceration to file for a sentence modification without agreement of the state's attorney. Currently, any sentence greater than 3 years requires the agreement of the state's attorney, regardless of whether the disposition was a trial or a plea agreement. Criminal cases that go to trial are generally the most serious and violent felony crimes, including murder and sexual assault. Further, the new subsection C will allow Gail's killer to apply every 5 years until the sentence is reduced or the killer is discharged. Every 5 years. This new subsection will ensure that any inmate convicted and sentenced to incarceration after a trial or by a plea agreement will be permitted to file for a sentence modification until the sentence is reduced or the inmate is discharged. Those are the only 2 outcomes available in this proposal, both leading to the eventual early release of violent criminals. This proposal will only serve to re-victimize Gail's surviving family and friends. On the day of the sentencing, Gail's killer addressed the court and proceeded to threaten everyone in the courtroom. Quote, "I am the juggernaut, I cannot be stopped." Gail's family and friends were relieved that her killer would serve 65 years in prison. There was a 5-year firearm enhancement without the possibility of release. On April 30th, I will have served 25 years of the life sentence imposed on me and my family. While I miss my mother every single day, knowing her killer would serve 65 years in prison allowed me and my family to slowly move to our new normal without her. The last 25 years have brought many new memories and life-changing events for me and my family, all with a slight sorrowful reminder of my mother. The proposal will force the most horrific, traumatic event in my life to the forefront every 5 years for the rest of my life. Or worse, my night will become reality when the killer is discharged from prison. Gail Islip was a beautiful woman, a mother, a wife, a grandmother, sister, aunt, and friend. I am honored every time I hear someone say to me, "You remind me of your mother," or "You sound just like your mother," or my favorite, "Your mother would be proud." For a long time, it was difficult for me to remember my mother without immediately thinking of her brutal murder. Time has eased the pain, but the loss will always be there. This proposal will ensure that Gail's family and friends never have peace of mind again. Justice does not include Gail's family and friends serving a life sentence, while Gail's family's killer serves less than the 65-year sentence imposed. End this nightmare and reject this proposal.
Thank you. Comments or questions for Ms. LaJoy, Representative Fishbein?
Thank you, Merritt, for coming here today. I'm sure you've heard a lot of the testimony that's been troubling. And I just you know, I just wanted to take the opportunity to read the last line of your testimony. As a survivor of homicide and strong voice for victims, strongly urge the committee to strike section 28 of the bill in its entirety. And I want to thank you for coming here today and having the time and the tenacity to bring this situation to our attention. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or questions from other members of the committee? Representative Veach.
Hello, Ms. LaJoy. Good afternoon. I just want to make a comment and thank you for coming out and speaking against this bill, this proposed bill. Takes a lot of courage, and my heartfelt sympathy for you and your family, which you've had to endure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Veach. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? I do not see any. That being the case, Ms. LaJoy, thank you for coming and waiting to testify before us and sharing what I know is not an easy testimony to share before the committee. Thank you, and I hope you can find some joy in the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you.
Next, we have Raquel Leva, Joseph Galen, and Julia Wilcox. Is Raquel Leva in? Raquel,
thank you.
You have 3 minutes.
My name is Raquel Leva. I'm a member of the Catal Center for Equity, Health, and Justice. I am grateful for the opportunity to testify before the Judiciary Committee regarding SB 987, which relates to the reinvestment of money saved from the closure of Northern Correctional Institute to re-entry and community-based services. The closing of Northern Correctional Institution has offered an opportunity to reinvest resources to the communities in Connecticut, particularly minority communities which have been ravaged by the carceral system. Yet SB 987 as written seems quite incomplete, as it does not explicitly earmark savings from the Department of Corrections budgets to go to programs and services that supports housing, healthcare, jobs, and more. The money is earmarked to go back to the community as it comes from the general fund rather than cost savings from Northern. Northern is one of the most expensive facilities to operate in the state, and to truly invest the cost savings from its closure, we need to have those funds come directly from Northern and not through the general fund. That is the only way we can really ensure that we invest the money from prison closures back into the community. We shouldn't forget that despite the curtailing of their rights of freedom, incarcerated people are still citizens. These individuals are parents, aunts, uncles, siblings, cousins, and children of other Connecticut citizens. Many of them are former wage earners facing new barriers of discrimination and returning to the workforce following their terms served in prison. Available funds would best serve the community with a plan for prevention, rehabilitation, and reformation, rather than allowing the Department of Corrections to maintain such a large budget that perpetuates punitive practices like the ones that persisted at Northern Correctional Institution. I know this firsthand, as I have a loved one in the Department of Corrections. Provision I strongly support is for the funds to be appropriated to inmate medical services. My husband would be a direct recipient of those benefits that will come from reinvestment of these funds. My husband is incarcerated at McDougall Walker and has been adversely affected throughout his many years in the correctional system, and in addition by the COVID-19 outbreak in Connecticut prisons. Aside from the heightened need for medical competency due to the pandemic, there's a clear need for a standard of care to be established in the Department of Corrections for incarcerated people. My husband in particular had to, with a broken tooth, wait 6 months to see a dentist. Him and others should not have to worry about their lives due to the lack of medical personnel and services being provided while incarcerated. At the Catal Center, we are engaged in a new campaign called Cut, Shut, and Invest. And this campaign is designed to ensure that Connecticut cut the number of incarcerated people in jails and prisons, cut the number of people on parole and probation, and shut prisons down and invest in the communities most harmed by systemic racism and mass incarceration.
Ms. Leyva, your time has elapsed. If you could summarize.
In the spirit of cut, shut, and invest, these available funds should be directed towards supporting and empowering individuals returning from incarceration to become fruitful members of society, and investing in these programs earmarked as listed in the bill should stay in the communities and help these people stay connected to friends and family and keep our communities safe by helping them become productive again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leyva. Are there comments or questions for Ms. Leyva? Comments or questions? I don't see any. I want to thank you, and I apologize for initially messing up your name. I want to thank you for coming to join us today and offering your testimony and sticking through it with us. I hope you enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Likewise, thank you.
We have Joseph Galen, followed by Julia Wilcox and Callie Heilman. Joseph Galen.
Thank you.
3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Joseph Galen, and I'm a steering committee member of Stop Solitary CT. I'm testifying on behalf of the organization about Raised Bill 987, an act concerning reinvestment of savings achieved through a reduction in correctional facility population into reentry and community-based services and programs. In spirit, Stop Solitary CT supports this legislation. Funds from the closure of prisons must be earmarked to support formerly incarcerated people and protect the lives of those still behind bars. In particular, we are supportive of the initiative to hire formerly incarcerated community health workers. However, in the case of legislation, the devil is so often hidden in the details or lack thereof. We are concerned that this proposed legislation would fund reentry efforts housed in the Department of Correction. Moreover, the funds allocated to the DOC do not include any mechanism for accountability. The terminology employed throughout this legislation speaks broadly about community-based organizations, which, in the parlance of the Department of Correction, can mean anything from halfway houses to parole officers. As a result, we fear this bill could merely shift funding around the Department of Correction rather than meaningfully support formerly incarcerated people and their communities, as is the intent of the legislation. Similarly, the history of justice reinvestment legislation in Connecticut and nationwide should teach us that funding technical assistance providers is not the same thing as meaningfully investing in marginalized communities. Absent specific language to specify which communities will receive funds, which organizations in marginalized communities will receive funds, or which individuals will receive funds, we believe the legislation must, at minimum, outline a framework for community oversight. Without these specifications or meaningful community oversight, we fear this legislation will fall prey to the mistakes of past justice reinvestment initiatives. In our work to end solitary confinement, we support the creation of a Correction Accountability Commission, staffed largely by formerly incarcerated people, that would inform the work of a proposed correction ombuds. A similar structure is necessary to empower directly impacted communities to take ownership over justice reinvestment. Who better to evaluate community-based reentry programs than those who have actually experienced the transition from prison back to their communities? Thank you for your time and for facilitating a public conversation about real justice reinvestment in Connecticut.
Thank you, sir. Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you being with us today.
Thank you.
Next up will be Julia Wilcox.
Yep. Good afternoon, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Winfield, ranking members and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Julia Wilcox, Manager of Advocacy and Public Policy for the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance. The Alliance is the statewide association that represents the nonprofit sector. Community nonprofits provide essential services to over 500,000 individuals and families every year and employ 14% of Connecticut's workforce, improving the quality of life throughout Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 987, an act concerning reinvestment of savings achieved through the reduction in the correctional populations. I've submitted written testimony on several bills on the agenda today, but I would like to focus on Senate Bill 987. We commend the committee for introducing this important legislation. The governor has committed to the closure of Northern Correctional Institution as outlined in the Creates Savings Initiative. These proposals will achieve savings of $15 million in fiscal year 22 and $42 million in fiscal year 23. However, the budget currently proposed by the governor does not appropriate these savings to further enhance ongoing and necessary criminal justice reforms. Senate Bill 987 will ensure the reinvestment of these savings into critical programs that focus on diversion, recidivism reduction, prison alternatives, and support for victims of crime, in keeping with the nationally recognized justice reinvestment model. My written testimony includes a link to the 2019 annual performance report of Louisiana's Justice Reinvestment Initiative, which illustrates the power of reinvestment in the overall success of criminal justice reform. Community justice programs continue to play an essential role in the ongoing success of reform in Connecticut. Unfortunately, since 2007, community nonprofits have lost at least $461 million in state funding that has not kept pace with inflation. At the same time, the demand for services has ever increased. You have my written testimony, which defines these programs, outlines the funding concerns, and also includes statistics garnered from the OPM monthly indicators and other areas. And I'd like to highlight just a few key points. Nonprofit providers have worked tirelessly with their state agency partners to continue to manage both the programmatic and COVID-related healthcare needs of both clients and staff. The commitment of the nonprofit provider community greatly enhanced the ability of DOC and CSSD to contain the COVID-19 pandemic positivity rate in the communities. And these are the very programs that would have the opportunity to provide a multitude of diversionary and reentry services as a part of a justice reinvestment initiative in Connecticut. So once again, we urge your support of Senate Bill 987. The ability of the state to ensure continuation of the community justice reforms that have positioned Connecticut as a national leader is greatly dependent on the sustainable system of services as provided by the nonprofit sector. And I would encourage you to review the supporting documents and data that I've included in my detailed testimony. And we look forward to working with you on the implementation. And thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Representative Palm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Julia. It's good to see you. I just wanted to thank you very much for your testimony and for the wonderful work of the Alliance and all the different nonprofits that you work with. Have you any sense of how much the workload has increased since COVID? You know, on across the board in the nonprofit world.
I'm sorry, how much the workload?
How much your workload has increased, just roughly, by, I'm assuming it has because of the pandemic.
Sure. So thank you so much for the question, Representative. And yes, we've actually done some surveys, and we do have data that I'd be happy to share with the committee in terms of not only increased workload, but sort of the increase in resources that have been necessary. And so much of the role of the nonprofits throughout this pandemic has been to simply provide that opportunity to keep every individual within their programs and their staff as well, to keep them safe. And that's resulted in everything from providers supplying their own PPE when it was not available, to cleaning supplies and keeping the halfway houses and facilities themselves current and CDC compliant. And it's also meant that with quarantining and self-isolating some of the individuals in their care, it's also meant bringing in additional staff at great expense to the organizations that is not necessarily covered in their contracts.
Well, and I know that you're often working in a deficit because of the chronic underfunding. So I really appreciate all the work you do and your testimony today. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions? If not, Ms. Wilcox, I want to thank you for your testimony and for your research. Although I will say being compared or being behind Louisiana on our reinvestment or as others have suggested today, being behind states like Utah on clean slate, I think certainly highlights as much work as we've done on this committee, how much more we have to do on these issues. So thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Next up will be Callie Heilman.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Representative Sapstrom, my state rep. Nice to see you. Senator Winfield, Senator Kissel, and Representative Fishbein, and all the members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Callie Heilman, and I am the president and co-director of Bridgeport Generation Now. We are a grassroots member-based organization located in Bridgeport with over 300 members, and our mission is to strengthen civic engagement in ourselves and our communities so that we can dismantle systemic racism and corruption in our city and build the just, equitable, and livable city we know is possible. We are here testifying in support of SB 987, in particular Section 9 that outlines the mobile crisis teams. When George Floyd was murdered by a Minneapolis police officer in May of last year, it sent a shockwave through our nation and our state. After protest and political pressure, this committee led the nation by passing the Police Accountability Act, a necessary first step in fixing our current policing crisis. But policing is not a crisis unto itself. It is part and parcel of the larger American legacy of racism that has persisted in this nation since its founding. It is part of a structural system designed to control and keep Black people locked out of opportunity and literally in bondage. And Black Lives Matter is a call for the liberation of Black folks, for the removal of the structural, institutional, and economic violence that has thwarted the progress of Black people and the progress of our nation. Bridgeport Generation Now is committed to that liberation, and we see SB 987 as one tool for making social and economic equity a reality. In 2019, our Public Safety and Police Accountability Committee held a space where community members gave testimony on their experience with violence and misconduct with the Bridgeport Police Department, and spoke their truth directly to our now former police chief and other members of the Bridgeport Police Department. At this forum, a Bridgeport resident who is both a probation officer and a mother spoke deeply about the fear she holds for the safety of her 18-year-old Black son who has autism. In her words, quote, "He has an invisible disability, and I'm concerned about officers dealing with Black and brown children who have invisible disabilities because they will become combative, non-compliant to a simple request. What are you doing?" And we all know that her fear is justified. The deaths of Daniel Prude, Patrick Warren Sr., and our own Mubarak Soliman, killed by a Connecticut state trooper, show us that armed police responses to mental health and substance abuse crises can end in tragedy. In fact, we heard from Brian Perleski, the New Britain state's attorney, earlier, who said that introducing a firearm into a volatile situation turns that situation deadly. To transform our society, to create a system of public safety that in fact keeps us all safe, we must shift our perspective. We must look at public safety through a public health lens and focus on addressing the root causes of community violence. Whether it's STAR in Denver or Cahoots in Eugene, Oregon, cities and states across this country agree and are creating public health responses to community needs that do not involve the police. And this is a good thing, but building a new system requires serious commitment and investment at the state level. And this is why we support SB 987, which will reinvest money into healthcare services that meet the needs of this moment, in particular, mobile crisis teams that will respond to 911 calls for mental health emergencies and will not require a police response.
Thank you, Ms. Heilman.
Thank you.
We're at the 3-minute mark. Are there questions or comments from the committee? If not, Callie, I want to thank you for joining us and obviously for all of your advocacy and work on behalf of so many important causes and issues in the city of Bridgeport. So thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Next up will be Michael Askew.
Yes, good afternoon, Representative Staff from my hometown hero, Senator Winfield, who's not there. Representative Fishbein, good afternoon to you and Representative Palm and to all the other distinguished members of this committee. I'm Director of Recovery Advocacy for CCAR, Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery. We promote recovery from substance use and alcohol by putting a face on recovery. And we do that through advocacy, education, and service. And I had the privilege of speaking on this bill on behalf of Connect, congregations organized for New Connecticut on behalf of New Jerusalem Missionary Baptist Church in Norwalk last year, and certainly the year before. And I do want to believe that, once again, I know Representative Fishbein, remember me talking about the fear factor. But I want to make the common sense in regards to this process now that has shifted from paper to technology. And so here, once again, is a barrier that has associated itself to people that are not computer literate. And what I mean is that I've worked for 19 years, since 2001, actually. I started training people on educating them on how to fill out this application through CCAR. We had monthly trainings, and we still do that. And people would fearfully walk away from this process because up until 2005, the application was 20-something pages. It was redundant. It was very few pardons were being given in the state. And CCAR actually sat with the Judiciary Committee over a few years. In 2005, some major changes was made with the two entities being merged. The Board of Pardon and Board of Parole was merged. There were some processes that was changed with the application. The requirements was lowered. They had to give a right to why someone was being denied. They didn't do that before. They just send you a letter saying you didn't get it. So there was a lot of changes made. And I think now we're in a place now where, because of this online application process, I sat with three other individuals that works in the state through legal services initiatives. And we spoke to the board and we shared some of our concerns with this online application. If it hadn't been for me since June of last year helping individuals, there would have been 22 people that wouldn't have not gotten this pardon. Just this year, I've got 6 people calling me saying, thank you for this opportunity, because if you didn't help me, I would have been lost. And if you look on the website, there's very little instruction. We share with, Chairperson Carlton Giles on placing more information so people will not feel threatened and fearful of this process when they go in there. Because when you go on that application, online application, there's no direction and there's no instruction on how to go through that process. So it's important that we understand, and I'll close with this, that here I am, once again, a former felon, never got the pardon because I never needed the time to stop and get a pardon. But now that I'm retiring from the state of Connecticut, Representative Stafstrom and all, I know that I need to do this process because I don't know what the future holds, because I have a criminal record back in 1989 that's a felony, and I do know that it may come to haunt me. So now I must, but this is for people, and there's many people that I know, and I'll close with this, that has these criminal records, but they're just fearful of this process. They're just fearful that they say, you know what, what's the use? I'm not gonna get it. I'm not gonna get it.
Well, thank you.
So thank you for letting me share.
I think we do have questions from the committee.
Thank you.
Senator Winfield.
I don't actually have a question. I just, Mr. Askew, wanted to let you know I'm here. I'm always here. I just dealing with the kids. But I wanted to thank you again, like I did the other day, for the work that you do for a lot of people in the community. And to echo your point about the fear, I think it was last year, may have been the year before, but I think it was last year that I talked about the story of someone who, and I touched on it a little bit earlier, who had been through in the community for many, many years doing a lot of good work and had been rejected. And when he came back to the group I was working with, that rejection just reverberated through the group, because many of them were doing some things to be better people, but they weren't doing what this guy was doing. And the fact that he got rejected just took everybody off I think a lot of people feel like we were actually making progress, and it just took everybody off of that high horse that they were on and did a lot of damage. So I just wanted to thank you let you know that I'm here listening, even if you don't see me, and just thank you for coming over and over again to do the right thing.
Thank you.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you. Michael, nice to see you again.
It's good to see you, sir.
And I do agree that there is a level of fear, but I have to admit that there's a lot of discussion that I think creates the fear also. You know, I'll tell you, I think it was in my first term in the legislature, I met with somebody in my office on the clean slate legislation. And she said to me that the reason why she was in favor of it was because she went to school. She had a serious drug felony situation that happened years ago, and she had changed her life, and she had gone back to school, and she graduated at the top of her class, and she wanted to apply to be a licensed clinical social worker. And she found out there was a statute in Connecticut that said if you had a felony on your record, you couldn't apply for that license. And, you know, and quite frankly, I didn't believe her. I questioned her representation to me. And we ended the meeting, and a few weeks later, we had a public hearing. It was before the Labor Committee on a different bill. And this woman came and she said, you know, I can't get a license because of this law. She went and found that statute, and I felt very proud. And when I met with her after that, I talked to her about getting a pardon, and she gave me all of that. You know, I'm fearful. I don't understand the system. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. And I propped her up a little bit, and I explained a little bit about the system, and I said, you can do it. And, you know, you're not a victim of your geography. You're perhaps a victim of the system. That gave her an impetus. And, you know, a few months after that, I was actually before the Board of Pardons and Paroles representing someone, and who came out of the door but this young lady that I had met, and she was waiting for her hearing. And I said to her, I want to represent you. And we went up to the table, and I sat down with her, and, you know, I helped to tell her story. And she got the pardon that day, and I was very proud of that. And you know, just last week she emailed me and informed me that she's going to Sacred Heart University.
Beautiful.
It is. It absolutely is beautiful. And that person wouldn't have had the impetus to file that application herself if I hadn't sat down with her and explained and sort of veiled some of that fear. So I look forward to hearing, you know, more about that fear, and perhaps piercing through that. You know, I know one of the things at the particular place that we had the hearing that day, the three people on the panel, they were up high on a bench, and the table where the people are, you know, addressing them is low. You know, just that in a room can be intimidating, right? And I recognize that. Everybody should be at the same level, you know, because in the end we are at the same level. So, you know, I'm sure you and I will cross paths, you know, in the coming years and stuff, but certainly anytime you have a problem with the board that you would like to have worked out, I'm your eyes and ears. So I thank you, sir, for coming here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Sims.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Michael, thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for all that you do. I've known you for quite some time, and pretty much my whole life. And just to see your transformation and the work that you're doing now is just so gratifying to see. So, you know, if anyone is deserving of a second chance, you certainly are. And I just want to commend you and thank you for all the work that you're doing in the state to help address a lot of our issues that are plaguing our community. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Sims.
Further questions or comments from the committee? If not, Mr. Rescue, I want to join my colleagues in thanking you for your advocacy and your work and for being with us today.
Thank you.
All right, let's keep this string of Bridgeport's best going here and call up Attorney Frank Riccio next. Attorney Riccio, good to see you.
Good to see you, Representative Sastrom, and to you, Senator Winfield, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Frank Riccio. I am a criminal defense attorney based out of the great city of Bridgeport in Connecticut. I'm also president of the Connecticut Criminal Defense Lawyers Association. The CCDLA has submitted written testimony on 4 bills. In summary fashion, I'll just touch on the first 3. We support House Bill 6594, which is the omnibus bill that touches on various facets of the criminal law. We support it in full. There are certain parts of it that the Connecticut Sentencing Commission and Judge Devlin have been working on. We support those in total. We support Senate Bill 978 that raises the age of eligibility for parole review granted to young offenders from under 18 to under 25. The science supports it, studies support it. We also support Senate Bill 1019, which we know is commonly called Clean Slate. We've heard many individuals supporting that. I won't repeat the written testimony or what we've heard today, but I think that it is very beneficial. Eliminating convictions is very beneficial for those who are just suffering the collateral consequences of their convictions for many, many years, from their youth into adulthood and beyond. It hurts so many people for so long. We do oppose Senate Bill 1018. This is the Prosecutorial Accountability Bill. And for many of the reasons that the committee heard today, this proposed bill in the CCDLA's view will eliminate or vastly limit the discretion that prosecutors currently have. I'm in court every day. I've been to every JD, every GA, and every court in Connecticut for the past 22 years. And I could tell you that every state's attorney that I know, every prosecutor I know, does use their discretion and uses it wisely. Now, do prosecutors always agree with me? Of course not. That's part of the process and part of the system. But case evaluation is fact-driven and it's defendant-driven. It shouldn't be matrix-driven. And the concern is that if this proposal does become law, these strict standards that I fear will be applied will limit that discretion. It becomes a matrix. If A, then B. I think that severely limits the ability of a prosecutor to evaluate a case. I could tell you hundreds of examples of how I bring not only the information about the offense, but the offender, because that's what's important. What's important is what is the offender characteristics? What are the offense characteristics and their history and their demeanor, in their family? This, I think, in many ways would eliminate that. As a point of comparison, in the federal system, the U.S. sentencing guidelines were created in 1984 as a way to try to do something similar. And the U.S. Supreme Court ruled it to be unconstitutional in 2005, at least as to its mandatory application. Now it serves an advisory function. Senate Bill 880 in 2019 was certainly helpful in increasing transparency and accountability in the system. I don't know if it's been around long enough to really create the information or to collect the information that was necessary. I mean, there wasn't much court in 2020, so I don't know what numbers would be part of that. I think what's important is that individual treatment in the application of the law leads to fairness. Application through some sort of rigid application like a matrix is not the way to do it. Prosecutors must retain their discretion. I've been satisfied. It should continue that way. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Attorney Riccio. Let me just ask you real quick on that last one on the prosecutorial bill. I guess, whether I agree with it or not, I understand where you're coming from in the matrix argument, but does your association oppose the entire bill or just certain sections of it? So for example, sections of the bill relating to adopting some sort of code of ethics for prosecutors, putting into statute something like the ABA model policy. Is that something your association would oppose as well, or just kind of the metrics piece?
It's more the metrics piece. I mean, I know that the The Division of Criminal Justice has their own way of dealing with issues that may come up in that regard. I was formerly the chairman of the statewide grievance committee in Connecticut, and I know the prosecutors have been grieved and probable cause has been found. So there is that available resource if necessary. So we don't take any position on that. I would just say I think it already exists. So I don't know if an additional level would be needed.
Further questions? If not, Attorney Ricky, I want to thank you for being with us today.
Thank you very much.
All right. I think Stephen Doherty has joined us.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Co-chair Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, ranking members Senators Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify for Bill SB 1019. My name is Stephen Doherty. At the age of 18 months, I became a ward of the state of Connecticut's foster care system. Once you're caught in the system, it's very hard to get out. My struggle with addiction began when I was 9 years old. These struggles were a culmination of the physical, mental, and sexual abuse I experienced in the foster care system and its institutions. Addiction was my escape. As a result of my addiction, I have a record of many misdemeanors and felonies. I was last released from prison in 2005, 16 years ago. I have a resume that is impeccable. It can get me to the second and third interview. But upon discovery of my criminal record, employment is next to impossible. I began to build my small home repair business in order to ensure my employment and hopefully some employment for others in my situation. But the process is slow at best. I am a devoted member of the 12-step recovery and have centered my life around helping others rebuild theirs. My recovery is my #1 priority. I also volunteer regularly with Habitat for Humanity, Soup Kitchens, many other organizations, and I've been a manager of several men's recovery houses in New Haven, Connecticut for the last 7 years. I recently began the task of applying for a pardon. The process has been intimidating, daunting. Even with a pardon coach in July, I will be eligible to submit my application and will do so. Today, I ask for your support of Clean Slate SB 1019. We all know that Connecticut has convicted many of us. Hopefully now, with some struggle and some more hard work, Connecticut will forgive us. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? If not, I want to thank you for being with us today. Next up will be Crystal Sherman.
Hi, good evening, chairmen, vice chairs, and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Crystal Sherman, and I'm a resident of Canton, Connecticut. Today, I'm speaking in support of Bill 978. I appreciate the ability I've had today to listen to several bills and testimony provided regarding our criminal justice system. In reference to Bill 978, there are multiple examples throughout our incarcerated population that would demonstrate the growth and development changes of individuals who have been incarcerated within the emerging adulthood years. As a state, we have moved away from referring to our correctional facilities as jails. With changing to a correctional facility, the purpose and goal we should look to achieve should not only be to demonstrate a name change, but in its regulations, processes, and procedures, changes as well to correct individuals who have been incarcerated. Furthermore, in support in passing Bill 978, we support the state's economic interest by removing the state's responsibility to provide and support people incarcerated that no longer present a threat and can return to society and become contributing taxpayers to the state of Connecticut economically. These individuals with family support systems, when available, and community resources and support can begin to contribute to society in a positive way. To evolve, we must educate ourselves, reevaluate and reflect, understand, forgive, and move forward. During testimony today, I heard a couple of statements that lend to this. One example was a prosecutor's ability to reevaluate their previous decisions during a young career and acknowledge that they may not make the same decisions today. It is an important example that as we mature, we gain new perspective and understanding. I rarely share my personal experiences, but feel that it's necessary in this forum. I can understand Bill 978 from multiple perspectives: victim, reformed person, and family member. I have lost loved ones due to criminal violence, so I understand the anger, the pain, the devastation involved. I can also speak to the forgiveness work necessary for me to move forward. As someone who has had not so perfect past, the criminal justice system in some cases can be discouraging, overwhelming, and frustrating in attempts to correct and change in order to rebuild. As a family member of an incarcerated loved one, I have been able to promote significant positive changes for someone who entered the correctional facility during those important emerging adulthood years. This loved one has moved from acting out negatively and fighting the system to evaluating corrections, actions, and consequences. In turn, this has moved to participating in programs, utilizing resources, and understanding the expectation from the correctional facility, society, and family. The adolescent has grown into an adult. If, as a state, we are dedicated to rehabilitating incarcerated individuals, support of this bill will allow those individuals to make positive changes and growth as adults to be reintroduced into society. Thank you for allowing my testimony today. Welcome any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, I want to thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
Next up will be Manuel Sandoval. Mr. Sandoval with us?
Hello. Please excuse me because a little nervous. I actually left my what I had written at work, so did this on the fly. Hello, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and distinguished members of the community. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Manuel Sandoval. I'm here in support of the Clean Slate Bill, SB 1019. However, I'm in support of a more full and inclusive bill that will provide all those who have been convicted of a crime, who have successfully completed their sentence, and have therefore paid their debts to society, the same quality of life as that which all of you currently enjoy. I say that as a previously incarcerated and currently impacted person who has completed his sentence, paid his debt to society, and who continues to provide constant civil services to his community. Someone who has educated himself, become a professional, and yet continues to wear a huge, I'm talking about huge, scarlet letter because of the crimes that I committed when younger. Is it right? Fair? No, but that's not why I'm here. Your honors, it's time that Connecticut leads the way to bring the ancient judicial system of America into the 21st century. If this year has proven anything, it's that the systematic oppression that has been intact for centuries needs to change. Last year, I testified on the collateral consequences of my criminal history. What I didn't say is that I applied for expungement and complete pardons for my record. I applied for my pardon twice thus far, and both times I was denied. I was provided some crazy excuse that the seriousness of my offense would be diminished by the expungement of my criminal history. What does that mean? Because as far as I can determine, the offenses will always be the same, a crime, and the seriousness of those offenses, excuse me, I lost my place. Well, only this detrimental to those that were there. In my case, my life changed to the worst. Not to mention, in my family's life changed even more and has continued to be impacted. I have since made dramatic changes to my life. However, this current system is not conducive to this change. According to the system, once a crook, always a crook. Like if people never change their lives throughout the centuries. A clean slate would help people like me avoid reckless behavior by those believing to be superior. behavior that would be detrimental to the lives of those making the changes. It will also avoid negative responses from their partner requests from the Board of Partners Parole that are demoralizing to the people making the changes. Your Honors, you may be wondering, how much changes has this guy done? Well, within the last 5 years, I received my peer support specialist certification, youth development practitioner certification. I went on to college. I received my bachelor's degree from Springfield College. I graduated magna cum laude, was a class speaker at my commencement ceremony. I received my master's degree from the University of St. Joseph's and graduated top of my class, and again was class speaker. I've been volunteer at numerous civic duties, opportunities. I work with youth who run the risk of becoming disenfranchised on a daily basis. I currently work with homeless individuals whom the majority of have a hard time finding a home due to the fact that they have a conviction. Excuse me, lost me. When I place all this information on the application, the Board of Parole, it doesn't matter because I received the same answer previously mentioned. I have lost multiple job opportunities, all because of my record. As someone who has lived experience in multiple aspects of my many people in my community, I should be able to help them heal. However, I currently am unable to hold a license in clinical work because I'm unable to receive my pardon. It's time that the clean slate take that prejudice away. I believe that the change that I want to see in this world. It's not right that we have a system built on the intent of creating disparities when not one person is better than the other. One last thing, the new part of the parole process, which is supposed to be online, seems to be a joke to me. I started doing my pardon again, and from what I can determine, there are no links to for your recommendations, no links for the background, no links for your fingerprints. Everything has to be separate from the actual application. You know,
thank you, sir.
You have to pay over and over for the different fees, and as if we haven't paid enough, let alone the fact that you aren't able to get a good job because of the fact that you have a bad record. The clean slate bill would help me prove that someone that made a mistake is capable of redeeming himself or herself. I just pray that you guys can all agree that change starts with you. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your testimony, and certainly, I think can understand your struggle with the current pardon process. Are there questions or comments from the committee? If not, I want to thank you for being with us, sir.
Thank you.
Next up will be Erica Thompson. Erica Thompson with us?
Hi.
Hey, go ahead, ma'am.
Honorable Senator Winfield, Honorable Representative Staffstrom, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Judiciary. I am Reverend Erica Thompson, the Senior Minister at Asylum Hill Congregational Church at 814 Asylum Avenue in Hartford. AHCC is a 150-year-old congregation in the city of Hartford, and its current membership, around 1,200 people, has a long history of social action in the city. AHCC is also a committed member to the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance, GIA, and I come to you today in support of Senate Bill 1019. As a person of faith, I believe that all people are made in the image of the divine, and that human beings have incredible potential for growth and for transformation. And as a leader in the community, I believe that all people have value and worth, which is why I support SB 1019, also known as Clean Slate. I specifically support the following inclusions in the bill: misdemeanors and Class C, D, and E felonies, with the exception of sex crimes and family violence. A bill that does not have a waiting period that exceeds that of the current petition-based system. A bill that applies retroactively to all those who have long paid their debt to society, but who have continued to be punished. This must stop. And a bill that includes strong anti-discrimination protections for people with the aforementioned criminal records. Beloveds, our faith teaches us to treat people with human compassion and dignity. Therefore, how can we honor this teaching when we uphold a system and laws that violates those very tenets? Many people who have served their time continue to be punished into perpetuity. They are excluded from any real opportunity, jobs, housing, and higher education. opportunities to build a life and contribute to their fullness, with their fullness to our society and economy. We have been fed a narrative of fear built on racist beliefs that individuals with criminal records are going to destroy our communities, when in reality, the opposite is true. Those very individuals can help us to build more vibrant communities if they have the opportunity to be a part of them. I strongly support Senate Bill 1019 and urge you to pass this legislation. I urge each of us to look into the mirrors of our hearts and to recognize that by grace and grace alone go I.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there questions from the committee? If not, I'd like to thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
Next up will be Lisa Puglisi.
Hi, thank you for having me. To the chairman, Chairman Winfield, Safstrom, ranking members, and all members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for holding this hearing, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. I am an internist. I'm a primary care doctor at Yale, originally though from Connecticut, and I returned here to practice. I direct a clinical program called the Transitions Clinic Program at Yale, and we have also locations in Bridgeport and Hartford. This entire program is developed to address the health needs of people who are leaving correctional systems in our state. I'm here to speak to you a little bit more about this in support of Bill 987, particularly Section 7, which addresses the hiring and role of previously incarcerated community health workers. This entire program that I run is based around this concept of hiring previously incarcerated community health workers into the health system to address the health needs of people who are coming back to our community. Why in the world do we do that, you ask? It's because the health risks of people who have been incarcerated and return home are staggering. So not only do they have higher rates of chronic conditions while incarcerated, but the control of essentially all chronic conditions after release worsens, and the risk of death is astronomical. So there's a 12 times higher risk of death in the weeks following release from prison than in matched people in the community. There are when I teach medical residents and students, there are very few medical conditions that puts anybody at that high risk of death. So while we spend so much money to incarcerate people, we then release them into the community to die without adequate services to address their needs. In order to address that high risk and to engage people in care, we've designed this program. We are a national program, so we're in over 12 states. And the entire concept is finding an avenue to engage people in the community health system through hiring previously incarcerated community health workers. I am here to say, though, that it is not just my personal opinion that this is a good idea. This is something that we have studied rigorously, and it's one of the very few interventions in the health system that improve outcomes, both health outcomes and criminal justice outcomes for people after release. We actually did a big study in Connecticut, looking at people who came home to New Haven versus people who came home to Hartford and who engaged in primary care. At our program, where they engaged with a community health worker, they had a much lower odds of returning to prison, but specifically for probation and parole violations, and much less interaction with probation and parole, which was cost saving. Additionally, we've studied and have lower rates of emergency room utilization and hospitalization. This impacts everybody in the community. It has to do with health of families and community members as well, and also costs and spending in the state. And so it is for these reasons that we find that community health workers are actually one of the few evidence-based interventions to help people engage and be healthy and live healthy lives and not get reincarcerated after release from prison. I'm happy to answer questions as well. I see my time is up.
Good job on the time. Questions or comments from the committee? If not, thanks for being with us. Next, I think sharing 3 minutes, we're going to have Judge Devlin and Alex Sarkoff from the Sentencing Commission to testify. Judge Devlin, how are you? Judge, you're on mute, Judge.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Good evening. Thank you very much for having us testify here this evening. It's been a very interesting hearing. We are here as representatives of the Connecticut Sentencing Commission to testify in favor of 3 of our proposals that we have presented. We've presented written testimony. I'm going to ask Alex Sarkoff, our executive director, to summarize the proposals, and I'd be happy to make some comments after he finishes.
Sure. Thank you, Judge Devlin, and thank you, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and members of the committee. We submitted a written testimony, and it's on different sections of 2 bills. First, Senate Bill 1019, Section 38, which would reduce the maximum sentence for misdemeanor cases by 1 day. It's a pretty modest change in the law, but a significant one given the harsh immigration consequences that could result from such a misdemeanor conviction. And then we have House Bill 6594, sections 25 through 28. Sections 25 through 27 deal with so-called drug-free zone statutes. And this would essentially reduce the zones around drug-free zones around schools, public housing, and daycare centers from 1,500 feet to 200 feet. And then the last section, section 28 of the bill, deals with sentence modification. Under current law, in order to modify a sentence that's over 3 years, the defendant has to get an approval first from the state's attorney in order to bring a case forward to a judge. This section would increase the threshold from 3 years to 7 years for plea bargaining cases, and for sentences that are a result of a trial, this would get rid of that requirement to get a permission from the state's attorney first. Those are our proposals, and we'll be glad to take any questions.
So let me comment.
Just
a couple of things. So part of the motivation for the reducing the drug-free zone is that in our urban areas, basically the entire city is within 1,500 feet of a school, daycare center, or housing project. I mean, there's literally no space that's not covered by these enhancements, which is 3 additional years in prison if you're convicted of a drug offense in one of these locations. The idea behind the enhancing the ability of someone to seek a sentence modification, we've been working on that for a couple of years now. And this is a joint agreement by the prosecutors and public defenders that they thought increasing the threshold not to have a prosecutor act as a gatekeeper made sense. It's a 5-year gap between the time that you can make successive applications. We think that will really, for the most part, people might get one shot to ask a judge to reduce their sentence or modify their sentence. They'd have to show good cause. The prosecutors would be involved. The victims would have an opportunity to participate in these hearings, and ultimately would be the judge's decision to make a call on that one way or the other. And with respect to the immigration change, with respect to lowering the maximum sentence for a Class A misdemeanor, that's really a product of, in my view, federal law going against 400 years of common law. I mean, the law in our country has been forever that a 1-year sentence marks the line of demarcation between a misdemeanor and a felony, with the exact 1-year sentence being a misdemeanor. Regrettably, under federal law, an aggravated felony is a sentence of a crime that carries a sentence of 1 year or more, which creates a lot of inability to consider mitigating circumstances for people in Connecticut who really are convicted of misdemeanors. So that's all I have to say. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to try to address them.
Thank you. I think we do have some questions for you. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, gentlemen. Just wanted to focus on the contraction of the drug zone aspect. I guess the underpinnings of that is to try and prevent those transactions occurring within a school area to children, or a place that services children. Can we agree that that's the underpinnings?
Yes.
Okay. And I think based upon your presentation that you're saying that one size doesn't fit all, because certainly a 1,500-foot rule in Chaplin would meet that need, but based upon your representation, 1,500-foot rule in New Haven would not meet that need.
Correct.
So why not give the locality the ability to make that determination?
Well, look, we have one state, we have one penal code, and part of the equal application of the law is that the laws are the same in Scotland or Chaplin or New Haven or Hartford or Bridgeport. So I think it would be our system is one penal code for the residents of our state, and I think it needs to be consistent. Now, where you draw the line is a matter of policy that the legislature decides, but I think it makes sense to have a uniform standard.
But by contracting it, aren't you eliminating a portion of the goal?
I actually think, quite frankly, if you get 2 city blocks from a school in any area, that's, I think, sufficient to capture the real essence of this, which is to really not have drug dealing happen proximate to schools or daycare centers or housing projects. So I'm not sure that the distance, I think, I don't think you enhance that policy by expanding the distance farther. When this first came into the law, it was 1,000 feet, and then it was increased to 1,500 feet. I will say one more thing, Representative Fishbein, that we have 2 municipal police chiefs on our sentencing commission. And not only did they vote for this, they spoke endorsing this concept of reducing the drugs-free zone. This had really bipartisan support in our commission.
And are those individuals from cities or like rural areas or urban areas?
Both. One is from Norwalk and one is from Pomfret. So they represent both facets of our state. Okay,
that's interesting. Because I could, in my mind, fashion a way that we could deal with this to give the locality the ability. The law would just say, transaction within a drug zone as prohibited by XYZ, and then statute XYZ says you could have 200 foot in a rural area and 1,500, or vice versa, 1,500 foot in a rural area, 200 foot in a more urban area. Let the town make that decision. I just little concerned with just carte blanche taking it away, because I think it's not going to meet its intent. But I thank you, and I thank you for the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dillon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. I was here for a lot of that legislation, and it turned into a bit of an arms race, where it started out at 1,000 feet with schools, and then a few years later, someone else would add something else, if they, and it didn't seem to me that there was much thoughtful discussion of the causal relationship that was being implied. And I guess I wonder, because we live adjacent, I live near the Yale Bowl, and we're adjacent to a town that has much larger lots by zoning than the lots in the town I live in. And I wonder whether the discussion, I've never really looked behind the sentencing folks, but do you ever look behind it to see whether justice is served, or whether any of our decisions, let's say when it's 1,500 feet, would basically end up burdening one group more than another?
Well, I can say this as my experience as a judge, as a criminal judge for a long, long time. Rarely, if ever, have I seen a case where drug dealers are targeting school children to sell the drugs to them. Now, there's this proximity, which is a legitimate public policy to foster, and I'm not questioning that. But the idea that the evidence in the case shows they're pushing drugs intentionally, like lurking around a school or something. I've never seen that. And I've handled thousands of drug cases as a judge. So, but I think it's wise public policy. We just think it's wiser if we narrow this down to a more reasonable proximity around these protected areas.
And I understand that, and I don't want to engage in, the daycare centers are not always obvious from the street. It could be a home, and so you could end up zapping somebody when they don't even know they're breaking the law. But did you engage in any kind of map making to see what the impact would be in certain areas when you were making your recommendation for 200 feet?
Well, we had testimony in the commission, which actually looked at the other issue, that is how much overlap the 1,500 feet zones would have in Bridgeport, New Haven, and Hartford, and that was more that than the measuring out the 200 feet. But Alice, can you help me out on that? Do we have any information about how that 200 feet would impact various areas of our state?
We do have some maps, and Representative, we can get that to you. Originally these maps were done back in 2011, 12, around that time, when the commission proposed this first. And so, we're bringing it back again, but we do have some information that we could get to. Essentially, what it shows is exactly what Judge Devlin described, is that all of our major cities are within a drug-free zone. I live in the city of Hartford. I'm in a drug-free zone by definition.
Yeah, I understand the logic of the schools. I think it got out of hand, and I could be wrong, but I think in New Haven it was the Yale Golf Course that was the safe zone, which is in my district at the other end. So theoretically, then everyone should be out there dealing, but I don't think it's happening. I thank you for your work, and yeah, I'm just troubled about the underlying statute. I'm just worried that it doesn't result in a just outcome, but I know that isn't necessarily your role. You're looking at a larger picture. So thank you very much, and if you could get those maps, that would be terrific.
Thank you, Representative Dillon, and certainly a good point about the Yale Golf Course. I think here in Bridgeport, it's Fairweather Island Lighthouse and maybe the very tip of St. Mary's by the Sea, but few and far between, certainly. Next up, I have Representative Howard.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. Good evening, Your Honor. Thanks for being here. I just want to engage you for just a couple minutes because you're and I've been awfully quiet today. It's been a long day and probably going to be a bit longer evening for us. But I do first, let me tell you, I've worked in narcotics. I've been a police officer for a long time, and I work in a suburban area. But I'm inclined to agree with you that, in my experience, I mean, it's not like you have drug dealers standing on the side of the road trying to push drugs to people on the corner. At least not where I work. And I also have seen in my career police officers who have stopped folks, just happens to be they're driving by the school when they get pulled over and they get charged with this possession within 1,500 feet of the school. And I think we're sort of in agreement that that's not the intent of the statute, right?
Right.
So, and this sort of, the reason I'm interested in talking to you about this, because you said you've had several narcotics cases before you, is because I think this sort of brings into a culmination of several things that were discussed throughout this day. Because when police officers do that, yes, it fits the corpus delicti of the statute. I get that, but that doesn't mean it's an appropriate use of it. So in your experience, in the cases that you've seen, when police officers are doing that, where they're charging someone with possession within 1,500 feet of a school, it's just coincidental that it happened to be there, like you say, because they're just, there's a school in every corner in some cities. Are the prosecutors doing a good job of sort of filtering that out and saying, all right, like, yeah, I get it, it fits, but we're gonna nollie this one out, or prosecutorial discretion, whatever you want to call it, because it's not the intent of the law?
Well, in my experience, I would say that first off, I think police officers charge it when it's chargeable, which is in most cases because of the proximity of the place of the arrest and the protected area. I would say to your first point that this modified statute would also eliminate the situation where someone was just stopped in a car and coincidentally near one of these protected areas. That wouldn't be within the enhancement. The person would have to be intending to deal drugs at a location, not necessarily near a school, but at a particular location, and then that would cause the enhancement. But as far as the actual practical application of this, I think most prosecutors are reasonable about it in the sense that, you know, they're able to not prosecute that. We see this. In fact, we looked at the stats on this, and a lot of arrests and not a lot of convictions on this enhancement statute. But, you know, it figures into the mix. I think it's, overall, I think prosecutors are reasonable in terms of the way they handle this. That's what I'll say.
And thank you for that, Your Honor. And the reason, as you could probably gather if you've listened to most of the testimony today, and you said it very well, I think that, you know, we have one penal code, right, in the state of Connecticut. Well, in fact, we have one set of statutes in the state of Connecticut, and we have to apply them to everyone. And the fact is, as I know, in my experience, I'm sure you know in yours, and every attorney on this call knows, that every arrest has its own unique set of circumstances with the offense, the offender, the circumstances through which it became an offense, and all of that. And when you talk about, you say it's good policy, and I agree with you. And I'll tell you, in my experience, that sometimes, you know, things happen that really people engage in activity that should be illegal, and it's not. And I found myself on many times saying, listen, I'm not saying it's not that I agree with what this person did. What I'm telling you, it doesn't violate a law. So to have those policies for the times when somebody may be targeting school-aged kids, to have it there to be able to do it, but then rely on the good work that our prosecutors do to filter out each circumstance, I think is important. And that's why we talk about, you know, the prosecutorial discretion or transparency, accountability that we've been discussing today. I just think it's so important for prosecutors to hold on to their ability to take everything on a case-by-case basis and try to see how it fits. Now, I'm wondering if you could comment on that maybe in this realm.
Well, look, I mean, I was a state prosecutor, I was a federal prosecutor, and I thought my job was exercising wise discretion. That's really what I got paid to do. And so I think that's a huge part of the job. And I think, you know, we have in Connecticut, I think we have good prosecutors that exercise their discretion wisely. So I'm in favor of prosecutorial discretion. I think as judicial discretion, as part of our sort of independence of our system, which is a strong point.
Right. Thank you, Your Honor. And I've often said in 2 decades of working in this system, it's not perfect because you can't have a perfect system for everyone. It just, but it works well. And I'm glad that you said that. And I just, while I have your attention, I just want to make one more point, because I have had colleagues call me and they're concerned about juveniles being charged with this. But just so that my colleagues here know the statute, if you're enrolled in that school, this statute cannot apply to you. It's already in the statute that way. We agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay. And Your Honor, thank you so much for being here. And, I just thought it was a great opportunity to take your experience and sort of bring that whole, much of today's discussion together. So I thank you for that. And Mr. Chairman, I thank you as well.
Thank you, Representative Howard.
Thank you. Representative Labriola.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Judge Devlin, for your testimony, and thank you, Alex. I've talked to both of you before on these issues. Thank you for all the good work that you do with the Sentencing Commission. First, on the one-day change, Alex, I believe you said it's a small change, but it would have, a large effect. And I thank you, Judge, for giving it a historical context with regard to the common law about the misdemeanors and the 1-year sentence. Alex or Judge, did you want to comment about how the 1 day would have such a large effect, even though it's a relatively small change?
Sure, I can start and then Alex can supplement. We had a veteran of the United States Army come and testify at our hearing a couple of years ago on this bill, on this proposal. And he had gotten a conviction of assault in third degree, which is a Class A misdemeanor, minor scuffle. He got convicted of it. And he was in jeopardy of being deported because of that. And one of the reasons was that the immigration judge was not allowed to consider mitigating circumstances because he had been convicted of what immigration statute thought was an aggravated felony. Where in Connecticut, we saw it as a misdemeanor, punished it as a misdemeanor, prosecuted as a misdemeanor, but immigration judges have certain discretionary tools at their disposal where they can, in the right case, not in every case, in the right case, maybe exercise discretion to mitigate deportation because of someone legitimately seeking asylum or legitimately is a victim of domestic violence or legitimately cancellation removal seems to make sense. So Alex, did you add anything to that?
Yeah, well, I would just point out that, this would allow for greater judicial discretion, as you just mentioned, Judge Devlin, and it would also facilitate plea bargaining process in some way too, because some lower level misdemeanors are difficult to resolve because of these issues, right? You have a really low level misdemeanor, let's say larceny fourth, that really should be resolved quickly, but because of the uncertainty of immigration consequences, it may be difficult to resolve. And so this does not prevent, deportation, but it gives people a little bit more process, gives judges a little bit more to work with, and it would address this inconsistency between the state criminal code and federal immigration law.
Yes, well, thank you. And through you, Mr. Chairman, I do think that the changing of the that particular statute, the 1 day change, it makes sense. I've supported it in the past. I would support it again for the reasons that you both had just elicited. Now, with regard to the drug-free zones, I think both of these proposals have shown once again, to Rep. Howard's point, the importance of discretion with prosecutors. I know that's a big topic today about how critical it is that we not tinker with the discretion that a prosecutor uses wisely in these cases. But with regard to the drug-free zone, I have supported contracting the zone in the past, and I would support it again because it does make sense. Because even in not only New Haven, Hartford, and Bridgeport, but also Waterbury, I've looked at those maps, and it covers the whole city. And so perhaps to either one of you or both, isn't it true that when the police charge this crime of selling drugs in a drug-free zone, that in practice the prosecutors don't even proceed? That might be used as a plea bargaining tool, but it's rarely actually prosecuted, and so it's kind of like a throw-in, and it's not even used as a tool, and so in that sense, it kind of goes against the original intent. Through you.
Well, there's certainly a big disparity between the number of arrests and the convictions, huge. And I think the convictions are largely drug cases that go to trial. And if it goes to trial, they add whatever charges that can be added, which is what prosecutors should do. I think in the day-to-day negotiation of cases, it can be used sometimes as a plea bargaining sort of tool that the prosecutors have. But it's, I think, there's a lot of arrests on this and very few convictions. That's just a fact. So right. That's what I'll say that.
Right. So through you, Mr. Chairman. So, we're not talking about making it legal to sell narcotics. We're just saying that this idea that the whole city is a drug-free zone is impractical, as to how it's actually utilized. And so wouldn't it make sense to to contract the zone. I can say in my practice, 35 years of doing this as a criminal defense attorney, rarely do you see, I can remember no instance where the facts were that somebody, as you said, Judge, was actually targeting, children, school children. That's just not, you just don't see it.
I mean, you can get 15 years for dealing drugs in Connecticut. So it's not like it's a light sentence. I mean, this is an enhancement, but I mean, we treat our, yes, there's a lot of ability to fashion appropriate sentences.
Under the current law, even just on the regular possession with intent to sell or selling drugs statutes, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and then finally through you, Mr. Chairman, with regard to the sentence modification, I also support that proposal. I've talked to both of you about that in the past. I think that makes sense. We do have to make some changes. Alex, as you were talking about, currently you need the permission of a prosecutor if a sentence is more than 3 years or more. And so this would change it. And I think you said if it was a plea bargain, it would change it to 7 years. I'm just wondering if you would be open to some type of negotiation if this bill moves forward, and you'd be either one of you would be interested in some change, but maybe not this exact change. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, we certainly would work with the Judiciary Committee on any, if they sought our input on anything regarding this bill or any other. So for sure, we would participate and offer whatever assistance we could.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going forward, I would be interested in trying to see if we can fashion a solution to that sentence modification bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And certainly, I think your support for these proposals shows or indicates exactly the fine work that the Sentencing Commission does in working to find consensus. I think if I had my perfect way, we'd do away with school zone enhancements altogether, and there wouldn't be a radius at all. But I'm sure the 200 or 300 yards was a compromise, and that's precisely why we asked the Sentencing Commission to look at these types of issues and come up with what should be nonpartisan solutions. Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I won't take very long because I know we have a lot of people left to go. Judge Devlin, Mr. Sarkov, thank you for showing up and for picking this issue back up. I know you know that many years ago I ran this bill over and over again with various iterations on the theme, including the one that we're looking at right now. And we just couldn't make progress. So I want to thank you for the work that you've done on this, and hopefully we can move forward on this. I think it makes a lot of sense. Well, obviously I do. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think it's good public policy, and I hope it prevails this session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, I want to thank you both for being with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up will be Councilman Ernie Newton.
Thank you, Representative Staffstrom and Senator Winfield and Representative Fishburne and Senator Kissel and the members of this committee. I came to testify on two bills. One bill is 1018 and 1019. 1018 is very important, and I think this committee should support it. And I'm speaking from a person from experience, not what I read. As you all know, I've had some issues and I've dealt with them, but systemic racism always starts from the top down, never from the bottom up. And when you compare apples to apples, and I have to use this because I want you to see why we need to have checks and balances. In my case, and in other cases of a governor, a year and a day, 5 years. You cannot tell me that if you weighed the crime, if you weighed it, injustice because of systemic racism. Nothing to do with the charges. Recently, you all read campaign, something in the campaign. I served 17 years in the General Assembly. Never in the history of the state of Connecticut has anybody been charged criminally on campaign irregularities. Never. Our prosecutors, our state's attorneys, there must be checks and balances. It costs the state a lot of money. And it was overturned by the Supreme Court because the judge in the case did not instruct the jury the right way. So we're going to always have a two-tier system. And I think our prosecutors, our state's attorneys ought to be held accountable for those kind of things. And I'm not telling you something I read, I'm telling you something that happened to me. So it's something to look at, and I hope that you all will look at it. The other bill, 1019, is a bill that's very important. And the expungement bill is important because I also wear the hat. I work for Career Resources. We have 4 halfway houses. We have father programs, we have STEMs, so that we prepare men and women when they come out of prison for jobs. I've given 3 successful job fairs where people have gotten jobs. But there are men and women, as you and I talk about this bill, who have been out of the system 5 years, 3 years, 10 years, with a record still hanging over their heads. Now, only time you should have an L is when you're doing life in prison. But what you've said to men and women who have done their time, you really have a life sentence.
Councilman Newton, your time has expired. If you could summarize.
Okay, I would ask this committee to seriously think about a clear, clean expungement. Because if you put it in the hands of somebody else, the same thing could happen. So I thank you, gentlemen, for allowing me this opportunity. And I can say, Senator, I've been here since 10 o'clock watching it. So it's been fun.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us again. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? I do not see any, but I'd just like to say to you, thank you for joining us and offering some very expert opinion from your experience, and for joining us by staying all day. So I hope you can enjoy the rest of your evening. It's dark out now, but still try to enjoy it.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Next is Esther Mattoon. Is Esther? Did I see Esther? Please unmute and you have your 3 minutes.
My name is Esther McCune, and I'm here to testify because of a lecture I heard in 2016 at Chautauqua. It was delivered by David Simon, the one who wrote that wonderful TV show, The Wire. And it was a long lecture, but I took away one story. And this was about the young people of Baltimore who would gather on sidewalks because those little gatherings were like home to them. It's where they were accepted, where they could talk and laugh, and unfortunately smoke marijuana. And in one swoop, their lives would end, for they would be arrested and they would be shackled by criminal records. And this prohibited from getting good jobs, good housing, and even schooling. And obviously, the story struck me because that was 5 years ago. And I thought about it and realized that the same thing happens here in Connecticut. Earlier today, because I've been here the whole day, the mayor said that these laws affect 7,000 people. And that only increases my grief. And I'm here, unfortunately, with no experience, just me, a 90-year-old from a white community called Glastonbury. But I bring all of my enthusiasm and support for this bill, because a clean slate means that there would be relief for people with felonies. And it's very important for me to mention anti-discrimination protection for those whose records will be expunged. And I imagine when this bill is passed, all the doors that'll open for these people and for their families. They'll be able to get good jobs, housing will be better. Not only doors will open, their lives will open. And so I urge you to pass this bill, because finally opportunities will rain down upon marginal communities. With the greatest of hope, I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. McCoon. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions? I don't see any, but I want to say to you, just you is good enough. You know, I'm on the cusp of 47. I don't know if I were 90 years old if I'd be sitting here. This is a very long day, so thank you immensely for sitting here with us and offering your testimony. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
All right, have a great evening. We're going to hear next from Representative Hughes, followed by Charles Stango, and then Cindy Prezio. Representative Hughes, you have your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Winfield and Staffstrom, and ranking members Fishbein and Kissel, and esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee, for allowing me to testify. I am just so honored to go after Esther and her beautiful testimony, which I echo. I'm a proud co-sponsor of 1018, which builds on the accountability legislation that we passed in 2019 and 2020. And I think it's a beautiful complement to creating accountability on all levels. But I'm also really passionate about the Clean Slate bill, and I mostly as a social worker, and as I think about, we don't refer to the formerly homeless as homeless. We should not really refer to the formerly incarcerated as criminals or as convicts. And when we create access to economic justice, to safe housing, to treatment, we can interrupt this cycle of harm and really create a trauma-informed re-entry program, which I believe Clean Slate will help open up. I did want to say something about one of the unintended harms that our current system does, wreaks on elderly, because we don't create access to safe housing. One of the ways that we perpetuate a cycle of harm is we put elderly family members in the position of having to be the only option often for formerly incarcerated coming out. And that creates a cycle of economic dependency and puts older family members at risk of financial exploitation, at risk of opioid dependency or medication exploitation, and elder abuse and neglect, because people are trapped and have no economic justice and no economic access and no dignity and support. So because we don't provide housing. And if we could create more wraparound services from before re-entry to society through that very, very fragile period, we can interrupt this cycle of trauma and harm and stop criminalizing poverty and the formerly incarcerated. So I support both of these bills full-heartedly.
Thank you very much, Representative. Is there comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? I don't see any. I want to thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for offering your testimony. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening.
Carry on.
We'll hear from Charles Stango, followed by Cindy Prezio and Sharon Dorn. I see Mr. Stango. Good to see you again. You have your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Senator. Chairman Winfield, Chairman Staffstrom, and distinguished members of this Judiciary Committee, my name is Charles M. Stango, and I am a 23-year prosecutor who is currently the supervising prosecutor in GA 22, Milford. I'm also the president of the Connecticut Association of Prosecutors, and I'm here today to express our opposition to Raise Bill 1018, an act concerning prosecutorial accountability. In our written testimony, CAP has outlined why we feel that the changes being sought in this bill are constitutionally impermissible, but I want to take my time before you today to stress to you that should they be imposed, these changes would have profoundly negative effects on the day-to-day operation of our state's criminal justice system. The law of unintended consequences states that actions of people, and especially government, often have effects that are unanticipated and possibly contrary to their initial goals. That's the case here. Proponents of this bill believe that codifying prosecutorial discretion into a global set of principles will enhance the quality of justice each accused person affected by our system would receive. As a veteran prosecutor, a line prosecutor who supervises 3 other line prosecutors, let me assure you, that's not the case. In pre-pandemic times, my team handled between 125 and 200 cases per day, covering every type of case other than those involving A and B felonies. In every one of these cases, we go through an assessment which assists us in determining how best to use our prosecutorial discretion. Is this something we should be prosecuting at all? If so, what are the proper charges or charges to pursue? What does the victim want in this matter? Will this be the accused's first conviction, or even worse, first felony conviction? Does this matter call for a period of incarceration? Has the accused been incarcerated before? In dealing with these and the endless other questions that arise in every case we handle, I always stress to my people that our job is simply to do the right thing in each case, while cautioning them that the right thing varies from case to case because each one involves a different human being and a different set of unique facts and circumstances. When I was going in front of the Criminal Justice Commission in April 1998, a lawyer with whom I respected gave me this advice: don't be afraid to help people. That's what it's about. You will have discretion in the GA to help people, and he was absolutely right. Part of the allure of work in the GA, the front lines, so to speak, is that you can help everyone involved in the case, both the accused and the victim. And my most fulfilling moments in my job are when I can bring these 2 parties together to resolve a matter where everybody wins. In conclusion, I'll leave you with the wise and eloquent testimony submitted by my friend and frequent adversary over the years, Attorney Norm Pattis. One size doesn't fit all. The standards of the Prosecutorial Accountability Bill are appropriate for an assembly line or a sausage factory, but not the halls of justice. I am requesting that you reject this piece of legislation. It will have consequences you do not intend. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Stango. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Stango, good evening. Thanks for sticking with us after what I'm sure has been a long day for you as well.
Yes, thank you, Representative.
GA 22, you said you have 3 that work for you. Is it fair to say there's 4 prosecutors at GA 22?
Yes, it's myself and 3 other prosecutors, yes, sir.
How many people work in the public defender's office at GA 22?
Well, they're in a big state of flux right now, but I'm going to tell you it's the same amount. There's maybe 1 extra person. There's the head public defender who handles the Part A cases as well, and then there is now 4. They've hired another one.
So 4 prosecutors and 4 public defenders handling the same GA 22. Now, of all the defendants that come in, they don't all use the public defender's office, right?
Right. I would respectfully say that our caseload is all the cases, and their caseload is, well, a larger portion every year, but not all the cases.
Anecdotally, how many does the public defender's office handle?
Of those that are represented by counsel, it is an increasing amount every year. I'm going to suggest to you that 1 out of every 3 to every 1, going to 1 out of every 2 has a lawyer. We do a lot with pro se individuals, and of those represented, I would say 75% are represented by the public defender's office.
Okay, so it's an important thing that we just learned here in math, right? Because at GA 22, which is similar to many other GAs, you have the same number of prosecutors and the same number of public defenders, and then you add in special and you add in private counsel, and you find that each case gets more attention, simply mathematically, from the defense side than it does from the state side. So when you consider the good work that you and your colleagues do, and because justice isn't always putting people in jail, right? Sometimes justice is an ollie, right? Based on the circumstance.
Representative, we go through a great deal of trouble, work to avoid incarceration. Every threshold case that we have, whether it be the person's first conviction, the first felony conviction, whether it be the first period of incarceration, we try very hard to come up with unique alternatives to forestall those threshold events in that person's life. And I think I'm not alone in that. My jurisdiction is not novel in that. I think that's the mandate that we all operate in the GA courts.
And I would, in my experience, agree with you 100%. And I will, I'm glad we had this exchange, because I think it outlines the underlying thing here, that our prosecutors are trying to do a good job and to try to do the right thing that's best for everybody in the interest of justice, whatever that may be. And the idea that prosecutors are perhaps out of control here and there, first off, the data doesn't support that because we don't have it yet. But more importantly, to your point, the defendants are provided, more resource to make sure that that doesn't happen, whether it be a special, whether it be a private counsel or a public defender. And when you look at the mathematical attention that these cases that the individual docket gets, you see that our imperfect system, imperfect as it may be, is set up to in every way possible to make sure that the defendant gets a fair opportunity beginning at pretrial. Would you agree with that?
Well, yeah, and that's the way it should be. The accused has constitutional rights that we really make sure are preserved at every step of the way.
Right, and I agree with you, and I think that was important information for my colleagues to hear and for me to hear. So I thank you for that, and Mr. Chairman, I thank you as well.
Thank you, Representative Howard. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? I don't see any. Mr. Attorney Stengel, thank you for joining us this evening. Hope you enjoy the rest of your evening.
You too, Senator. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Cindy Prizio, followed by Sharon Dorn, and then Dawn Grant Lockley. Cindy Prizio, you have your 3 minutes.
Good evening, Senator Winfield and all members of the committee. My name is Cindy Prizio. I'm the Executive Director of One Standard of Justice, a statewide civil rights advocacy organization. OSJ works with men and women arrested or convicted of sexual offenses and their families. I also identify as a member of a justice-involved family on both sides of the sexual harm issue. We celebrate the landmark bill, SB 1019, but we can't support it until it includes all misdemeanors and all CDE felonies. Having been around the Capitol for the past 7 years, I continue to hear language that discriminates against or excludes people with sexual offenses. As a side note, both people who identify as having received sexual harm and those who have harmed are stigmatized in this way. It's hurtful and it harms. There's no sound reason to eliminate people on the registry unless at the root of the proposal is the belief that sex offenders, the label, are a unique scourge. They aren't. Rather, they are our brothers, sisters, spouses, mothers, fathers, our children, our friends. They can be you and me. By the grace of God, go I. SB 1019 with its exclusions lacks supporting evidence to single out sexual offense. It stigmatizes with extreme prejudice the men and women with these convictions. The stigmatization perpetuates an inaccurate narrative to all Connecticut citizens that people with sexual misconduct are and always will be dangerous and unworthy. World-class expert Dr. Carl Hansen states sexual offense recidivism rates are low. Once convicted, these guys don't reoffend. The longer offense-free in the community, the less likely to reoffend. And within 10 years, the highest risk individuals are reduced to recidivism risk of low levels. And we've got the robust data and the desistance data to support this, because I heard the conversation earlier with Commissioner Giles. So I ask everyone listening today, will you look at the sound robust data? Will you meet us, get to know who we are, and correct the misconception that people with these convictions don't belong in 1019? There's been prejudice within the judicial system for over 400 years now. People with sexual assault convictions are the ones targeted now. We believe in forgiveness and restoration without the carve-outs that I've heard from so many on the call today. Justice for some is not justice.
Cindy, your time is elapsed. If you could summarize.
Okay, I just wanted to say I took a look at a very small city in Fairfield County with about 68 people on the sex offense registry, because I've heard all day about the racial disparity and racial inequity. In Connecticut, we have under 10% of Black people in our population, and yet we have them represented on the sex offense registry at about 23%. So in this smaller city, very mixed population, urban, we ended up with 38 people of color out of 66 people on the registry. And I just wanted everyone to know 15 of those would have been eligible for 1019 if we put back sexual convictions. And the reason that's important is that these guys.
Cindy, thank you.
Thanks, Gary.
Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just pulled over to testify, reflect I'm not driving while I'm asking my questions. Cindy, I just want to say thank you for your testimony. I know you've been in the Capitol a lot, and as you know, I'm appreciative of our exchanges, and I certainly will voice your concerns to the chairs and the proponents and see what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Senator Haskell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo what Representative O'Day said. Thanks for your advocacy, Cindy. I did just want to give you an opportunity to expand upon something that you mentioned briefly, which is that stigmatization really doesn't reduce harm. It actually could increase recidivism. Do I have that basically right?
Well, I don't know if it could increase recidivism, but what we've done as a society, because especially in America, we have the fear factor when it comes to sex, and the fear, the emotion, as Senator Winfield would say, is that the public, and I've heard it on this call today by some of the legislators, that we talk about people who have received sexual harm as never being able to cross over, jump over the broom and recover, that we see them as these lifelong victims. And just the way a person on the sex offense registry, that no two are alike, we're a heterogeneous population, that victims or survivor victims all identify differently. I mean, we heard from, we're going to hear from one of my members next, who's going to talk about her story. I personally can identify as a victim of sexual assault, but what we've learned from the experts, and these experts also identify as being harmed or victimized, is that, my trauma is your Tuesday. We all feel and behave differently. So we can't lump everyone together. And victims, by the way, get angry because they've done the work and they've crossed over. So it's another labeling, that's all, Will, where we keep people in a box, as opposed to, I remember one woman saying, you're talking about me as if I'd be better off dead. I'm alive, I survived, I'm happy, I'm breathing.
Thank you so much, Cindy. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Comment or question from other members of the committee? comment, or question? I do not see any. Cindy, I want to thank you for your testimony this evening, for sitting here waiting. And I also want to thank you for the work you've done to provide opportunities for myself and my colleagues to get further information on the research during this session. So thank you very much. I am sure I will hear from you shortly.
Very
Have a good
quickly.
evening. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Next, we'll hear from Sharon Dorn, Dawn Grant Lockley, Charmise Walcott, and David Legrand. Sharon Dorn, you have your 3 minutes.
Okay. So good evening, everyone. My name is Sharon Dorn. I live in Southbury, Connecticut. I am a sexual assault survivor who believes in the humanity of all people, regardless of their offenses or convictions. I'm a member of One Standard of Justice, a volunteer organization in our state, committed to the civil rights of those accused of and convicted of sexual offenses in Connecticut. I speak to you today regarding the bill's discriminatory exclusion of those convicted of family violence, nonviolent sexual assault, and sexually violent assault. I do not support the language of this bill, and I can only support it if it's removed. As a survivor of a violent crime, you might expect that I would not be in support of this bill at all. Instead, I believe that everyone with convictions of the misdemeanors and the felonies included in this bill, without exception, deserve a path toward automatic erasure and a clean slate. I cannot look through only one lens as a human being. People with sex offenses should not be singled out as unworthy of inclusion on this bill. Though well-intended, those who crafted the bill chose through misinformation and fear to carve out of the bill C and D class felonies that are sexual in nature. This population of men and women in Connecticut deserve the same path to erasure of their criminal records as everyone else who would be eligible through this bill. One Standard of Justice has been promoting and providing webinars to share the most up-to-date information that address evidence-based reform, recidivism rates, restorative justice practices, and other current thinking on this complex issue. If this committee listens to outdated, misleading information and buries their head in the sand regarding the evidence-based research available, then we will continue to have a flawed system based on fear that is only punitive in nature and wastes time and resources. We punish those who commit offenses, and we all understand what it means to do your time and pay your debt. But when people with sex offenses are deemed irreparable and unredeemable, then we are also guilty of losing opportunities for honest discussion and true reform. There is evidence that most people convicted of a sexual offense remain offense-free in their communities, and over time become less likely to offend sexually than an individual who has never committed a sexual offense. We must stop looking at them as lifelong threats to society. Think what could be done with our state's resources if we shed the outdated, misinformed policies that do not benefit a safer Connecticut and keep this population from being treated with dignity, the same dignity all of us want and need. We can't throw people away. We've got to stop. Although it may be flawed, we have a system in place that deals with sex offenses. The system arrests, convicts, incarcerates, imposes conditions of release, provides therapy, and monitors them through parole and probation. When do we start to provide a system that then considers that they have paid their debts and done their time? We cannot play God. I'm fortunate to be a survivor. I'm fortunate that I'm a member of One Standard of Justice, and I have met and gotten to know men on the sex offense registry who I am privileged to speak for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dorn. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? I do not see any, so I want to take a moment to thank you for your testimony and for your continued advocacy. Thank you for spending probably most of your day with us. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Dawn Grant Lockley, followed by David Legrand and Nicole Johnson. Dawn Grant Lockley, good to see you again. You have 3 minutes.
Good to see you. Thank you, Co-Chair Senator Winfield and Representative Staffstrom and esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Dawn Grant Lockley, and I am testifying in support of Senate Bill 1019. Connecticut is considered the second chance society. The question is, who determines whether a person gets a second chance? I'm an ex-offender. I've been home since 1998. I graduated from Columbia University with a GPA of approximately 3.8. I am a licensed clinical social worker and I run a private practice in New Haven, Connecticut. I have not had any interactions with police since my release in 1998. I have applied for a pardon, full pardon 4 times. And each of the 4 times I've been denied a full pardon. When I applied for the 3rd time, I was given what was called a provisional pardon or a certificate of employability, which is supposed to say that you earn the right to be employed in the state of Connecticut. I brought that certificate to several job interviews and they dismissed it. When I did get a job, I was harassed by the owner, one of the owners, because she said that she could not believe that her program director would hire a criminal like me and that her staff feared for their safety. So who is deserving of that second chance? Is it the young man who commits a crime to feed his addiction? Is it the young woman who has dealt with abuse and commits a crime because she needs to get away? People, Black and brown people, are dramatically overrepresented in Connecticut prisons. The world has watched the unfolding of events of mass violence this past year, from the murders of Ahmaud Arbery to George Floyd, to the protests for Black Lives Matter, to even our own Capitol insurrection. The one thing that they all have in common is that far too often, Black and brown people are persecuted, and white people that are committing these crimes are granted a license to kill. Clean Slate, in a small way, helps to level that playing field by finally granting freedom to a population that up to this point has been overlooked. Because of my felony record.
Ms. Grant, your time is elapsed. If you could summarize.
I've been denied employment, housing. We need to pass a clean slate bill this session that includes felonies. I and so many other people that have convictions deserve a second chance, and we need a clean, strong, clean slate bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? I do not see any. I want to thank you. You've joined us many times, both in the General Assembly and in other forums. I know I've talked to you, so I know how you feel about this whole situation. So thank you for spending a part of your day and helping us think about this issue. And I hope you have a great evening.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Next, we'll hear from David LeGrand, followed by Nicole Johnson, followed by Amy Epler-Epstein. Mr. LeGrand, you are unmuted. You have your 3 minutes.
Thank you, colleagues. My name is David LeGrand. I'm a state representative from Michigan and was the lead on our clean slate package that we passed last session. I'm the minority vice chair of our Judiciary Committee, which means I'm the ranking Democrat, because I think you heard earlier in the day, this is a Republican-controlled House and Senate in Michigan. This was my initiative, but it passed. And it passed bicamerally, so that's worth pointing out. This is something I drove, but it passed with a lot of Republican support. I want to thank you all. I'm very impressed with your level of expertise for what it's worth. Obviously, I'm really heartened to see how many of you really are conversant with the key issues here. The backgrounds you got here, you got defense lawyers, you got people with law enforcement background. Your level of expertise is really very impressive, and I'm heartened to see it. I got to say, you guys are animals. Like, what is it, 7 o'clock at night and you're still here? I actually went and Googled like 10 minutes ago, like, Are these guys getting paid a lot more than me? And you're not. You're getting paid a lot less. So thank you for your public service. You're earning like half my salary, and you're maniacs. Like, there's no way I would hold a hearing for 9 hours. There's no way. David LeGrand would not be getting a hearing in the state of Michigan at 7 o'clock at night.
Rep, you muted yourself.
Sorry, hit the button. Half the time I'm also Julia LeGrand because my daughter uses the computer. So look, you've heard it all today, right? There are a couple things I want to emphasize before we get to questions. One is, in Michigan, we used a very big data set. We were fortunate that the state police let us look at tens of thousands of people who had expungements. And so our data, our conclusions are not based on small samples. When I'm having elevator speeches about criminal justice reform, I say, look, the evidence shows that there's really three big ways to reduce recidivism. One is have people get employment. One is to have them get education. And the third is to have them get older. Because I don't have a time machine, I can only work on those first two issues. And this strikes to the heart of getting people employment. Now, as a fellow legislator, what I want in my community, what I assume you want in your community, is public safety. This bill, 1019, will emphatically be good for public safety because it's going to lead people to get employment. And that is a key to having people not lapse back into recidivism. Can't stress that enough. Now, the other thing I will say, when I'm sarcastic and in a bad mood about the expungement process in Michigan before we made it automatic, I said, look, you can have a bright, shiny, wonderful monument to justice, but if nobody gets access to it, that's hypocrisy. We had a system that everyone would tell you was easy to access, but when the rubber meets the road, if only 6% of the people who were eligible to get an expungement get it, that's not a system that's working. So I don't know what your numbers are in Connecticut. I'm not going to debate them. I don't have your data, but I will tell you our system was not onerous. It was not complicated, and only 1 in 16 people who were eligible actually applied. That is why automatic is so important. Now, feel free to be cautious and conservative about what you include. And I think you have been. So I love your bill. I hope you pass it, and I hope you join us.
Thank you, Representative LeGrand. And I will tell you that if you think this hearing is long, you should have been here for the cannabis hearing that went close. It went till 12:30 or almost 1 o'clock in the morning. So I see Representative Quinn, who has a comment or a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Representative LeGrand, it's good to talk to you, good to hear from you. I spent 3 years in Lansing at Cooley Law School, so I'm familiar with the area. How long has Michigan's erasure statute been on the books?
The answer is we only passed it last session. So if you're talking about the automatic piece, we've had expungement for decades. And
right.
So my little elevator speech in Michigan, we did two things. We widened eligibility for the petition-based process substantially. So we used to have, our statute was incredibly restrictive. You could only have 2 misdemeanors in your entire life, and if you had 3, you were out of luck. So now we've moved to unlimited misdemeanors, faster application for misdemeanors. But in addition to widening the door for eligibility, we then also did the automatic. That has not taken effect yet. We've had conversations with a group called Code for America out of California about making sure we can actually get the data in place. So we got a 2-year rollout implementation period for this with some safety valves. So if the state police throw their hands up and say, "Oh my gosh, we can't do this," they can have they can have up to 2 6-month extensions. Now, this is a coding issue, so I can't imagine that the IT folks can't figure this out in 2 years. But it's not so the automatic is not going to implement for a full 2 years because we want to get it right.
Okay. And does your automatic expungement law apply to everything, or what did you take out of it?
Absolutely not. So first of all, there are some things that are ineligible. Murder has never been eligible for expungement, for example, right? Serious sex crimes have never been eligible for expungement in Michigan. And by that, I mean like forcible rape. I don't mean low-level things like, over the clothes fondling. But, the serious sex crimes have never been eligible. Life offenses have not been eligible, to be precise. So we didn't alter any of that architecture. We did include some new things. I got lost. Rats. What was your question? Sorry, it's been a long day.
Just what what you excluded from your automatic
right. Yeah.
expungement.
So I'm sorry. Yeah, I used to talk about this in sort of Venn diagram or circle forms. I'm like, look, we should have a big circle that is eligible for someone to examine, take a look at, and see if they want to expunge, right? So more serious felonies, let a human being look at them, and you've got a parole board that does that. But some things, we shouldn't really have to have a complicated discussion about it. I mean, for example, misdemeanors. There's a reason we use the word misdemeanor for some crimes, because they're not as serious. If they were serious, we would use another word. That word is felony. Now, not all felonies are created equal. And so I know you had testimony from Sonia Starr. I've been watching all day. Sonia's my hero, love her. But she pointed out she couldn't remember whether it was automatic was 10 years and 10 years and below, or the things that were, whether a 10-year fell in or out of the basket. I spent my summer vacation making sure that we included 10 years in the automatic. So that was our breaking point. Felonies that are sentenced by more than 10 years maximum are not eligible for automatic. Also a fewer number, because there's a lifetime limit in Michigan. So we have a lifetime limit of 4 felonies by the expungement, by the petition process, but only 2 automatically. So those are, I mean, I could tell you all day about the granular details, but those are, so we made that distinction because, sometimes maybe it's a close call and you want someone to come in and have the conversation about how they've rebuilt their life and contributed to the community and how they're really not a risk. And some people you're saying, like, you got a jaywalking in 1972. Like, why are we still talking about this? Yeah. So.
Okay. So for your felonies, at least the ones that you do cover, it's not what the actual sentence was, but what you could have been sentenced to.
Correct. The statutory maximum. So I'm guessing, and look, I didn't have time to like read your criminal code, but I'm guessing it's a rough overlay with your, you go A, B, C, D, E for your felonies, correct? So you're your lower level felonies.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. So sorry, I'm not an expert in your criminal code.
That's quite all right.
Well, but I should have given you my bio quickly. I was a prosecutor for 8 years. I was a defense attorney for 15 years. I've done a ton of work in restorative justice, lots of lecturing on it. So this is my happy place. Like, I've spent my life working on criminal justice reform.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate your perspective from my former home for 3 years.
Right on.
Thank you, Representative Quinn. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David, you certainly perked me up tonight.
I've loved your questions all day. And you're going to ask me, do you have the bill in front of you? And the answer is, yes, I've got it. Now you're going to ask me, have I read it all? And the answer is yes, but I haven't memorized it because it is 34 pages long. So you want to talk about parts of it? Let's talk about parts of it.
If I ever get to Michigan, you and I are sitting down together. So anyway.
Well, and I own a distillery. So have I got a deal for you? You come to Michigan, I'll give you a bottle of whiskey.
There you go. Thank you. I don't want to ask you about our bill. I want to ask you about Michigan's process, which you seem to have a lot of knowledge about, and that automatic erasure situation. My concern is, since that happens in a vacuum, it just happens automatically. How does your process deal with the situation where somebody's been convicted again within that time period?
Well, they would get, we have a statewide system called the Law Enforcement Information Network. So we all call it LEAN in the prosecutor's office. You do a LEAN check. So we have this data system, right? So if you got arrested, you're going to get a LEAN hit right away. And that would then chuck you out of, because if you write the code right, you get the conviction, it gets entered into LEAN, and then you've got a clock that starts. So the computer should be able to scrub you, but should stop. The clock stops if you have a new interaction with law enforcement, to put it simply. So, it's going to be coding, but, if you got your data sets right, that should work. Now, I've heard you guys talk a lot about how you don't have the data yet. And, Lord knows, right? Like, the government is always 20 years behind private industry. Bezos can tell you how many people bought iPhones while we were having this conversation with 2 keystrokes, right? The government's always 10 years behind on IT, I know. But we ought to be able to get this done, and the pieces do make sense as far as I can see.
Yeah, I don't know that in Connecticut we have that. So that's, part of the the discussion. I guess the other concern that I have is the individual who's, you know, they're being investigated by law enforcement. You know, FBI has just questioned them on some issue, and now we're going to erase. So how does Michigan consider that situation, or does it just happen automatic? You know, because you could have an affidavit by the individual.
Sure. Yeah, well, I guess I'd have a couple answers to that. And like my defense lawyer response to that is, you know, an investigation, that in 10 cents gets you a cup of coffee, right? Like if you right now called Homeland Security and said you saw anthrax in David LeGrand's living room on a Zoom call, I can guarantee I'd have ninjas rappelling off my roof within an hour or two. That doesn't mean I'm guilty, right? So I think we got to, you know, I think it's appropriate to look at convictions, not investigations when you're talking about these kinds of things. So that'd be my first response. The second is, okay, let's talk about jaywalking, right? Okay, so David LeGrand is being investigated for money laundering and the feds are involved. Do you really care whether he's got jaywalking still on his record? I mean, you guys are only focusing on misdemeanors on low-level felonies. So I think it's appropriate to ask, are there low-level felony, is that low-level felony basket right? Do you want to pull some other things out of that? And your questioning earlier in the day was very much to that point, right? Do you want to exclude child pornography charges from things that get automatically expunged? Because if you don't, it's going to get out automatically. And are there situations where you wish people had that information? That's a totally legitimate question. But at some point, when you get down to disorderly conduct, jaywalking, you know, loud stereo, I mean, I don't know what your misdemeanors are in your code, but, you know, if somebody's a criminal mastermind, who cares if they get their misdemeanors expunged? And I don't care that much if they get their low-level felonies expunged, especially since this is a criminal mastermind who hasn't had any contact, who hasn't any convictions for a long time. So we're starting to talk about a pretty theoretical person, right? Statistically, the odds are lower that that person is going to go out and reoffend than that, you know, a randomly picked member of your population is going to offend in the first place. Well, when you get below the general population level, you got to wonder, why are we paying attention to these people so carefully?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I'm very interested in the future discussion. I think, you know, Michigan's a little bit different from here. You know, like in Connecticut, if you have a pistol permit and you're merely arrested for a felony, merely upon the arrest, your permit's taken away. It doesn't have to be, you know, felony domestic violence, you know, felony tax evasion, you know.
Well,
so
hey,
I know it's different out there.
We've all got stupid things in our codes, right? Like we used to have worrying a duck. That was my favorite when I was at the prosecutor's office. Like, how do you worry a duck? Like audit its taxes? But you know, it was on the books, right?
Understood.
So yeah, there's always things to fix, right?
Well, I thank you, and I thank you for your addition to this discussion here today. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, well, I'm excited you're taking it up.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question?
Going once.
I do not see any. I want to thank you, Representative LeGrand, for joining us, and you certainly did perk us up a little bit.
Well, I hope I get some continuing ed credits for this, because I feel like today was like, it's really fun to see so many of the issues that you guys are dealing with, like the proximity to school thing. You bet we had the whole discussion last year. Like there's lots of overlay, but it's great. And again, I want to compliment you guys. You were operating at an incredibly high level of expertise, better than 90% of the committees in Michigan, if that makes you feel any better. Like you are a bunch of professional, smart people, and I am proud to be colleagues with you. Like really well done today.
Thank you. We'll always take the puffery. Have a great. Oh wait, Representative Stashen wants.
Mr. Chair, that was going to be my question: is whether the Judiciary Committee in Michigan. I wasn't going to ask whether the chairs are as handsome as they're here, but I was going to ask whether they have 12-hour public hearings or not.
No. Only when Rudy Giuliani comes to town, and then it's 4. Even Rudy, we kept him to 4. Now he was a super spreader, but like. Even Rudy Giuliani. Rudy came in and said that there was a secret conspiracy of generations of Democrats.
Well, I don't want to get us off target. My question was really just about the length of time of the hearings, but I guess it's just us and our old Puritan ways here in Connecticut. So
you're just masochists. Yep. What can I tell you? All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Representative.
Yep.
We will hear next from Nicole Johnson, followed by Amy Epler Epstein, followed by Andrea Middow. Nicole Johnson, I see you're here. You have your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm sorry?
No, I was just saying good evening.
Okay. I'm reaching out to proclaim our support for Senate Bill 978, providing those serving long sentences for crimes committed before the age of 25 a chance of release on parole. My name is Nicole Johnson, and my husband and I have a son currently incarcerated. At the age of 18, he made a mistake he is truly remorseful for and was given a long sentence. Sorry. He has been selected for the TRUE program at Cheshire Correctional Institution. And this program has truly been a blessing. He's humbled and he's grateful to God. There are so many young men who were given long sentences when they were between the age of 18 and 25 years young. And this bill will give him and others an opportunity to come home sooner and make a difference. He has learned various life skills to prepare him for the real world. He now knows how to manage a budget, handle disputes through communication, and learn how to confront his past, which required him to be vulnerable. He was headed down the wrong path. He's a completely different young man, and I'm so grateful to God. The fact that he's currently being mentored by older prisoners who can relate to what he's been through in his life has totally changed his life around. He now has his GED, and he's matured. He's eager to give back by helping others headed down the wrong path with his testimony. His future is very bright. This is something we look forward to, and we are proud of his positive transition. Between the age of 18 to 25, that time, it's a time in their lives where they're still growing to become an adult. They're not adults at the age yet. Their brains are not fully developed. And science, it does back that statement. Legislation has been passed in other states and has been successful. And it's financially irresponsible for us to continue to incarcerate low-risk individuals who don't pose a public safety risk, who can instead be contributing members of the state of Connecticut. We fully support this bill, and I thank you for your time. Please give them a second chance.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Is there a comment or a question for members of the committee? Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nicole, I know it's an emotional situation, but I just want to share with you that I have a similar situation in my family. 23-year-old young man sentenced to 20 years.
Yeah.
And it's for a motor vehicle situation.
Mm-hmm.
And while this young man's been incarcerated, he's become the chaplain for his prison, basically.
Wow.
He's totally changed his life around, and he's gotten his 4-year degree, and
yes.
He's now going to get his master's degree.
Wow.
And, so, I can totally identify where you're coming from here. So,
thank you.
There's a lot of bills before us here today, a lot of language. I think you said you're here in support of 987, right?
978.
978.
Yeah.
And in particular, it's the portion that allows for the review of cases when somebody's sentenced and something happened before the age of 25.
Right.
And is there any portion, I noticed on the list, you're testifying for yourself. You're not here on behalf of any agency.
No.
So you're just a mom, and I'm not diminishing you being a mom. You're just, you know, you're a mom.
Yeah, I'm very involved.
Oh, I got it. And you
Yeah.
reviewed the language. You know, you're totally comfortable with all this language. I just want to make sure, because I know you don't, you know, you don't come from an agency or something like that, and I don't know that you have a lot of help with regard to this, and I haven't heard a lot about this bill today. I just want to make sure that this bill meets your needs. You're fine with all parts of it.
Yeah, I mean, he was 18 years old, you know, when all this happened, and you know, just young and dumb, you know, hanging with the wrong crowd, and the fact that he was chosen to be in the JUD program, where they rehabilitate these young men, it truly has opened his eyes. And he's truly remorseful. But it gave him hope. That's what it did. It gave him hope.
Yep, totally.
So,
Okay.
like I said, we're grateful to God. We're, you know, a Christian family. We, you know, try to raise our kids the best we can. But at the end of the day, you know, they make their own decisions. And, you know, yeah, it was a tough one for him, but all glory to God.
Yeah, at some point you gotta, you know, have faith that you've instilled in them, you know,
Yes.
the ability to make those decisions correctly, but they don't always. So
Correct.
totally appreciate it. So
Yeah, so thank
you. And thank you for coming with me. Yeah.
Take care.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from the rest members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, Ms. Johnson, I want to thank you for joining us. And one thing I know by watching you is that he has a real support network, and that
Absolutely.
is extremely, extremely important. And
Yes.
I'm happy that he does.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us and offering your personal testimony, and I hope you have a great evening.
You too. God bless.
You too. We next have Amy Epler Epstein, followed by Andrea Middo, and then an anonymous person testifying. Amy Epler Epstein.
There I am. Good evening, everybody, and thank you so much for your energy and attentiveness to all the important issues before you. My name is Amy Epler Epstein. I'm an attorney at New Haven Legal Assistance, and I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 1019, the Clean Slate Bill, and also to offer one important and small but important amendment that has been submitted to you in writing. So first, just in support of it, I think you've heard a lot today about why Clean Slate is so important. One of the many hats I wear at Legal Aid is I co-teach a reentry clinic with law students helping folks in the reentry community. And I can tell you that just today, in our class, we were talking about a new case we got with somebody who has a conviction that is for some fairly minor convictions that are 45 years old and are still causing problems. And although we generally focus on employment and housing problems, this woman is now having trouble getting custody of her granddaughter who is being sent into foster care because of this conviction on her record from 45 years ago. So I just give you that example to say one of the many kind of reasons that Clean Slate is so important is the incredible burdens that criminal convictions can cause in people's lives. Housing and employment certainly is what we see the most, but in all sorts of ways. The amendment that we are seeking, this has been submitted to you in writing in testimony from two people, Rafi Podolsky from Connecticut Legal Services and my colleague Ellen Messley in New Haven Legal Assistance. So the specific language that we're asking for is spelled out in both of those written testimonies. Basically, what it is to do is to deal with two unintended impacts of the bill as written, one regarding domestic violence cases and the other regarding immigration proceedings. And as you know, probably in our office, we help all sorts of people. Reentry population is one group of that, but we help a lot of victims of domestic violence. We work with people who have immigration problems. And so what this, and in terms of the immigration issue, what you find is that even cases that are pardoned, erased, whatever, they still live on for the federal government in immigration issues. You have to disclose your past convictions, even that have been erased. And what we find is that people sometimes, if they can't get records, if it's from years and years ago, people don't always remember what those convictions are. And if you don't report accurately, that could be the grounds to deny immigration relief and even deport somebody. And so what this proposed language would do would just apply to erased records where the records still exist but have not been destroyed. Then, so it doesn't affect doesn't prevent the destruction of the erased records at all. But if they still exist, then asking that those records be available, number one, for a person to use themselves in their own immigration cases or for their attorney. And number two, in domestic violence cases, it would allow the state's attorney, a family relations office, and the victim of a domestic violence incident to have access to a record of a non-domestic violence crime in the case when somebody's seeking a protective order, or if they need it in an immigration matter, in a VAWA case.
Attorney Epstein, if you could summarize.
I think that is pretty much it, the language. So, and we have a suggestion of where you might submit it, put it into the bill at line 173. The language, as I said, is in written testimony in two places, two small but important changes that really don't affect the overall importance of that bill, but will be very significant in domestic violence and immigration folks that we serve. So I appreciate your attention. If there's any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions? I do not see any. Thank you for joining us and for sticking around into the evening. Appreciate your testimony and hope you can enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you so much.
All right. Next we have Andrea Middo, followed by Anonymous and Shirley Watson.
Good evening, Senator Winfield and Representative Stratform. Sorry if I said his name wrong. And members of the committee, my name is Andrea Middo. I'm a discharge planner at Osborne Corrections. I worked for DOC for 13 years. My job there is a discharge planner. What we do is we help prepare inmates for their release from prison. We help them to acquire skills, programs that are needed for stability and successful rejoining of our community. I'm here today to testify in support of Bill 8987. My coworkers and I were very disappointed in the governor's budget because of the lack of access to reentry services that the governor has proposed in his budget. Because of this, District 1199 has joined the Justice Reinnovation Coalition to demand that we fight for equality for justice, impact people in Connecticut. We demand investments of current and future DOC dollars into resources such as assistance, finding and retaining housing, expanding medical and behavioral health services in the community, funding criminal record erase, and creating a 24/7 mobile crisis unit to respond to people in mental health crisis. This will help avoid criminalization and incarceration in the first place. Our demand to expand reentry service is a demand for racial justice. Statistics have shown the state disproportionately incarcerates people of color. The population we serve, people of every color, but especially Black and Brown, often have very acute medical and mental health needs. This means that on a daily basis, I am constantly making sure inmates released from the facility have active medical orders, appointments, insurance, etc. We do assist them with social services. We don't actually activate the money portion of it or the Social Security, but we do point them in the right direction so that they'll have that in place as well. Our demand to expand reentry services is a demand for racial justice. Statistics have, I read that, I'm sorry. Over the last several years, we have been cut to the bone along with other critical medical and mental health services for inmates. We can't simply restore these services. We must expand the reentry services that people need, especially now that more individuals are getting released due to the pandemic. We need more support for people when they leave prison: housing, employment, mental health, medical, bus passes, driver's license, jobs. Only these things, community support, will individuals have a chance to succeed. I see firsthand how the absence of robust reentry services for formerly incarcerated reinforced structural racism. Because of the huge barriers in communities of color face in terms of employment, housing, healthcare, and education, people of color who are leaving prison and trying to re-enter their communities lack the support system necessary to do so. Making the situation even worse, these people have a gaggle of non-violent charges like smoking marijuana. The system in our society have failed people, especially people of color, and send them to prison. Prison is what happens when people don't have their basic needs met, and it also is what sends people back to prison. We need the programs, the people to follow them, the people to encourage them and assist them so they can successfully. Please support Senate Bill 987. Thank you for your time. I just want to add to that by saying that I deal with people like Ms. Johnson's son, and when they come into the office, we try to encourage them. But when we don't have the resources to send them, it's okay to release them, but we still need these resources, because without these resources, without the money, with them cutting the budget, I mean, we can release people all day, but when you're releasing them to nothing, what are they going to do but reoffend to support themselves?
Thank you. Comment or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions? I don't see any, Ms. Middle. Thank you very much for joining us. You provide us a very important perspective. I hope it was okay to spend your day with us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Anonymous, Shirley Watson, Harvey Jem, Wanda Joffrey, Mandy Smith, and Tessa Bialik, Grace Ronayne. I don't see the Anonymous. I don't see Shirley Watson. I don't see Harley Jem, Wanda Joffrey, Mandy Smith. I do see Grace Ronayne. So Grace Ronayne, you may unmute, and you have your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Grace Ronayne, and I'm a law student intern with the legal clinic at Quinnipiac University School of Law. I'm testifying in support of Bill 978. Bill 978 offers a chance for a second look at people sentenced for crimes as older teenagers and young adults before their brains had fully developed. If they have sufficiently matured, rehabilitated, accepted responsibility for their crimes, and reformed, then they have an opportunity to begin to make amends in a different way by contributing to their communities outside of prison. The bill does not provide for automatic release. Instead, it enables the parole board, with input from the state's attorney's office, as well as the victims, to take a second look and consider whether early release on parole is appropriate. We know from the hearings already happening for people under 18 at the time of the crime that the parole board has been making these decisions carefully after thorough consideration and detailed questioning. The United States Supreme Court has recognized that people who commit crimes under the age of 18 are less culpable and more capable of reform. This informed our state's decision to pass Public Act 1584, permitting a second look for people serving long sentences for crimes committed as juveniles. We now know that the science animating the Supreme Court's decision extends beyond the age of 18, and our brains continue to develop until age 25. Specifically, brain structures, including those involved in self-regulation and higher order cognition, continue to develop and mature well into the mid-20s. Individuals in their late teens and early 20s are less mature than older adults in several ways, including underestimating risk, reduced ability to control impulses and consider future consequences, and social and emotional immaturity. The late teens and early 20s is also one of the periods marked by the most neuroplasticity of the brain, suggesting that individuals in this age group have a strong potential for behavioral change. Connecticut would not be the first state to extend juvenile parole to older teenagers and young adults. In 2017, California passed a statute that extends youth offender parole eligibility to individuals who have committed offenses before age 25. Among other requirements, the statute instructs the parole board in reviewing a youthful offender's suitability for parole to, quote, give great weight to the diminished culpability of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and increased maturity of the prisoner in accordance with relevant case law. This also happened in 2019 in Illinois, where the state enacted a statute providing for parole review for people under 21 at the time of the commission of the crime. Similarly, the review board is directed to consider, among other things, quote, the diminished culpability of youthful offenders, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity of youthful offender during incarceration. In sum, this bill recognizes that older teenagers and young adults are, like juveniles, less culpable and more capable of change, and they deserve a second look. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions? I do not see any. Thank you very much for joining us and offering your testimony. I hope you can enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. You as well.
I see that Tessa Bialik, who hadn't been in, is in, and you may unmute and provide your testimony.
I was here to support Grace, who's one of the last student interns in our clinic. Thank you so much for having us, and I hope you all have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, and that was perfect. Next we have Andrea LaFaro, Rebecca Simonson, Corey Betts, Andrea LaFaro, Rebecca Simonson, Corey Betts. I thought I saw Corey.
I'm here.
There you are.
I'm sorry about that, man. I'm in 2 hearings right now, so.
Well, you have your 3 minutes in this hearing.
All right, let me give it to you. Good evening, Senator Winfield, Representative Stratham, ranking members, Kissel, Fishbane, and the distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Corey Betts. I serve as the chair of Criminal Justice Committee for the Connecticut State Conference of the NAACP. The NAACP believes that a prosecutorial accountability bill is long overdue. There is no question in our minds that justice has been fleeting, in many instances for Black people who find themselves entangled in Connecticut's criminal justice system. Let us be clear, we do not coddle those who break the law, nor do we wish to make excuses for those who break the law. But what we do champion, what we do fight for, and what we do believe is equal justice under the law. So I come before you today to state the following: that an 8-year term for state's attorneys is ancient concept that should be abandoned immediately and replaced with a 4 or 5-year term. And if 4 years is good enough for a presidential term of office, then it's good enough for state's attorney here in Connecticut. Additionally, those who serve in these positions have nothing to fear at the conclusion of their respective term if they are performing their jobs in a manner that embodies the principle of equal justice under the law. We support provisions of this bill which mandates that state's attorneys create statewide uniform policies that will bring about consistency and fairness throughout Connecticut criminal justice system. For far too long, we have witnessed an uneven display of justice for individuals charged with the same offense with similar criminal history, but reside in different zip codes. This bill aims to create uniformity in Connecticut's criminal courts. And we support ongoing training for prosecutors regarding racial bias, collateral consequences, sentencing alternative, mental illness, trauma, and reentry. As it pertains to implicit bias, I am reminded of a quote that says, "In the struggle to overcome bias, there is no obstacles more entrenched or effective than the conceit that you're exempt." In closing, please know it is not our intent to construct barriers that impede the mission of our state's attorneys, but if the truth be told, communities of color and Black people in particular have a long documented history replete with the failing of criminal justice system towards our communities. And those we seek to hold accountable in this bill are as much to blame for the history of as police officers and other law enforcement officials. So we unequivocally support this bill, and more importantly, we support the national movement to hold the law enforcement community accountable as it pertains to the policing of our communities in the implementation of law in our criminal courts in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you. Appreciate. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you being with us.
Thank you.
Next up will be Ken Akwuoza.
Akwuoza, thank you.
Sorry about that, but Staffstrom's not an easy one either. So
it's not. I'm glad you said that because I was gonna mess it up, but I'll try not to.
Fair.
Co-chair Senator Winfield and Rep. Staffstrom and esteemed members of the Judicial Committee. I'm testifying in support of the SB 1019. My name is Ken Akwuoza again. I have a background in criminal justice and human services, and I am a retired adult probation officer after 26 years of service. I am currently a community health organizer and a business owner. As a former probation officer, community health organizer, and business owner who employs people with record, I'm here simply to support SB 1019. As a probation officer, I witnessed firsthand how my clients' lives were negatively impacted and stigmatized by their criminal records in the workforce. 20% of my clients had special conditions of probation, which directs them to seek and maintain verifiable employment, meaning that they have to go out to get employment in a system that has created multiple barriers to sabotage the opportunities to gain employment to begin with. Furthermore, if my clients fail to secure employment by the end of their probation terms, they are most likely to get violated. The system continues to promote and uphold continued mass incarceration even after they are released from prison. When these records follow people forever, it 100% has a negative impact because our clients are often immediately disqualified from employment opportunities based solely upon their criminal records. They sometimes engage in criminal activities to supplement the lack of income. There are no healthy alternatives. Oftentimes, people give up trying simply because of constant pushback by the systems. This is the real threat to public safety. Public safety is threatened when there are no equal employment opportunities for everyone. Employment discrimination targets and continues to suppress these marginalized communities. As a business owner, I believe in second chances. I've employed people with criminal records to work for my company. One of my best workers, they have felony records. They are my most appreciative, hardworking, and reliable employees. I am providing resources and employment to them so that they can have a normal lifestyle for themselves and their families. Crime is caused by poverty and lack of resources. If we remove these barriers and create equal employment opportunities, crime will definitely go down. As a community health organizer, I have also witnessed the impact that criminal records have on many loving, dedicated parents, limiting their ability to provide basic needs for their families. When you have food, housing, and employment, crime will go down. Let us move forward with this SB 1019 bill and moving forward to create employment opportunities for everyone and advance public safety. I want to thank you guys for your time tonight, and I want to thank you for the hard work you do to the community, and let's keep going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, I want to thank you for being with us. I think Rebecca Simeonson is with us now.
Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Great. Good evening, co-chairs and members of the committee. My name is Rebecca Simonson. I'm a vice president at 1199 New England. Our union represents 26,000 healthcare workers, approximately 3,000 of which deliver care within DMIS and DOC. Our union brings together working people of every color, but our members are disproportionately Black and Brown, and the vast majority are women. 1199 members provide critical safety net services to our most vulnerable residents. And I come before you today to testify in support of SB 987, but with one addition. Let's be honest, we live in one of the wealthiest states in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, but we are also among the most unequal and racially segregated. Some people in Connecticut have access to every kind of benefit this state has to offer, due to their zip code, class, and skin color, housing, education, quality healthcare, decent employment, mental health care if they need it, etc. Yet other people in our state are not afforded those same resources to thrive, purely because of the extreme inequalities of race and class and gender that we have allowed to skyrocket over the last few decades. And when society, like others have spoken about, when society does not meet the basic needs of working people, especially working people of color, it vastly increases the chance that they will wind up in prison. The absence of a robust support system also prevents the formerly incarcerated from reintegrating safely into their communities. A person leaving prison is 12 times more likely to die in the first 2 weeks of their release than a person in the general population. Connecticut residents with a criminal record face over 550 systemic barriers to reintegration into society. And our policy choices are the key way for us to finally address systemic inequalities that lead to such horrifying outcomes. And in this historic moment, District 1199 has joined with organizations like the ACLU, the Coalition to End Homelessness, the Transitions Clinic, and other organizations to advocate for what we're calling justice reinvestment, so that we take a step towards putting an end to the disastrous system of mass incarceration and reverse the decades of austerity and segregation that have hurt all of us. This bill funds an expansion to the Demas-run Mobile Crisis Unit, a critical jail diversion intervention, so that anyone across the state experiencing a mental health emergency can receive mobile crisis services 24/7, 365. And we have seen the need for these services skyrocket during the pandemic. This bill would also expand reentry support services within DOC and DEMAS by adding reentry healthcare workers to help them prepare for their transition, to connect individuals to existing reentry services in the community, and to target supports for the specific populations that have fallen through the cracks. And along with the housing, community healthcare, and other investments, these targeted reinvestments add up to what is really not just piecemeal reforms, but would represent really a paradigm shift by addressing the ways that the criminal justice system has harmed people and expanding the life-saving services that people need. And the one addition that we would make to—
Bert, if you could just quickly, is it in your written testimony? Because we're at our 3 minutes, or just summarize it.
We just advocate to add a clean slate.
Great, thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, want to thank you for being with us. Next up will be Asti Jackson.
Thank you. Co-chair Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Ranking Member Senator Kissel, and Representative Fishbein, and esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm here in support of SP number 1019. I am Dr. Asti Jackson. I am the co-chair of the Criminal Justice Reform Team of Congregations Organized for a New Connecticut with Phil Kent. I am a resident of New Haven, assistant professor at Yale School of Medicine, and I support Senate Bill 1019 for the automatic erasure of criminal records. Mass incarceration has had real ongoing consequences, not only on people who are incarcerated, but also their families. My father was incarcerated for over a decade in federal prison. I always thought he was the one being punished by doing time in prison, but I was being punished as well. I did time too, time without him. In the 11 years he was in prison, I matriculated from the 5th grade to my senior year in college. He missed my elementary school graduation, my high school graduation, and my college graduation. I remember all of those times. Even when my father left prison, he still had to do time. He had to wait for permission from his parole officer to leave the state and wait on numerous occasions for employers to deny him a job because he was labeled a felon. Even after finishing parole in 2018, he's still waiting for his time to end, for his time that he can actually get a job that pays a livable wage and get real independence, a life similar to the one he had before prison. I've shared my story many times. I even shared my story here in front of the Judiciary Committee 2 years ago in support of 2019's Clean Slate Bill. It doesn't bring me any joy to have to tell my story again in support of another Clean Slate Bill because the state of Connecticut still hasn't passed a Clean Slate Bill. It's frustrating because there are a lot of people who will positively be impacted by this bill, and they have been waiting a long time, especially those kids in the state of Connecticut who have an absent father because of criminal justice involvement. In fact, more than half of the Connecticut state prison population are parents. These are parents who may face barriers to employment, housing, and higher education upon release. And we know that the current petition expungement process in Connecticut takes too much time. Justice delayed is justice denied. With SB 1019, Connecticut can strengthen its economy, improve public safety, and advance racial justice. The time to pass Clean Slate is now because we don't have time to wait any longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Asti. Questions or comments from the committee? If not, Asti, I want to thank you for all of your advocacy and work and organizing on this bill over many years. I mean this in the nicest way possible. I truly hope this is the last time you have to testify before this committee on this bill.
Perfectly, thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks for being with us. Next up will be Brendan Berniker.
Yes, thank you, Representative Statsrum. Senator Winfield, Representative Statsrum, ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, and honorable members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Brendan Berniker, and I'm here testifying on behalf of the Challenging Mass Incarceration Clinic at Yale Law School. Our clinic has submitted written testimony supporting SB 978, which would make people who committed crimes when they were young adults, aged 18 to 24, eligible for parole. Out of respect for the committee's time, I will not repeat our written testimony here. I've been on Zoom listening to the hearing today for a while, and I'm glad that I called in early because the very first witness, Chief State's Attorney Colangelo, said in response to a question from Senator Winfield about a different bill, that there are people he sent to prison 25 years ago who he would not send to prison today. Now, I'm not sure if Mr. Colangelo was thinking of anybody in particular when he made that comment, but I was. I was thinking about my clinic's clients, because in the mass incarceration clinic, we represent people who are serving long sentences and trying to have those sentences reduced. Through this work, we've seen firsthand that many people in Connecticut and in Connecticut prisons don't have to be there. They've been successfully rehabilitated, and continuing to incarcerate them hurts them, it hurts their families, their communities, and it costs the taxpayers more than $60,000 per person per year. Now, this bill would extend parole eligibility to many people who are incarcerated for crimes that they committed as young adults, including crimes that cause real and significant harm to their victims. But the question for this committee is not whether these individuals deserve to be punished. Every one of them will serve at least 12 years in prison before even being considered for parole under this bill. The question for the committee is also not who in particular should stay in prison. The question for the committee is who decides who stays in prison, and how should we decide who stays in prison? Because when we categorically deny parole to a group of people, we can't consider individual evidence about each person, and we can't hear directly from the victims. Instead, we make decisions about who stays in prison based on our assumptions about what typical members of a group are like, or what a typical victim wants or needs. Now, Senator Champagne asked earlier about victims, and I want to address those concerns. I've had the opportunity to read all of the written opposition to this bill, and some of it indicates that victims would oppose this bill, specifically the testimony from the Judicial Branch External Affairs Office. But victims aren't a monolith. This committee has heard powerful testimony today, including from Amber Vlangas, who bravely shared her story of being raped while she was serving in the US Marine Corps. She's a victim of a serious crime, but she told the committee that denying restoration is not justice to victims. And she said, quote, "It's a disservice to survivors to create broken people," end quote. She also pointed out that victims and survivors are often the same people as offenders. Our clinic has seen this firsthand. Many of our clients have been victims of sexual assault, domestic abuse, and other violent crimes. This doesn't excuse their behavior, but it certainly helps to explain it. Expanding parole is not about silencing victims. Before somebody can receive parole, victims have an opportunity to make a statement and be heard. Instead of assuming that all victims want the same thing, and that thing is to see people continuously punished regardless of their level of rehabilitation, this bill would allow victims to express their particular wants and needs, but to have those weighed against the public interest and the interest of an incarcerated person and their family. Now, I'll end with this. For somebody testifying in support of a bill, it's always nice to be able to come in and say truthfully that passing the bill will save taxpayer money, reduce crime, and reduce racial imbalances in the justice system. And for the reasons set out in our written testimony, we believe that SB 978 will do all of those things, and that's why we'll support the bill. That's why we do support the bill. So I've read the entire bill and testimony against it, and I'm prepared to respond to arguments against it or to answer any questions you have about my testimony, testimony of the clinic, and the bill itself. But I also recognize that it's late. And so I'm happy to make myself available to members of the committee over the next few weeks as you consider this bill. You can feel free to contact me by email using the address that's contained in our written testimony.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Next up will be Andrew Clark. Andrew Clark.
I'm here.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Andrew Clark, and I'm here to support the concept of justice reinvestment as outlined in Senate Bill 987. It was nearly 20 years ago in this very committee that Connecticut began its bipartisan journey towards justice reinvestment, one that was grounded in the belief that our state could realize both a decreased prison population and increased public safety. At that time, it was raised Bill 5211, an act concerning prison overcrowding. And with its final passage, Connecticut not only became the first state in the nation to commit to such a concept, but has led the way in thoughtful and meaningful justice reform ever since. And the results of this work are clear. A prison population nearly half of that in 2004, and crime rates at 60-year lows. Yet there's still work to be done. The one promise of justice reinvestment that Connecticut has never truly realized is that of reinvesting savings in the very communities most impacted by incarceration in the first place. In that first year of implementation, the legislature used savings from the termination of an $11 million per year contract for up to 500 out-of-state prisoners in Wallen Ridge State Prison in Virginia to reinvest in reentry services, much of which went to state agencies to administer. Also in that bill was the creation of the requirement of a reentry strategy, again to produced by state agencies. For a multitude of reasons, the momentum in these early provisions did not bear out to a full realization of the promise of reinvestment. That of further reducing recidivism, creating even greater public safety, and making individuals and communities most impacted by the justice system more whole. The spirit of this type of reinvestment is once again outlined in this time in Senate Bill 987. What I would suggest is that in learning from the past, we strongly encourage the consideration of a corresponding and no less transformative systems change to support the reinvestment to ensure the spirit of these reinvestments and that are supported over time. It would again transfer a significant portion of the ownership to community reintegration to the very places that are most invested in its success. And I'll end with this. Over the last few months, I've been part of a research team composed of experts from the University Network for Human Rights, the Institute for Municipal and Regional Policy, and with assistance from a number of students, we produced a white paper. The white paper is entitled Connecticut at the Crossroads. And there's a link in my testimony, which I submitted earlier. It's a 105-page document that outlines these strategies, and nearly 300 stakeholders have signed on to the letter. I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, very happy for the moment Connecticut is now to realize justice reinvestment finally.
Thank you, sir. Questions or comments from the committee? If not, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Next up will be Jorge Guzman.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
I'm good. May I start?
You can, please.
Okay. Good evening, Chairman Winfield, Co-Chairman Stafford, members of the committee. My name is Jorge Guzman. I was raised in the Salvation Army as a minister's kid, moved all over the United States, and I was always open to give a helping hand to anybody. Like the slogan says, heart to God, hand to man. When I was 16 years old, Hurricane Georges hit Puerto Rico. Me and my dad went out in the middle of the hurricane to rescue a neighbor. In those following days, my family and I started cooking 3 meals a day for over 2,000 people affected by the hurricane. Later, we moved to Connecticut and 9/11 happened. My dad and I were volunteering 12 midnight to 12 noon shifts, helping the men and women assigned to the clearing up and at ground zero. I always grew up helping my fellow man and I never got into any trouble. Today, I am on the Public Sex Offense Registry here in Connecticut. I made some mistakes and I have taken responsibility for them. I have been offense-free for 9 years, and with the support of friends and family, I was able to find stable housing and have a stable job as a manager for 9 years now. My boss treats me like family. My journey on probation wasn't always easy. With its restrictions, I did receive violations and I did spend some time in jail. But without hesitation, my boss took me back. The violations weren't for anything serious, just for things not a person not on probation would take for granted in their everyday lives. For example, I was playing Pokemon Go while I was on probation with a group of adults, and because I was playing on my phone, I was violated on my probation. My marriage ended because my ex-wife could not take the pressures of probation and her son's biological father using my offense as a weapon against us. Recently, I was fortunate enough to receive early termination of probation, but not in time to save my marriage. I have been offense-free for 9 years. I have been back in the community. I have only 1 year left on the registry. I have a non-violent C-class felony that unfortunately this bill includes because it's a sexual offense. Why shouldn't I be afforded the liberties offered by this bill? Why shouldn't I have the same opportunities for automatic erasure of my criminal record as anybody else who has a non-violent C-class felony? I would like to live my life unaltered from my past mistakes. I have paid to my debt to society. When will enough be enough?
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony and you sharing your story with us. Seeing no questions from the committee, next up will be Lori Stewart.
Good evening.
Good morning, Stewart.
Field and Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Kasser and Blumenthal, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Lori Stewart, and I'm testifying this evening in my role as Legislative Liaison for the Connecticut Catholic Public Affairs Conference in support of the concept of raised Senate Bill 1019. As the Public Policy Office of Connecticut's Catholic Bishops, the Connecticut Public Affairs Conference supports the concept espoused in raised Senate Bill number 1019, namely erasure of criminal records for certain misdemeanor and felony offenses. The conference supports the goal of this legislation, but leaves final resolution of these initiatives to persons more experienced in criminal law to establish the boundaries of the criminal activities to which the final legislation will apply. Catholic teaching affirms the purpose and goals of our judicial system. We are called to protect public safety, promote the common good, and restore community. Furthermore, the Catholic community itself is called to believe, as our faith instructs, that justice is required for both victims and convicts, but not vengeance. On the national level, in the year 2000, the United States Catholic Conference of Bishops, called the USCCB, published a statement entitled Responsibility, Rehabilitation, and Restoration, a Catholic Perspective on Crime and Criminal Justice, which noted the following: we are all sinners, and our response to sin and failure should not be abandonment and despair, but rather justice, contrition, reparation, and return or reintegration of all into the community. Proper reintegration of former prisoners aims to address recidivism, which improves public safety and helps former offenders to become productive members of our community. The USCCB statement also advocated for quote unquote new approaches that move beyond slogans such as 3 strikes and you're out, or excuses of the past such as criminals are simply trapped by their background. Crime, corrections, and the search for real community require far more than policy cliches of both conservatives and liberals. Raised Senate Bill 1019, the Clean Slate Act, can be one such new approach. Thank you for allowing me time to speak this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Questions from the committee. Representative Palm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Ms. Stewart. Unless I'm mistaken, it seems as though in your testimony, you sort of went out of your way to avoid talking about the specifics of the bill. You said you approve of it in concept and intent. Was there any language that you objected to, or were you just applauding the overarching goal?
Just applauding the overarching goal. Thank you for asking for clarification.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. That's it, Mr. Chair. My only question.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Stewart. I have sat on and led this committee for several years now. This is the first time I can recall the Catholic bishops weighing in on a matter of criminal justice policy before us. I think it's refreshing and welcome. And my thanks to you, Archbishop Blair and Bishop Caggiano, for taking the time to be here today.
Thank you so much, Representative Stafstrom.
Next, we will hear from Kathy Williamson.
Good evening, co-chairs Senator Winfield and Representative Stafstrom, and ranking members Senator Kissel and Representative Fishbein, and the esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. I am here speaking tonight in support of Senate Bill number 1019. My name again is Kathy Williamson, and I am a resident of Bridgeport. This bill is particularly important to me and the community in which I serve. I am the assistant pastor of Mount Airy Baptist Church, located in the Hollow section of Bridgeport. In this capacity, I am keenly aware of the limitations that many in our community are faced with due to previous records. In addition, I am the retired superintendent of the Bridgeport Juvenile Detention Center, where I served the judicial branch for over 20 years. In my role as community leader, I have sat with many Black and Brown men and women as they either work to complete the process of erasure, as well as sitting with them before the Board of Pardons and Parole. The process of erasure has the propensity to disproportionately affect Black and Brown people. Having worked with individuals in completing their applications, many had become discouraged and had previously given up on the process. Whether inability to understand the application or the inability to complete the process, many had lost the will to see it through. In addition, I have sat with individuals who had to present before the Board of Pardons. I've witnessed one individual in particular be denied a pardon with no reason given. His crime was over 20 years. The individual had committed another crime and had served his sentence 15 years ago. Serving in his faith community for at least 15 years. The humiliation in a packed room to plead for forgiveness for a crime committed over 20 years prior and having already served their time for the said crime is traumatizing at best. These individuals become victims of a system that was said to be a place of rehabilitation. Automatic erasure misdemeanors and certain felonies would provide those having served their time an opportunity to return to their communities as productive citizens. A criminal record should not become a life sentence. I am extremely proud of the strides the state of Connecticut has made since I began my career in 1980. But I am aware of the work that's still left to be done. Mass incarceration has had an impact on our community. It has had ongoing consequences in Connecticut, disproportionately hurting Black and Brown communities and burdening hundreds of thousands of Connecticut residents with a criminal record. For these individuals, it presents barriers to employment, to housing, occupational licensing, and in some cases, higher education. With Bill 1019, Connecticut can strengthen our economy, it can improve public safety, and advance racial justice. I encourage all members of the Judiciary Committee on both sides of the aisle to support this very important measure. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and certainly appreciate your service in the city of Bridgeport and work at Mount Airy. Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you being with us. Next up will be James Jeter.
Hello.
Mr. Jeter, go ahead.
How you? I got 3 minutes. I can go. Okay. First, I want to. I'm sorry. I want to apologize for the noise in the background. I'm at church, and my pastor let me use the office. I've been watching all day. I didn't want to miss the opportunity. To the co-chair, Senator Whitfield, Representative Staffstrom, and the esteemed members of the Judiciary, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify in support of SB 978, a bill that would raise the age of incarcerated persons who commit an offense before the age of 18 to the age of 25, from the age of 18 to the age of 25, to receive a second look in the form of parole upon completion of 60% of their sentence. What we are here today to begin deciding is whether we believe and trust science, or are we driven by other belief systems that are entangled with racial undertones and antiquated understandings of crime and punishment as a catch-all for social ills and failures, societal failures to invest in wellness of our poorest and Black communities. We have, I believe, approached this subject of brain development with trepidation and biases. The science has given us the facts, and the fact is that the brain is not fully developed in cognitive function until the age of 25. Yet we have decided to act in opposition to the science up until this point, but only allowing a second chance for those who have committed offenses under the age of 18. This decision, this line in the sand, is a line of comfort and a line that one day history will judge us on. We have not come to this age conclusion based on facts, yet on comfortability, and that in itself is a scary place to make decisions from. I argue that the prolonged problems of our country and state are problems that have gone ignored for the comfort of many at the pain and expense of the marginalized in our country and state. And yet here we are with a chance to begin to rectify not only our lack of compliance and full acknowledgement of the science by codifying it in law, we have a chance to begin to examine this one law as a part of rectifying the fallout and consequences of other broken systems that have harmed Black and brown communities for a very, very long time. I heard the first testimony this morning by State Chief Attorney, and he mentioned that the practices that were taking place in his office at the beginning of his career, the thought processes and the culture are now shifted, that these things are no longer done. However, there are people who are still in prison who were sentenced under this culture, under these practices. I myself am a benefactor of the current law. I was convicted of a crime at age 17, and I was paroled under the current statute at the age of 36. I neither woke up on my 18th or 25th birthday and got it. I don't think anybody did. It took me to my late 20s to fully start to see the breadth and width and depth of my harm to my city and to a neighborhood, and more importantly, to a family. And it took me to my early 30s to begin to start to understand how the pain I caused doesn't negate the pain I've been dealt and live with, and that both have space in me, and all of me needs to heal in order to begin to do the work of restoration. Furthermore, I find it borderline abusive of the state to ask the men and women who give and pour themselves out day in and day out in the true and worth unit for incarcerated persons under the age of 25 to build programs and aid in their successful transition, and in the same breath ignore that these lifers themselves, who would have been in these units if they existed when they went to prison, the overwhelming majority of these mentors came to prison under the age of 25. And none of them resemble the child or young adult that came into the system. And we trust these new persons, the person they've become, these adults who have made the transformation that can only come with age and self-reflection that seeds growth, to be the greatest influence and aid to our young returning population. And then we turn around that same trusted breath and tell them that they are unfit for society still. We have a chance to step up to the science, and in doing so, truly lead the nation. I'm done, sir.
Thank you. Yeah. Appreciate your testimony and certainly your enthusiasm and for taking the time out of your church service to be with us for a couple minutes tonight. Questions from the committee? If not, thanks again. Next up will be Lonnie Spalding. Mr. Spalding. Mr. Spalding, you're on mute.
Hello.
There you go, sir.
Can you hear?
Yep, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Good afternoon. Good evening. I appreciate you giving me the time to speak. Senator Winfield and Republican Stratstrom and members of the Judiciary Committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity for me to testify. I'm here to speak in support of SB 1019 Clean Slate. My name is Lonnie Spalding. I'm a member of the Mount Airy Baptist Church and a leader of the men's ministry. I'd like to just tell you a little bit about myself. I grew up in New York City, and most of the guys that around me were ex-offenders. And when I was young, I turned to a life of crime, selling drugs and stealing and stuff like that. And by the age of 17, I was sentenced to a sentence of 3 to 5 years in a youth detention center. I stayed in that detention center until I was 21. I knew that when I returned back to the community, I would have a criminal record, and that stigma of having a record would likely prevent me from finding good jobs. So I decided to start my own business. 35 years later, I am still in that same business that I started decades ago, restoring leather and vinyl interiors. As an employer, I hire people with records. They have been excellent employees for me. And I hire them because I think that a person who's made a mistake and paid his debt shouldn't be shunned forever because they made a mistake. The records shouldn't keep them from finding employment, for getting loans for Pell Grants to go to school, and finding decent paying jobs. I believe in my redemption. I believe in my employees' redemption. And I believe in the redemption of tens of thousands of Black men across Connecticut who have been overrepresented in our criminal justice system, are currently struggling to rebuild their lives because of the burden of a criminal record. I'm doing my part to help make redemption real for myself and for my employees and for my community. Now I ask you, my elected leaders, to do your part. Help Connecticut make redemption real for the crime of mass incarceration. I would like for you to pass Clean Slate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony and advocacy. Questions or comments from the committee? If not, thanks again. Next up will be Diane Daniels.
Good evening, everyone. To the Honorable Senator Winfield, the Honorable Representative Staffstrom, and distinguished members of the Joint Commission on Judiciary. My name is Diane Daniels, and I am the intern minister at the Unitarian Society of Hartford, a Unitarian Universalist congregation with over 200 members from around the region. I'm also the CEO and founder of Diva Style Ministry, and I'm one of the original members of the Connecticut Pardon Team. I worked with its founder, former Norwich City Councilwoman Jacqueline Plowden Karen, from 2004 until 2014. I'm here to testify on behalf of and in support of Senate Bill 1019 concerning the Board of Pardons and Paroles. When we started holding informational sessions to give affected persons information on the pardon process, it wasn't simple, it wasn't clear, or easy to apply for a pardon. We leaned heavily on Jackie's personal experience to help guide others through the process, and we worked hard to help them stay hopeful about reclaiming their lives. The pardon process gives hope and a way forward for people who have successfully completed their period of incarceration, their parole and/or probation, and they've gone above and beyond in not just staying out of trouble, but giving back to their community. The people who attended our information sessions were grocery store clerks, administrative assistants, teachers, managers, corporate directors, entrepreneurs, and some elected officials, all looking for help. A criminal record is a serious hurdle to overcome, and passing Senate Bill 1019 will help people who need and deserve a second chance to receive one. The provisions of the bill, including the parole orientation program for eligible inmates, formal training for members of the Board of Pardons and Parole, provisions regarding expungement and erasure of not only the criminal record, but copies of those records held by background screening providers or similar database services, and prohibiting companies that have purchased records of criminal matters from disclosing those records are critically important. We all make mistakes. We perfectly imperfect human beings mess up sometimes. A mistake that results in a criminal record should not become a life sentence. An individual who applies themselves and completes the arduous process of applying for and receiving a pardon should not be forced to deal with the sword over their head in the form of old records that are not updated or expunged when their pardon is received. Passing Senate Bill 1019 will generate a new sense of hope for those members of our communities who work for and deserve a second chance and a clean slate with which to move forward in their lives and to fulfill their potential as human beings. I strongly encourage you to approve Senate Bill 1019. In faith and love, I am Diane Daniels.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your testimony and certainly your work with the pardons team as well. Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Next up will be Adam Osmond.
Good evening, Senator Winfield, Representative Strom, and distinguished members of Judiciary Committee. I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 1019. My name is Adam Osman. I'm a Connecticut resident. I'm also a fellow of the Favorite Prison Initiative led by Professor of Law Colleen Chen. And we submitted our report, Connecticut Second Chance Pardon Gap, which we did analysis 407,000 people with criminal records in Connecticut. I'm also testifying as someone who personally dealt with the injustice of Connecticut criminal justice. More than a decade ago, I was persecuted for something I didn't do. 2008, I was arrested for larceny when Connecticut lottery claimed that I didn't pay for tickets that I cashed at my store. This was 100% false. This was also the only time that I have ever been arrested. The prosecutor kept my case in court for almost 2 years, and after running out of money, I pled guilty to larceny misdemeanor and the Alfred Doctrine in order to close that chapter. To my surprise, the prosecutor decided to punish me for life. I was given an illegal sentence of 5 years for probation for misdemeanor. I was told I have to report every month, and I did that for 5 years, every month, and never missed an appointment. What shocked money legal expert was also that I was court ordered not to ask any documents related to my case for 5 years. I believe this was done in order to cover up the wrongdoings and let the statutes of limitation run out. During those 5 years that I was serving the illegal probation, I lost my business, my job, my house. My wife and 3 young daughters were forced to move out of the state because of my financial condition. I eventually became homeless because I lost my house. After I finished the 5 years of probation of illegal sentence, Connecticut lottery and the prosecutor were not finished with me yet. They claimed that I had $912 balance to pay after I finished the 5 years of probation. And they arrested me again for violation of probation and threw me in jail with a $50,000 bond. This was the only time that I was ever told that I was violated for the probation. Thankfully, a new judge took a look at my case and questioned it. Why was I given 5 years of probation in the first place? Because that's illegal in Connecticut. She released me with no bond and asked the prosecutor to come to court and explain what happened. A few weeks later, the prosecutor agreed the sentence was illegal, and the judge threw out the probation violation, and the remaining money of the Connecticut lottery was claimed that I still owe. To this day, I still have the misdemeanor conviction in my record. I have been denied charge because of that one conviction over a decade ago, misdemeanor. I have been discriminated against it because of that one conviction. I cannot apply pardon because it requires admitting to a crime that I did not do it. Professor Colleen Chen sent you the report, and I just wanted to point out a few things from that report. In Connecticut, there are 168,000 Black men over 18.
I got it. Sorry, I got to interrupt you. We're at the 3-minute mark, so if you could just quickly summarize or
Sure.
give written testimony.
Sure. There's 168,000 Black men over 18 years old. 50% of them have some type of criminal record. 27% of them have felony. Connecticut, there's only 5% of the population are Black men over 18 years old. They also represent 20% in the database and 40% of the prison population. In sum, I just wanted to ask you that please pass this law, because this bill will improve the lives of all Connecticut residents, regardless of the race. And we did send you the report, and please take a look at that, because it shows that the top 5 cities have almost 100,000 people with criminal records. Thank you. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Thank you, sir. Are there questions from the committee? Senator Winfield.
Yeah, just briefly, I just wanted to say to Mr. Osmond, one, good evening, and just so you know, I know you send out a lot of information, and you sent me directly a lot of information. I just want you to know that I'm actually consuming it. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it for all your work. And I don't know why you guys consider this as a part-time job, because it's almost 9 o'clock and you guys still here. So thank you for all your work, for all of you.
Thank you, sir. I wish I could say this was only once this year this is going to happen, but unfortunately, this is probably our 2nd or 3rd hearing like this year. So we get it. And for those who are listening still with us, Senator Winfield raises a great point, which is, we'll have about 100 folks testify before us today, but we do read the testimony that comes in, the emails. Obviously, we're not able to respond to it all, and certainly not able to respond to it all personally, but it is important for folks out there listening that if you want to submit testimony to the committee, the members do read it. So thank you, sir, for being with us.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Next up will be Michelle Voigt.
Good evening, Senator Winfred, Representative Staffstrom, and Judiciary Committee. My name is Michelle Voigt. I am a Greenwich resident with a professional background in community-based social services and vocational rehabilitation. For 3 years, I've been supporting survivors of gun violence in Connecticut. I am testifying today in opposition to SB 978. Through my work with survivors and their families, I have become acutely aware of how lives can be destroyed by violent crimes and how the judicial system re-traumatizes victims and survivors through systemic disregard. The ever-changing criminal justice system is devoid of humanity. It neglects their trauma, losses, and most significantly, their life-preserving need for justice. Justice as an absolute, not a forever-changing ideal, pinned on legislative whims and political tides. Forgive me. This evening I had to change my testimony, for this hearing itself is a perfect example of survivor re-traumatization. I have been supporting courageous Jennifer Lawler, mother of Emily Todd, who was murdered in Bridgeport in December of 2018. Today's hearing has rendered her paralyzed, without words, so defeated she could not speak or testify. Understanding how these conversations and proposed legislation affect survivors and victims of violent crime is critical. Oh my God, this is my worst nightmare, having to live like this and dangled around and with pretty much for forever. Like a puppet, the death of my child has yet to kill me, but this system will. These bills that make me feel hopeless, it's inhumane. I'm devastated, beaten down. No one cares about victims, not the people making policy. These policies make me question my ability to live, where my daughter got a death sentence and I have a life sentence. These are the voices I hear, the anguish of victims, survivors, and their families. I'm outraged that victims and survivors have not been equally considered in this legislation. Basic humanity would reason that the most impacted by the crimes are due full consideration. Changing the parole opportunities for individuals up to the age of 25 who are serving lengthy sentences is reckless. According to the U.S. Department of Justice, 21% of violent crimes are committed by individuals aged 18 to 24. As for murder and manslaughter, 33% are committed by individuals aged 18 to 24. These percentages are a significant number of people. They are our neighbors, families, friends, and they are victims and survivors whose lives are forever shattered. Criminal justice reform must include all parties, and the proposed reform must consider the needs of crime victims and survivors. When victims do not have a voice in the criminal justice system, it is injustice. When victims are treated as just a piece of evidence, it is injustice. When the sentence is ever changeable and their life becomes merely to ensure that justice is served, it is injustice. I ask you to spend a minute in Jennifer Lawler's shoes, to consider victims and survivors in all proposed legislation, and to oppose SB 978. I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Kasser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize that I'm in a car, but I wanted to thank Michelle for speaking on behalf of Jen, and Jen for her bravery in coming forth on this legislation, which I know is very painful to her and to other survivors of violent crimes. And I just wanted to ask Michelle if she could recount some of the facts of what Jen has experienced since her daughter was murdered in, I believe it was December 2018. Has there been a trial? Has there been, what is her life like, and how is it impacted by the justice system and maybe lack of resolution?
And there has not been a trial. Clearly, we're in the middle of a pandemic, which has made things impossible. Her every day is controlled by the judicial system, and just hoping that she can have justice for her daughter. So the thought of sentencing and plea deals and pardons are terrifying when someone is merely surviving. And I see this so often with survivors of violent crime, and particularly mothers and fathers who have had their children murdered. Justice is all they live for. And so to have this idea that justice, even after sentencing or even after a plea deal, that the sentence could change based on parole or based on legislation changing, it's terrifying to them to think that they will forever be fighting, and just to discover all of a sudden that there's a bill up and you need to get up and you need to rally and you need to fight to make sure that your voice is heard. It's very hard for people who are already living day to day in extreme trauma.
Thank you. And so as I understood it, she's not expecting that there will be a trial until 2025, 7 years after her daughter was murdered. And
that's what she's been told, yes.
And who knows what the result of the trial will be, but assuming, just for purposes of argument, that there's a conviction, she will then have to, in addition to 7 years of ongoing, an ongoing legal situation, she will then have to revisit that situation every 5 years if the person is up for parole. Is that right?
Correct. And as concerned as she is for herself and her ability to survive that, she also has a son who will survive her and who has survived Emily, who would ultimately, eventually carry this burden.
Thank you. Thanks so much for explaining what it is, what the reality is and the real impact is, not on not just on the family, but on the siblings of those who've been violently killed. Thank you so much, Michelle.
Thank you.
And Jen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions or comments from the committee? If not, I would the only thing I would comment is, obviously, this committee, we try to be open to hearing every voice on every issue. Victims have just as much a right to testify here today as anyone that this legislation may help put previous conviction and a mistake in their prior record beyond them. So I hope folks do understand that certainly this public hearing process, as we sit here on hour number 10 and a half, is open to anyone who wants to testify. And so I do just feel compelled to mention that when you say victims feel they don't have a voice, it is important for folks to recognize that they, again, as I said on the last person testifying, they should feel free to submit written testimony or email thoughts to the committee, because people do read it. But obviously there are multiple sides to every issue. So thank you for being with us. Next up will be Stephen Ginsburg. Sir, we don't have audio for you.
That better?
Yep,
Thanks.
there you go.
Okay. Thanks very much, Representative Stafstrom, Chairman Winfield, Vice Chairs Castro and Blumenthal, Ranking Members Fishbein and Kissel, and all the members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm Steve Ginsburg. I'm the director of the Connecticut Office of the Anti-Defamation League, and I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 989. For over 100 years, ADL has been combating anti-Semitism, prejudice, and bigotry of all kinds. At ADL's offices here in Connecticut and across the country, every day we receive reports of online hate, harassment, and violent threats. In fact, my coworkers and I myself, and I would imagine many of you as elected officials, have been the targets of online threats. Locally, our team responds and helps. And nationally, ADL's Center for Technology and Society analyzes online hate, from cyberbullying to civil rights abuses to extremist threats. The internet and social media are increasingly where those who traffic in hate are congregating. And with this bill, Connecticut is forging a 21st century weapon in the fight against 21st century hate. Recent ADL studies have shown that more than 1 in 4 Americans has experienced online hate and harassment. Our studies also show that those in minority and marginalized communities, including women, members of the LGBTQ community, Muslims, Jewish people, African Americans, and Latinx community, are targeted at higher rates. Over the past year, we've seen a new phenomenon, Zoom bombing. It's when a stranger enters a video meeting to disrupt it, harass the attendees with hateful symbols and slurs. In 2020, Connecticut houses of worship, community meetings, even a meeting with US Congresswoman Hayes was Zoom bombed. As lockdowns persisted and more of our social interaction was forced to take place online, these tactics have become increasingly popular. Connecticut's own Lenny Posner, whose son Noah was killed in the Sandy Hook attack, has also been the target of virulent cyber stalking by conspiracy theorists. And then after posting proof of his son's life and death, he was the target of an onslaught of hate and personal threats, forcing his family to move at least 6 times, causing him to suffer substantial emotional distress, economic damage, and a fear for physical injury. This bill will strengthen Connecticut's laws governing criminal conduct that takes place online. It closes gaps, it fixes our cyber stalking and cyber harassment statutes. It covers things like cyber hacking, secretly installed passwords, sending a barrage of messages to someone from a fake account. And it also criminalizes the selling of personal information. And it'll enable the courts to require violators to attend awareness programs and have creative restorative justice approaches too, if required, if those are what makes sense. We're pleased that the law expands the crime of cyber harassment to include something called doxing. Doxing is the act of posting private or identifying information about someone or a group online with the intent that that information will be used to target them for an unlawful purpose. This is a great step forward and will put Connecticut as a leader of cyber laws, but we recommend a tweak. We want to make sure that if we're going to make that type of doxing conduct criminal, that we insert the language to ensure that the person who did it had the intent to harm or was recklessly disregarding someone or a group and recklessly disregarding that there could be bodily injury or stalking.
Thank you.
I got like 15 seconds. These changes will be a huge step forward for us. And thank you very much for your attention. You have the power here to give law enforcement the tools they need and protect vulnerable groups. Please report out Senate Bill 989 favorably. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Senator Haskell.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair. And just very briefly, Steve, thank you for all of your advocacy on this. I didn't quite understand one portion of your testimony. Were you saying that this is an opportunity for Connecticut to be a leader, or were you saying that we're sort of playing catch up with other states?
On the doxing piece, we'll be a leader. No one's got doxing covered the way we can. Some states are working on it right now. We're kind of in a race to be the first. Cyber harassment and cyber stalking, I think we're playing catch up. I think some other states are ahead of us and we need to play catch up.
Well, thanks so much for that clarification. It's hard to imagine a more important time to do this bill, and really grateful for your work. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator. Further questions or comments? If not, next up is going to be Phil Kent.
Good evening. Thank you very much, co-chairs, ranking members, and esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm glad to be with you tonight after a long night. My name is Phil Kent from Congregation Mishkan Israel in Hamden, Connecticut. I'm a litigator, educator, and co-chair with Dr. Osti Jackson of the Criminal Justice Reform Team of Congregations Organized for a New Connecticut, or CONNECT. I support SB 1019 and ask that you vote for it. In Connecticut, if you have a record, you can't really re-enter society. The Clean Slate Bill automatically expunges eligible misdemeanors and low-level felonies for people who remain crime-free. It impacts hundreds of thousands who live with the stigma of a record that locks them into serving a life sentence after leaving prison because they are unable to secure better jobs or adequate housing or higher education. Clean Slate is about redemption for formerly incarcerated people, but it's also a racial justice issue. In Connecticut, we allow 60% of people to be jobless 1 year out from release, and thousands leave prisons each year, but most have no legal way to support themselves. And if you do get work, you typically are underemployed, underhoused, and undereducated for life. People of color are up to 9 times more likely than whites to be jailed in Connecticut. So people of color and their families are far more likely to live in a permanent second-class status. But when we lift people up, we all do better because under the existing system, Connecticut loses an estimated $1.2 billion annually in economic activity. There's been too little change while race-based fear intensifies and racial disparities grow. Racism is a public health emergency, an economic crisis, and a moral abyss we all must work to overcome, because overlooking and sidestepping racism is not acceptable. We need to recognize as part of that the current pardon system is broken. It's an onerous, expensive process that serves only about 3% of those eligible for a pardon. And in fact, if all eligible people applied, it would take literally hundreds of years to process. The latest report says 577 years. That system is simply inadequate, clearly, to serve the need. Clean Slate helps to change that by giving people a real second chance that actually improves public safety. And you heard earlier from Professor Starr all about that. So voting for Clean Slate, that requires your leadership at a critical time. This bill addresses a moral imperative to remove the many barriers to true reentry into society. We need you, our legislators, to act in a truly bipartisan way, as they have in other states that you've heard about today that have passed Clean Slate laws, and vote yes on SB 1019. And I just want to say one more thing, which is there were questions and testimony today from representatives and prosecutors that seem to suggest that mass incarceration doesn't exist, which is total nonsense. It's sort of a uniquely American phenomenon, but it's a national problem because we lock up 2.2 million people. Especially, it's a problem for people of color, and it can be intergenerational. and just about done.
Mis-
Simply put, yeah, go ahead.
I want to ask you, a question. We are past the 3-minute mark.
Sure.
Give me that stat again, 1.2 billion. What was that number?
1.2 billion annually is lost in economic activity because we are underemploying people with criminal, with a criminal record. If we were to lift them up, then we would be adding to the state economy dramatically.
So that's 1.2 billion for the state, not nationally. That's 1.2 billion for Connecticut.
I believe that's for the state of Connecticut.
Okay.
So I can try to find that site for you and get it to you.
And that's based on, okay, so you don't have.
I don't know the exact site off the top of my head, but I can find that.
Okay. I know, Phil, I know you've been working on this issue a long time and been an advocate. I'm sure you've been with us since the very beginning, but I asked Mayor Brown in a story about the Hartford statistics on this earlier today. And I, for one, would be very interested in that stat, because I think as this bill moves out of this committee, we will hear about the technical costs to reprogram a computer system at the judicial branch, and we'll hear about, the man hours related to whatever, and the quote unquote fiscal note, as this building likes to talk about. And we will look at that in terms of what is a state dollar outlay. To me, it's much more critical that we as a legislature look at the human cost of, or the human advantage or opportunity gain of passing legislation like this. So if that opportunity gain for the state economy is anywhere even remotely in the realm of $1.2 billion, this legislature needs to pass this bill ASAP.
I appreciate that. And I'll just point out as well, I don't know if Professor Starr touched on this, but in the Michigan study, it was, they found that expungement over job training, for example, was the factor that increased people's ability to earn dramatically. So I don't have those exact figures either, but I know you have the report, and if you don't, I can certainly send it to you. But rather than job training, which we put a lot of resources into, expungement alone seemed to truly increase people's earning power because they had more opportunities to get better jobs.
I think we're all looking for ways to recover out of this pandemic and grow our economy, and this is a piece to it. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kent, do you have the number roughly, if this bill were to pass, how many individuals would enter the workforce that currently cannot because of their criminal record?
Representative Howard, I appreciate the question. In that context, I'm not sure I have the exact figure. What I understand is that about 277,000 people in Connecticut would benefit under this bill, based on their criminal history. So if that's a measure, then I think I would point to that number, because I think, to the extent that they're impacted by their history and getting a job, I think that would make sense.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions from the committee? If not, thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you all working so late.
Next, we are going to go back to Maria Solomon, who I believe is with us. Is Maria Solomon on? Okay, if not, we're going to try Olivia Rinks. Is Olivia Rinks with us? All right, let's try Alexandra Merrill.
Hi.
Can you see
Hey,
me?
We can. Yep, we
Hi.
see and hear you.
Good. All right, well, it's been a long day. So I want to thank you, Chairman Winfield and Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Kasser and Blumenthal, ranking members Fishbein and Kissel, and members of the Judiciary Committee. I'd also like to thank Steve Ginsburg from the Connecticut ADL for inviting us to speak. I'd like to be giving testimony today in defense of SB 989. My name is Alexandria Merrill. I am the Director of Public Relations and Policy for the Honor Network, a nonprofit founded by Lenny Posner, whose 6-year-old son Noah was the youngest victim of the Sandy Hook school shooting. After Noah's murder, the Posner family and other families that were victimized in the shooting became the target of really unrelenting online harassment. In response, Mr. Posner founded the Honor Network, which researches, reports, and ultimately removes online defamation and targeted harassment. Today, the Honor Network is regarded largely as one of the most influential organizations in the online defamation space. You may have seen a recent 60 Minutes episode that featured Mr. Posner, our work, and our successes. To date, Honor has been responsible for the removal of hundreds of thousands of pieces of defamatory, doxing, harassing, and targeted content. So you may wonder, with all that success, why Lenny isn't here himself. Despite the passage of time, Mr. Posner and his family have had to move nearly a dozen times, due in part to doxing, which is, as Steve said, the release of private and personally identifying information. In Mr. Posner's case, predators not only bought and posted his personal TransUnion comprehensive background report online, they bartered the information with people who had publicly declared that they wanted to kill him. They posted videos of his home on YouTube, and they threatened his surviving children. You might say, well, Lenny is an extreme case. Why should we implement laws that really help one person or a small group of people? And I might agree if that were true, but it isn't. Thousands of people in Connecticut alone are victimized online, which includes doxing. Police officers, frontline workers, teachers, judges, and their families are often doxed, threatened, and terrorized online as their addresses, personal details, and the details of their family are posted. People who have shared pictures of themselves on their own social media, peacefully protesting or attending political events on either side of the political aisle, are routinely targeted for retaliatory doxing. People who have been targeted by extortion, they've been driven to suicide when threats of revealing intimate details about their personal life is made. Women, members of the LGBTQ communities, and people of color are disproportionately targeted. In fact, doxing the opposition in divorces or custody cases has become commonplace. Doxing has become one of the favorite tools of online abusers simply because posting information can take a few minutes, but ultimately can create a chain reaction that destroys lives. But doxing needn't reveal actual information. In many cases, online abusers will mix real social security numbers, photos, addresses, and other identifying information with completely fabricated information in order to terrorize. Fake criminal reports, cheating accusations, drug abuse accusations, claims without charge or proof that someone is a pedophile or a rapist or a domestic abuser are common. Abusers don't have to be accurate to be devastating. So the Honor Network joins with the American Defamation League in calling for specific anti-doxing statutes and amending the current stalking statutes to include cyber-specific wording and criminalizing the use and manipulation of personal, medical, financial, occupational, and other identifying information. Thank you for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, I want to thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
All right, we will try again. Maria Solomon. Is Maria Solomon with us? How about Olivia Rinks? Is Olivia Rinks with us?
Hello. Yes, I am here.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank
Man,
you.
Your video's off if you want to turn it on, but
I'm currently traveling by car. Is it all right if I leave the video off?
Sure, go ahead, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, thank you, members of the committee, the Judiciary Committee. My name is Olivia Rinkus. I'm from North Stonington, Connecticut. I'm here to testify in favor of 3 bills today. Bill SB 987. Excuse me, SB 987, an act concerning reinvestment of savings achieved through a reduction in correctional facility population reentry and community-based service and programs. The closure of Northern Prison is an opportunity to reinvest into the communities based on the damages that it has done so far. This opportunity should not be lost. It should be reinvested into social services and helping people who have been affected by prison population. I'm also testifying in favor of SB 1018, an act concerning prosecutorial accountability. There absolutely needs to be accountability in the judicial system at all levels. It's just not reasonable to think that mistakes can't be made, that judgment can be off, and prosecutors should be absolutely scrutinized and held accountable when necessary. I'm also in favor of testifying in favor of SB 1019, an act concerning the Board of Pardons and Paroles, erasure of criminal records for certain misdemeanor and felony offenses, prohibiting discrimination based on criminal history record information, and concerning the recommendation of the Connecticut Sentencing Commission. A person's record, once a person has served their time and been released back into society, they have been deemed by the court to be fit back into society. There's absolutely no reason to hold their record against them. They should have full access to all of their constitutional rights, and to any human right, any basic human right or need, such as food, shelter, housing, employment, social services if necessary, healthcare. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you sticking it out with us. Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, get home safe wherever you're driving from. I will try one more time for Maria Solomon. Hearing no response, I'm looking at the administrator, who seems to have a wide smile on her face, which I assume means we've reached the end of our list. So with that, I will declare this public hearing closed. I want to thank all of the members of the public who stuck it out with us today to give their testimony on these important bills. I want to thank all the members of the committee who stuck it out with us as well. Very encouraging to see how many members stuck it out all the way through to the end. As I know, folks have a number of other things going on this time of year and other committee responsibilities. And I will just briefly mention that we will do this again on Friday, although I hope and I'm assuming it will be a shorter hearing on Friday. The administrator's nodding, so that's usually a good sign.
Members, 12 registrants signed up, only 12.
All right, so we're hoping for a short day on Friday. I think we have a little lighter lift, but with that, thank you all for being with us, and have a good evening.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, all.
And